Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto got rough large with Akitsu in a room movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Namikaze Naruto trudged through the streets of a populated metropolis, no real destination in mind. He had been walking through the concrete jungle for half an hour now, only accompanied by his thoughts. Today was no different than any other day in his life. As always, he had nothing to do. No real dream to follow, no real purpose to his life. So he marched on day to day, living purely in the moment. Indeed, today was no different than any other monotonous moment. Naruto passively caught a glimpse of a television through a shop window. The red banner at the bottom of the screen read, "Road collapsed overnight in Minato Prefecture." An average-looking newscaster was standing before a demolished strip of a nondescript street. Naruto sighed to himself and coolly carried on with his wandering. Incidents like this had been occurring more and more frequently lately. Civilians had been reporting strange phenomena throughout various prefectures in Tokyo over the last few months. Destroyed streets, torn asunder like wet paper, buildings crumbled like a twig in a giant's fist. The list went on, of course. He didn't think much of it. While it was certainly odd, there was no unnatural reasons like some of the more superstitious individuals believed. Especially since the same people claimed that they had seen people flying around in various residential districts and fighting like something from a fantasy action movie. Like anyone would believe that supernatural occurrences were real. He was certain that such things were hogwash, here at least. Sighing, he returned to his attempt to alleviate the deep pain known as boredom. Maybe he would go drop by the Fight Club again. The people there liked him. Not the betters. They hated his guts with a passion. Wasn't his fault they always lost hard when they bet against him. Just because he had the time to practice his combat technique daily, if he felt like it, didn't mean everyone had to be so charged over it. Shrugging, he decided he would just go home. Tonight seemed like a good night to drink. A figure sat hunched over atop a nearby building, watching him like a raptor would its prey. A dark cloak obscured their person. All except a terrifying grin peeking out from beneath the low-hanging hood. "You're every bit as interesting as I was told. Alas, it isn't quite time for us to meet properly. I look forward to when we finally meet in person, dear Naruto Namikaze." XXXXXXXXXXX. True to his word, Naruto had returned home after his full day of adventuring had come to a close. The moment the door swung closed behind him, he immediately made for his couch, flopping down with a sigh of contentment. There was nothing quite like that first moment of relief after a long day on the feet. Reaching for the paperback novel on the nearby coffee table, he opened the book up to his bookmark and sunk into the inked pages. Naruto snapped the book shut with a soft thump and placed it back atop the table, finished with reading. The day had long since given way to the pitch of night, the only light present being provided by a nearby lamp. In all actuality, he had finished the original book rather early on. He would have been done quite a while ago had he not ended up reading the entire 4-book series in one sitting. It had been a rather enjoyable series, actually. The author had woven together a well-thought-out murder mystery, ending with a plot twist and all. Rubbing his bleary and sore eyes, he glanced towards the clock mounted to his wall. The time read 15 until 1. The second the book hit the table, his age-old enemy returned with a vengeance, irritatingly prodding him on how he would banish her this time, an answer he once again did not have. Rising from the couch, he stretched his tense muscles, quietly enjoying the pops and cracks his tendons and bones gave off as they readjusted. Feeling a little looser, he plodded across his apartment lazily. Reaching out to grab the doors to his small balcony, he stepped outside, appreciating the chill of the night and the light breeze that accompanied it. Naruto stared up towards the moon, eyes locked with the glowing gem in the sky. The moon brought back so many memories to him. The amount of symbolism and nostalgia that solitary pale figure drew from him was astonishing, even to him sometimes. Naruto sighed, lowering his gaze, and staring out across the town. Several hours had passed, but Naruto still remained still. His muscles had long since grown cold and his legs had fallen asleep, but statuesque he was. His eyes, which had unfocused hours before, slowly began to sharpen back into the wiles of reality as the flashing lights in the distance called to him. Naruto cringed ever so slightly as a particularly bright flash of light hit his unprepared eyes. Perhaps those rumors weren't completely baseless, he muttered to himself. Investigating the source might get rid of my boredom. Destination set, he made his way out of his apartment, casually strolling out of his neighborhood towards the urban lighthouse. The closer Naruto got, the more unnatural he could tell the lights were. That was if the rumblings, crashing noises, and other such things were any indication.
The source of the mystery was right around the corner now, he could tell. Pausing just before the corner, he frowned ever so slightly.
He had come here hoping that whatever was going on would bring him some entertainment, but now that he thought about it, did he really want to know? Whatever strange thing was here could very well change his life. Permanently. Naruto shrugged to himself. Not like I particularly care what happens to me. I came this far on a whim, might as well see what it is, natural or supernatural. A loud crash served as his cue to turn the corner and see what all the commotion was. Well, I'll be damned. Naruto could tell that a fight had happened here. Huge swaths of the street had been ripped up and shredded like paper mache, buildings and shops were leveled, concrete and debris strewn about everywhere. The telephone poles lining the sidewalk had been toppled and the wires, sparking with electricity, had been stripped loose. Streetlights were cracked, some flickering, others completely dead. All in all, it looked like a war scene. Of course, the four people staring each other down, coated in blood might also have clued Naruto in. Just maybe. On one side of the street stood a pair of what Naruto assumed to be twins, female, wearing the most eccentric leather bodysuits he had ever seen.
They weren't completely identical, that was obvious.
The twin on the left wearing a red bodysuit was a bit lacking in some departments compared to her taller, better developed sister. Though that wasn't to say she was lacking a frame, only that there was a noticeable difference. She looked nervous, rapidly shifting her gaze between the man and the other female facing them down. Her sister, who was wearing a purple bodysuit, on the other hand, seemed to be the more temperamental of the two, quietly seething while glaring at a man standing off against them. Across the street from them was a woman with short, forest green hair that just reached her shoulders, while her bangs fell between her eyes. Her hair, though straight, was spiky at the tips. She was relatively tall for a woman. By his estimation, she was only a couple of inches short of his 6-foot frame. Speaking of frames, she certainly had one. Though her clothes somewhat obscured her body, it was easy to tell she had an amazing figure. Her body curved generously in all the right places, but he could tell she still managed to maintain an athletic build. At least, he thought so. It was sort of hard to tell through the armor she was wearing. Yes, armor. Why in the world is that girl walking around like she's from the medieval ages? And I thought the leather lovers were a tad strange. Shaking his head slightly, he observed the last of the combatants in the road. Standing perpendicular to the others, facing down the twins was a white-haired man with a half-mask pulled up to conceal his identity, wearing all black. He might have looked like a ninja, had it not been for the fireballs in each of his palms, ready to fly at a twitch of his hands. Nostalgia. Compared to the rest of the people, he was the only one who looked uninjured. Frazzled and hair slightly on end, but unharmed nonetheless. Naruto ducked back behind the corner, peeking his head out to watch the proceedings while keeping himself uninvolved. This was much more than he wanted to be implicated in. I guess the rumors were true. But how is that possible? There shouldn't be any way that humans can wield the elements like that. His questions floated rhetorically. For now, he would just watch the events as they unfolded. The white-haired man glared at the two girls, prepared to attack at any second. That's enough. Number 11. Number 12. Leave the poor girl alone and go, now. Unless you'd rather face down a higher number and risk elimination. His eyes matched the demand he was making, daring them to turn him down. The temperamental twin growled at him, "Screw off, Homura. We had this all wrapped up and were about to deactivate number 66, and then you had to go and screw things up. I don't care if you're number 6, get out of our way or you'll get zapped." The nervous twin spoke up. Hikari, I think we had better go. Facing off against number 6 and number 66 together really doesn't seem like a good idea. Why is our luck always so bad? She mumbled the last part quietly to herself. The now named Hikari's eyes snapped to her sister, widened in shock and anger.
There's no way we're running with our tail between our legs, Hibiki. We're so close to taking out number 66, I'm not quitting now, Hikari hissed, clutching at a nasty-looking gash on her side. It was bleeding so profusely Naruto was surprised she hadn't collapsed already. And now that he looked a little closer, her sister wasn't holding her arm just to meet a shy girl trope. She was also bleeding heavily from her arm and several other smaller cuts. He surmised those must have been wounds given by this number 66 feet girl, seeing as the man was using fire. The green-haired woman finally spoke up. Her voice, though still feminine, was deeper than Naruto had expected. Do you two really want to keep this going? You both are on your last legs. I'd be willing to overlook this whole incident if you both walk away right now. Hikari's head whipped around to face the woman, rage flaring strongly across her face as she yelled venomously, "Like hell we will. You think we're some weak little cowards who will leave just because you said.
I'll show you to look down on the lightning twins. Come on, Hibiki. Let's show them who's boss. Lightning began to crackle in her hands, lighting her face up an eerie shade of blue in the blackness of the night. Hibiki only sighed before muttering defeatedly, "All right, sis," as lightning flared to life in her hands and across her body. So that's your response. Number 66 exhaled deeply. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's regrettable that I have to take you out before you can meet your ashikabi. Though that's how life goes sometimes. She flexed her hands and instantly metal objects nearby began to stir to life, melding together in a swirling cloud of shrapnel. She glanced over to the fire wielder. Homura, are you ready?
Homura glanced over at her for a second before focusing back on the twins. Yes. Let's end this, he muttered gruffly. Number 11, number 12. I truly regret having to deactivate you before you can meet your destined ones. As the guardian of unwinged Seker, it pains me to do so, yet I must protect the rest of the unwinged too. Your constant attempts to terrorize the other unwinged ones was what brought your downfall. Hikari merely clicked her teeth, while Hibiki's face drew into a serious expression. All hell broke loose as they all attacked at once. While the four renewed their destruction, Naruto watched and pondered all he had heard. Ashikabi? Seker? What the hell are those? All this talk about winged and unwinged and numbers and deactivation makes no sense. Though I guess it doesn't really matter. This isn't my concern. I'm only here to relieve some boredom. Number 66 called the shrapnel to form a shield in front of her to absorb the bolt of lightning sent hurtling at her. She leapt back to avoid a follow-up strike from Hibiki as they switched opponents, grimacing as a slight discharge coursed through her. She had been able to play it off, but their early confrontation had already weakened her. Her body was reacting much slower than usual because of their lightning.
Several attacks prior had managed to clip her, making her more and more sluggish. This is probably the absolute worst matchup I could be in. With my metal conducting their lightning, I can't afford to get in close. Leaping aside to avoid another bolt, she felt the painful tingle return again. And I can't let myself get hit head on. My armor will fry me like a chicken. Homura isn't a close-up fighter, but luckily neither are those twins. I really hope he lives up to his status as number 6 and takes them out quickly. Homura launched a gout of flames at Hikari, scowling at their foolishness. The twins couldn't win and they knew it. Even if this fight drew out, it would only be a matter of time. Take this. With a grunt of exertion, Homura tossed another ball of fire. Hikari dodged the majority of the attack, but was unable to escape it entirely. She winced as the flames licked at her heels, singing the skin in an instant. Damn it, she hissed. She flexed her muscles to check the damage. It stung to move her feet, but nothing had gotten seriously burned. Damn flame-throwing bastard. If that's how you wanna play. She stretched a hand out and white-blue lightning crackled to life over her outfacing palm. You're in for a shock. A jagged bolt shot off like its namesake towards the 6th Seker. The flame wielder snorted with disinterest. HMPH. Too slow. Jumping above Hikari's lightning, he threw a rapid burst of fireballs at her like a human bombardier, kicking up a cloud of dust into the air. The entire battle came to a halt as Homura's attack obscured the entirety of the street. With every second that passed by with no attacks via the twins, the atmosphere grew tenser and tenser. Up until that tension was snapped as a massive dome of lightning expanded out from the cloud. Naruto could just barely make out a cry of "lightning dome" before the roar of the element and the light overwhelmed his senses momentarily. After a few seconds, his senses returned. The damage was astonishing. The road had been completely obliterated. What had been on the fringes of the technique had either been melted or turned into debris. The buildings within were non-existent, scratch that. Anything the attack had hit was non-existent. More importantly, none of the four were anywhere to be seen. It was if they had all vanished. Were they dead? That would be disappointing. His question was quickly answered as he noticed some rubble shifting in a half-collapsed building about 50 meters away, revealing the two twins. To be frank, they looked terrible. Both were bleeding profusely from various places on their body. Portions of their skin had charred black and they were covered in 1st to 3rd degree burns. He wouldn't be surprised if they had 4th degree burns or higher beneath the blackened skin based off of the severity of the attack. Naruto's face tightened. They aren't going to make it long. The two began to hobble away slowly, holding each other for support and limping along lamely. Naruto paused in a moment of deliberation. This wasn't his problem. He had stayed unaffiliated the entire time specifically for that reason. This had been meant as a mere moment of respite from his dull routine, and now he was in for much more than he had bargained for. He sighed. And yet I already know my answer. Naruto began to walk after them. While he may not be a saint, he wasn't the type to let someone bleed out right in front of him. Just as he reached the edge of the giant crater, he quickly ducked down flat against the ground. Homura came crashing out of a large pile of debris just ahead of him, sending chunks of the upheaval flying through the air. Naruto winced lightly as a couple of pieces pelted his head. Briefly glancing around, Homura's eyes locked onto the lightning wielders. Wasting no time, the flame bearer leapt after them.
The twins heard the footsteps, and without even glancing back picked up their pace, ducking into the closest alley they could find. "Get back here, you two. You're not getting away this time," he yelled as he took off after them. Waiting on bated breath as the seconds ticked by, Naruto finally stood up once he was sure they weren't coming back. Brushing himself off, he found himself at a loss on what to do next. Indecision was a pain. It seemed that someone on high was taking pity on him this time, as his answer was given to him. Naruto heard a light moan of pain from a building behind him, his eyes widening slightly. "I almost forgot about the armored girl. Suppose I best make sure she's not on death's door as well." Making his way to the debris caused by her crash landing, he started pushing the large slabs of concrete out of the way. As he dug, he could start to see her form underneath the rubble. There was a lot more skin on display than before. Her stockings, only her upper body had been fully armored, her legs had been armor-plated, had melted to her legs, while her armor was nowhere to be seen. Her body was bloody and burned, but not nearly as bad as the twins, seeing as she had been on the outer fringes of the blast. Looking beside her, he could see what had happened to her protection. A large disc of metal, warped by the heat and crushed by the weight of the debris, was laying beneath the rubble with her. She turned her armor into a shield to protect her and keep it from electrocuting her. Smart girl. She wouldn't have made it were it not for her quick thinking. It had kept her alive despite her injuries, but it had also left her stark naked. He had to say, now that he could see her figure better, she was incredibly beautiful. Great proportions to boot. Silently taking his coat off, he covered her exposed self with it, proceeding to gingerly pick her up. Looking around, he thanked his lucky stars this had been the industrial district. Trying to explain off the entire situation, including him carrying a naked, unconscious woman, on top of trying to save any injured people would have been troublesome. Try rationalizing a massive crater like this one to the police, it wouldn't be pretty. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you who has taken the time to read this, and especially to those of you who followed, favorited, and reviewed. It made me truly happy to see so much activity for this story, and to see this community is still alive. I am so very grateful for the support you all have shown thus far. Thank you especially to those who commented and left their ideas and kind words encouraging me. Garnicio Solosari, thank you for your detailed thoughts on how I can improve my writing. I read through to edit once before I posted, though admittedly a little too quickly. Viewing this again as a reader, I caught several of those redundancies as you mentioned, and edited them in my draft, if for no other reason than to better my work going forward. I promise to give a thorough edit before I post each chapter, because it is well worth it. In fact, I spent 2 hours editing through before posting this one, which allowed me to polish it up a bit. I feel much more satisfied with my work.
Thank you to Beasted22 and Navi Mamani for your encouragement, and thank you to Jonathan Makut, Dark Shadow Raven, Big Joe 21, Corono Dono 12, and Enraged Enforcer for your ideas, inputs, votes, and opinions on the story. Spilk 234, your question will be answered this chapter. Lastly, thank you Pravda93 for being my first favorite and follow. Of course, thank you to all of you, but I wanted to make special note of these wonderful people and their deeds.
I updated my profile info on Sunday, so if you're interested in knowing a little about little old me, I put a bio on there. Some notes about the story. I want to keep the harem members secret for the most part, but I do want to answer some questions. I think for those of you who want to see a certain redeemed lost bird, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Said character is one of my 2 absolute favorites. Both are guaranteed in the harem. To elucidate another thought concerning the story, Naruto is not immortal. He can be killed. I will explain this properly as the story goes on, but a number of changes I have made to the story are to avoid the easy win conundrum, as I like to call it. I would also like to know your thoughts on having Kurama, the Biju, or anyone else present in Naruto's mindscape. I am very much on the fence, and only now as I'm typing this can I think of a way to plausibly add them in since I will have to scrap where I wanted to do so thanks to it being at the beginning of the next chapter. However, if you would prefer them to not be present, that works just as well for me. One last thing. I would like to know what sort of update schedule you would like to see. Would you prefer a smaller, 3 to 4K chapter every 4 days or so, or a larger, 10 to 11K chapter every 10 to 11 days? I would like as much as possible to create an update system that makes you all happy. Enough delay on my part, onto the story. Amber eyes slowly fluttered open, vision swimming like a bad hangover. A minute passed before her vision cleared enough to see properly, and once it did she could make out the dull white of a ceiling. Groaning, fuzzy memories of her last waking thoughts trickled back to her ever so slowly. The fight with the lightning twins, Homura, and the explosion. After that, there was nothing. This wasn't the aesthetic of a hospital ceiling, so it couldn't be that. She wasn't in a hospital nor deactivated, and MBI hadn't come to get her. Where was she, then? Shifting in her confinements, she could feel the soft sheets, fluffy pillow, and spongy mattress beneath her. Nope, definitely not a hospital. Groaning quietly, she sunk deeper into her current residence. Her whole body ached, and the bed felt so comfortable, but she needed to get up. She had no way of knowing if she was safe. At worst, she had been picked up by someone with less than favorable intentions. In her condition, she would be hard-pressed to fend for herself. Her best option would be to escape before her warden noticed. Tensely sliding out of bed, she winced as her cracked ribs and raw muscles protested their forced movement. Wobbling as she tried to regain her balance, she latched onto the bedside table before she could fall. Glancing towards the object of furniture, she saw a lone glass of water sitting atop it, along with a small roll of bandages and several small, white pills. Sweeping her eyes to look at her person, she could tell that she was wrapped in a multitude of bandages. Any more and she could pass as an Egyptian mummy. Someone had been treating her. The question was, who? Taking a survey of her surroundings, she could assuredly tell this was a bedroom, of that there was no question, though it was a touch Spartan. Walls of a light green and of only the most essential furniture, it was easy to tell that whoever lived here likely only used the room when absolutely needed. Upon the left wall was a lone window and an entrance to a small balcony overlooking the city. From the where, seeing as the room got very little, even slight usage was noticeable in the nearly pristine-looking chamber, she could tell the balcony saw frequent use. Just off of the look of the room, she figured she wasn't in a terrible lot of danger. The personality of such a person with a room like this was probably either subdued or a sociopath simply because of the blandness of the design. She wasn't about to find out the hard way, though. She sighed to herself. Normally, this would have been an easy escape. A quick leap out the window and she would be home free. In her damaged state, however, she wasn't particularly confident that she would survive the fall. Even assuming she could still use her metal control, doing so in a residential district during the day would be a bad idea. Front door it was then. Letting go of the table, she slowly and quietly made her way through the room towards the door, doing her utmost to avoid the creaking of any floorboards that might alert her captor. As she reached the closed door, she slowly grasped the handle and tensely peeked through the small crack she made. Not seeing anyone at first glance, she opened the door a slight bit further, repeating the process. After a third check, she opened the door just enough for her to get through before quietly shutting it. This was definitely an apartment she was in. After all, she could see the living room, the kitchen, and front door from here. And now that she was through, she could also see the owner of said apartment. A blonde head of hair peeking over a couch in the living room. Luckily, the bedroom was located behind the living room, so they were facing away from her, and the front door was a straight shot down the hall. To her further fortune, there were half walls that somewhat separated the living room from the rest of the open apartment, so if she could get past them without being detected, she would almost be home free, no pun intended. Limping along lamely, she inched her way towards the front door. The closer and closer she got to the living room, the more and more cautious her movements became. It hurt like a bitch to move to begin with, and the pain was intensifying with every twitch of her muscles. She was doing her utmost to not gasp in pain even lightly, lest she give herself away. She was almost to the door though. Only a little more and she would be free. She could rest once she was out. As the confined woman reached the first half wall, she stopped. Just a little further. The man still hadn't turned around or given any indication he knew she was there. You should really stay in bed. Those injuries are grave. If you don't rest, they could cause permanent damage. Startled, the woman's muscles jumped slightly, eliciting a hiss of pain from her. Damn it. She grimaced. Being stealthy didn't matter anymore. She had already been found out. The man stood up and turned around slowly, cerulean eyes locking with her amber ones. The man was relatively tall, easily standing several inches above her 5'10" frame. His golden hair, lightly tanned skin, and deep blue eyes were different from any Japanese person she had seen. He must have been a foreigner, American most likely. His body was lean yet muscular, a classic fighter's build. That was probably the case if what she had heard from the people of Japan about foreigners was true. He wasn't wearing anything particularly special. A pair of black cargo pants and a somewhat tight black shirt. What a strange-looking person. Back to the topic at hand, though. Seeing as she had already been spotted, she might as well get a few answers to clear her situation up. What are your intentions with me? She asked. Her voice was tempered by a pained rasp, soft-spoken yet loud enough that Naruto could hear. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow before responding in a slow drawl. A direct question. I'm impressed. Your first question wasn't the age-old, who are you? Where am I? Bit. How novel. She snorted lightly, who you are likely wouldn't mean a thing to me, and I can already tell where I am. Again, what do you want? Why and how did you find me? She made sure she avoided mentioning the fight that had gone down. He hummed for a second. To answer your question, I was watching your fight. Her eyes widened slightly at this. So he already knows about the Seker and our powers? How did we not notice him there? A human at the scene should have been obvious. She was stopped before she could voice her thoughts as he continued. After those twins let off that giant lightning suicide attack, they escaped. Homura, as I believe you called him, chased after them. I was getting ready to leave when I heard you, buried somewhere beneath a collapsed building. I dug you out and brought you here to take care of your wounds. I thought it best not to take you to a hospital seeing as you're different from most humans. She let out a short laugh at that. I suppose that's one way to put it, though that's not entirely correct. Regardless, I'll be on my way. Thank you for the care you provided. I'll be sure to repay the debt I owe you one day. Farewell. Number 66 turned to leave, but quickly found her momentum stopped by a vice grip on her shoulder, causing her to wince slightly. Turning her head back to her caregiver, she glared at him. What do you think you're doing? I said I'll be going now. Again she made to leave, but the hand on her shoulder refused to budge. If Naruto was affected by her gaze, he didn't show it. If you can make me let go, then you're free to leave, but if you can't, then go lie back down. With a snarl, she tried to rip herself free of his grasp, but found no give in the steely hand. Sighing, she realized that she wasn't going to be leaving here right now, even with a fight. Whether or not she wanted to admit it, she didn't have enough strength in her body to shake him free, normal human or not. I can afford to stay a little longer. Honestly, it might be nice to take a break from this ridiculous game and the constant hunting. What better else have I got to do? As if he read her mind, Naruto spoke again. You're not even remotely close to fully healed, and I don't do something like this half-assed. I unburied you and brought you back here, so I'm responsible for things until you can make it by yourself. Honestly, I don't mind looking after you for the temporary. Not like I have anything else to do. It's helping to relieve my boredom, so that's all that really matters.
Number 66 just stared at Naruto with an odd expression for a few moments before asking, "What's your name, human?" Naruto stared at her with the same dull, blank stare that always adorned his face, seemingly debating with himself. Coming to a decision he spoke up, "Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. And you're number 66, he said matter-of-factly.
Number 66 smirked at him. That's just my Seker identity. The name's Eugen. Seeing as you saw the fight, it doesn't hurt to tell you my type. I'm an element-type Seker. A metal user. I'm an unwinged Seker, reacting to no one. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this statement, but otherwise made no remark. I see. Let's get you back to bed. Standing out here isn't going to do you any good. As Eugen was about to protest, he cut her off. No ifs, ands, or buts. I told you. You're my boredom relief for the temporary. Now go lay down. As he spoke, he began to usher her back to the bedroom. With a sigh, Eugen resigned herself to her fate, and using what little strength she had shuffled her way back into the bedroom. Eugen's curvaceous figure sank into the bed's embrace as Naruto helped ease her in. As soon as her body hit the mattress, she let out a loud sigh of contentment. Though she wouldn't admit it aloud, moving so soon after her injury was extremely painful. Her golden eyes floated slowly towards her caretaker. Coughing, she rasped out a thought that had come to mind while walking. You know, you never did answer my question. What do you want from me? Were you planning to use me for my body in my weakened state? She went silent for a second. There's not much I could do to stop you right now if you made a move. This would be her final test of his character. If he truly did have ill intentions, she would call upon her Seker given power and kill him in an instant, no matter what it may do to her. While he had passed the rest of her tests, she would not rest until she knew for sure he was harmless. MBI could cover up his death after all. The company was rich. One missing person would be nothing for them. Naruto chuckled in a distinctively non-humorous way. Your body is nice, no one could deny that. However, I have absolutely no intentions of that manner. I find it distasteful to take advantage of another in such abhorrent methods. Rest assured, you're safe here until you've healed. And I'm sure that should you want to, you could use that power of yours to end me in a tight spot. Eugen shifted her head and stared straight at the ceiling. I think this might be fine, for now. I won't stay here long anyways. Just long enough to let the, hey, doctor, discharge me. No point in getting this man any more involved than he already is. Though I wonder, she closed her eyes as her fatigue caught back up with her, and within a matter of seconds returned to the realm of sleep. The last thing she heard before unconsciousness took her was a flat reply of, rest well. We'll speak more when you wake again. XXXXXXXXXX. When next her eyes opened, she had to question if they were still shut. Darkness still clouded her vision. The clock on the bedside table read 3:24 a.m. in its neon red light. Getting out of bed, she found, was already a bit easier than earlier in the day, despite the severity of her wounds. I am a Seker after all. Our healing factor puts the human's pitiful recovery rate to shame. Eugen made her way to the small balcony connected to the room and walked through the slightly cracked doors, stopping to lean against the rail and pan over the magnificent view of the city. Eugen's eyes swept to the other standing figure on the balcony. My apologies if I woke you. Oftentimes I find myself awake at this hour. The view of the city from here always manages to sort things out for me, for one reason or another. So very different from my birthplace. Tell me, what do you think of this city? By the end, his eyes seemed to be staring not so much at the sky as through it, almost wistfully. The entire time he spoke his eyes never left the view. Eugen looked up at the starless sky above. I don't particularly care for this view nor this place. The toxicity of the city steals away the stars from the sky, much the same as my kind. There is nothing for us here. This place is an iron cage designed to keep us in, yet everything within belongs to a different world. I spend my days wandering, simply passing time. I have no reason to fight in this game that I've been cast in. Without that, I have no purpose. That was a long-winded way of saying I truly despise this city, I suppose. Finally looking at his guest, Naruto hummed lowly before resuming his sentinel of the night sky above. That's understandable. I spend my time much the same, simply staving off boredom every day. What is this Seker plan about? You might as well tell me at this point, with how involved I am. Unless you intend to kill me, that is. I won't kill you. You've given me hospitality when it was not your burden to bear, and I'm not one to stab the hand that saves me. As for the Seker plan, I'll tell you. Naruto turned to face her directly, his face set in a visage of attentiveness. Eugen couldn't help getting lost in his eyes. The azure blue, which would look so deep had they been bright, were dull and shallow. It wasn't hard for her to tell that Naruto's life must have been a hell of a ride. His eyes looked so much like hers in that moment. Eugen snapped out of her little tirade when he coughed lightly. Sorry about that. I needed to think about something before I spoke. Not a lie in any sense, just a statement that could be easily misconstrued. It's fine, he said, please continue. Right. Now where should I start? I suppose I'll start with the obvious. I am a Seker. At Naruto's nod, Eugen continued. We Seker are not of this world. We are an alien race that crashed into this planet a long time ago. The Seker were already in the hands of MBI when we reawakened. Naruto stopped her to ask a question. To clarify, is this MBI as in mid-bioinformatics? The conglomerate based here in Tokyo? Eugen nodded, the very same. Using the technology found on our craft, MBI has made huge advancements in the medical and technological fields, dominating the markets of Japan and the world. The CEO, Hiroto Manaka, is the one behind the release of the Seker and the subsequent destruction and rumors. His goal in doing so is a tournament of sorts he calls the Seker plan. Before I can properly explain that, you'll need to know some basic physiological functions of the Seker race. At this, Eugen stopped speaking and watched Naruto for a motion to continue. It was understandable that any average human would need a moment to process the information she was sharing. Seemingly catching her drift, Naruto nodded slightly in an appreciative manner. I only have one question. Are your people actually called Seker? Like the wagtail? Or is that something CEO Manaka came up with? Eugen deadpanned. Out of everything she had said so far, that was what concerned him. What a strange human indeed. I believe it's a name Hiroto Manaka came up with himself after first seeing our kind. The actual name of our race has no formal translation to your language. In fact, the only reason we are able to speak Japanese is because of our conditioning in MBI's labs. I digress. The Seker all have supernatural abilities, as you've already seen. Each Seker varies in their level and type of power. Not every Seker has a purely unique type of power. Take the lightning twins for example. Some don't even have a power per se. A number of us use weapons and have enhanced physical capabilities to balance. Like I said earlier, I am a metal user, meaning I can control metal. Eugen raised her hand and made the iron railing bend ever so noticeably before shifting it back to its original position. Seems I'm already feeling a bit better. I couldn't do that a few hours ago. My limitation is that I can only control iron, steel, and aluminum specifically. We may be powerful, but not all-encompassing. My telling you that is my way of saying thanks for the stay. You're welcome. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and snorted, a ghost of a smile playing on his face. Grinning wolfishly, Eugen went back to her explanation. The other major function of the Seker revolves around our ability to be winged. It is the way our race always has been, and it is the real factor that Manaka is taking advantage of. For a Sekire to find his or her destined partner, they must react to them. When a Sekire reacts, any number of things happen. Quickened pulse and or heart rate, flushed face, increased body temperature, fainting and weakness of body, loss of control of powers, visions of their destined one in their dreams, etc. The majority of these occurrences only happen in close proximity, luckily. The Sekire call these destined ones Ashikabi. Again Eugen stopped to let Naruto catch up. After several long seconds, Naruto locked eyes with her and nodded. While a Sekire can react to several different people theoretically, they usually only react to one person. To be winged, a Sekire and their destined one must have mucosal contact to form the bond that defines a Sekire-Ashikabi pair. Before you ask, the contact must specifically be a kiss. I probably should have said that to begin with. Anyways, once a bond has been formed, the pair are bonded until death or deactivation, though that second one you don't need to know about. The bond itself is sacred to my race. It is the very sign of a Sekire giving their mind, body, and soul to their Ashikabi, much like marriage. Many Sekire lose themselves in the torrential flow of the bond, becoming utterly infatuated and utterly devoted to their beloved. It's honestly quite sad to see so many lose their personality to their bond, but really it's just a sign of weakness. The bond isn't unbreakable, however. This is where we start to get into MBI's hand in things. Naruto cracked his neck in a series of satisfying pops, followed by his back and shoulders. Closing his eyes, he breathed out a small sigh, once more motioning for her to continue. Hiroto Manaka has his company integrating the Sekire into this society for the purpose of having our race battle to the end. Naruto's mouth tightened ever so slightly at this. That brought up some rather bad memories for him. Eugen turned away from him and loosened the bandages around her neck, allowing them to hang loosely down her back, exposing the bare skin of her neck and upper back. Eugen's skin was smooth and unblemished, as perfect as skin could get. She truly was a marvelous definition of beauty by anyone's definition. The only thing that stuck out in this image was the strange red mark at the nape of her neck. It was a rather interesting-looking sigil. The main stake was a flute-like bird with raised wings. Below it was a yin-yang symbol, flanked by two tomo on either side. After a few more seconds, she retightened the bandages and turned to face him. That mark is called the Sekire crest. It is a mark all Sekire have, distinguishing us from any normal human. Beneath that crest is a core from which we all draw all our energy. It's somewhat like a battery for Sekire power. Manaka has rigged our crests and cores both to serve his own ends in this game. Should we be defeated by another Sekire, our core will shut down and sever the bond, most likely killing us in the process. Assuming that we weren't killed by an attack prior. That's all you really need to know, anything else is just information for Ashikabi. Naruto's azure eyes locked onto Eugen's amber eyes as he stared deeply into them. The seconds grew longer and longer, to the point that the usually unflappable Eugen was starting to experience some mild discomfort. It was those eyes, she still wasn't able to place it, but something about them was just wrong. Naruto grunted and nodded his head, seemingly finished with whatever assessment he was conducting. Thank you. Eugen nearly face-faulted, but caught herself. After all that, all he had to say was a soft, thank you. This human truly is the strangest one I've seen. Eugen coughed lightly into her hand. You're welcome. She shifted her eyes away from him. I have a question, she said. And what might that be? Eugen's stomach rumbled lowly. Eugen's face lit up with a blush and a grimace came to her face, her eyes cast aside. See, can we make something to eat? It's been a while since I last had a meal. She had to force out the last part, the embarrassment breaking her usual composure and the serious vibe in the air. Naruto merely chuckled at her predicament. I left food beside the bed. Did you not notice it? Eugen's face went scarlet. Stupid, 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 stupid. How could I have been so stupid? It was right in front of me and I missed it. I went and embarrassed myself for no reason. She tried to gather herself before speaking, but utterly failed. And no, I didn't. It was dark inside, and I was still half asleep. My apologies for missing it. Good save, Eugen. Totally kept it cool. And here I went and spent all the trouble putting my heart and soul into making that food for you like a faithful housewife, only for it to be looked over. Oh, fate is a cruel mistress. I want a divorce. Naruto hammed it all the way up. Waterfalls pouring from his eyes as he tried to wipe them away, throwing in an occasional hiccup or sniffle for added effect. At this point, Eugen had lost any chance of putting up a cool facade, her whole face red, her mouth agape, her eyes wide, and her arms waving frantically as she tried to come up with something to calm him down. Wait. I didn't mean anything by what I said. I can't let the food you put so much effort into making go bad. I'll go eat it right now. She rushed off to make good on her word, only to be stopped once again by a hand on her shoulder. It's all right. I was just teasing, dear. I didn't expect you to wake until morning, so I made something that wouldn't spoil and wrapped it. You can take your time eating it. Naruto's voice had returned to its monotone drawl once again, as if it had never changed. That was the first time I've made an attempt at humor in a long time. It actually felt somewhat refreshing. Thank you for playing along with me. Eugen's stutter coughed into her fist as she caught her breath. All right. I didn't want to seem like a bad guest to my host. If you don't mind, I'm going to go eat now. She turned and walked back inside without even waiting for his response. Quite ironic, really. Naruto let the barest amused smile sneak onto his face. He'd given her a perceived out to make up for teasing her. He didn't want to flat out embarrass her, after all. Naruto's musings were interrupted by a low grumble from his stomach. Snorting, he realized that he, too, had not eaten for a while, having stood staring out at the horizon for several hours on end. Making his way back to the kitchen, he made himself something to eat. XXXXXXXXXXX Hiroto Manaka was an unusually paranoid man, only matched by his insanity. It drove his assistant, Sahashi Takami, crazy. She was the only one who had actually ever seen the CEO of MBI, as he never revealed his face to his employees, let alone the public. Despite this, he had slowly begun to take over the workings of the city like a shadow puppet master. He already had started to worm his way into the pockets of the police, as well as buy small portions of Tokyo. He would start small for now, eventually working up to taking over the city once he was sure it was safe. Manaka leaned forward and laid his arms upon his desk. The desk, true to his paranoid nature, sat close to one of the side walls of his office. Not too close though. Someone could come through the wall. Forget it being on the 46th floor of the building and impervious thanks to Seker technology, that wasn't important. Not too close to the door or the window either. A ninja could bust in and assassinate him without anyone the wiser. Truly a paranoid man. That was besides the point though. At this point in time, only a handful of the Sekire had fully adjusted to their experimentation and passed the exit test now, but that was alright. The plan was just starting, and maybe the random nature of their release would somewhat balance the game. Manaka laughed to himself. He had to pat himself on the back. Finding the Sekire all those years ago had been the best thing he had ever done. After all, this had eliminated that pesky demon called boredom. XXXXXXXXXX several mornings later, you're looking much better, Eugen. It should only be a day or two until you're able to leave. Sekire are truly impressive, Naruto said with an appraising nod. He wasn't wrong. After just a few days, her skin was only missing a layer or two in most of the damaged areas, her shredded muscles had nearly reconnected properly, her bioelectric functions were stabilized, and her blood had replenished. You know, I think that's the first time you've actually said my name. Ah, he's getting soft. A wolfish grin split Eugen's face as she spoke. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sekire heal much faster than humans overall, so it's to be expected. An injury that would put you out for a month will take us less than a week. My injuries weren't too severe to begin with, so the recovery time is relatively short. She explained the situation almost like a lecture, as if she hadn't nearly been fried like chicken. By the third day, she was able to wear something besides bandages, temporarily wearing some of Naruto's clothes until she could reforge her standard armor. Flashback. How are you feeling? Well, I don't feel like I was on the wrong end of a woodchipper anymore, so I'll take that as a good sign. Eugen went through a series of stretches testing out the extent of her mobility. What do you plan to do once you leave here? Eugen paused in the middle of flexing her fingers and stared at Naruto. If I'm not mistaken, it sounds like you might be worried for me. Oh dear, it seems my feminine charm has stolen this poor man's heart, whatever shall I do? Naruto's eyes bored into her, making it clear just how amused he was. You didn't answer my question. Sighing, Eugen closed her eyes. I don't know, like I told you the night you brought me here, I have no aspirations at the moment. I don't intend to be part of this ridiculous squabble, and there's nothing else for me to do, so I'll probably just wander around the city. Humming in response, Naruto shifted on the couch and grabbed a book off the coffee table. Opening the book and turning to his bookmark, Naruto spoke once again. Will you stay here until you've recovered? Surprise crossed Eugen's face at his words. I'm surprised you'd let me go any sooner than mint condition. Considering how adamant you've been until now about taking care of me, I hadn't even thought about leaving without you clearing me. Naruto turned a page in his book, eyes flitting across the lines rapidly. I see. Does that mean you'll stay? The choice is up to you. Now that you're up and moving well, I won't stop you should you decide to leave. Eugen mulled over his words for a minute before bowing slightly. Sure. I have no better alternative, and you've been surprisingly decent company, Naruto. If it isn't too much of an imposition, I'll stay here a while longer. Closing his book with a soft clap, Naruto placed the book down, completed. Good. Finding something else to do would have been troublesome. I'll make us something good for dinner tonight. Naruto stood up and began walking to the bedroom, prompting Eugen to trail after him. She voiced her curiosity. What are you doing? Finding something for you to wear. Unless you'd rather wear bandages until you can go out shopping? While they certainly do your figure justice, I doubt looking like you walked straight out of a pyramid is comfortable. While I somewhat appreciate the comment about my figure, whose fault is it that I'm taped up like a mummy? The twins. Fair enough. Are you sure you have anything that will be able to fit me? We'll find out in a moment. Naruto opened his closet and immediately began rooting through the shirts that hung within. Eugen peeked over his shoulder to get a view of what he wore. Talk about utilitarian. It's all monochrome colors, mostly black. No, wait, is that orange? Yeah, now that I look closer, every single shirt in his closet has a small trace of orange somewhere. I wonder why. Naruto truly is the strangest person I've ever met, even compared to the eccentricity of other Sekirei. She backed up as Naruto exited the closet with several shirts hung over his forearm. He shoved them towards her in offering, try these on. I'll wait in the living room. As he turned to leave, she stopped him. What about pants? We'll go through those after shirts. I suppose you'll be keeping bandages in at least one place for now. Cocking her head to the side, it took her a second to get his meaning. As soon as she did, Eugen's face lit up with a dusting of red. Get out of here, idiot. I'll call you when I'm done. Naruto chuckled and waved behind him before ducking back into the living room. Eugen stared after him for a few seconds. What an idiot, she mumbled quietly. Unraveling the bandages from her body, she began trying his shirts on. Rather than go and sit in the living room to wait for Eugen to finish, Naruto decided breakfast was in order. The fridge's outfit consisted of, oh wait. You expected it to be the classic clothes description trope of fanfiction, but it was Reaper. No, I haven't watched JoJo, I only get that reference because a friend convinced me to watch a few episodes of the show. Opening his fridge to grab the necessary ingredients, Naruto mulled over what style of breakfast to make. Let's go with Western. It's been a while since I made anything besides traditional Japanese cuisine, so I'll try that. Choice made, Naruto set about the task of preparing food. Several minutes later, Eugen came out of his bedroom having tried on all of the shirts. Peeking into the living room, she didn't see him sitting on the couch reading, as he was usually wont to do. Blinking, she sniffed the air lightly, her olfactory senses tingling a bit at the scent. It smelled wonderful. Whatever it was, she had never smelled something like it before. The closer she got to the kitchen, the stronger the scent got. When she finally reached the kitchen, the reason became clear. Bowls, utensils, and other such paraphernalia were strewn across the counter, and in the middle of it all was Naruto, huddled over the stove top. She made her presence known. I'm all finished, Naruto. What are you making? Naruto didn't respond. Going through a series of flips and stirs, he placed the pan he was using back on the eye before turning off the heat, finished with his preparations. Finally acknowledging his guest, he turned around. Perfect timing. I just finished making breakfast. Wow, you're looking pretty good in that t-shirt. Indeed she was. Naruto, while taller and relatively well-built, was still a man. Men's shirts weren't exactly designed to accommodate certain assets of the opposite sex. The dark gray shirt she was wearing clung tightly to her bust, showing the world exactly how large her chest was. Combined with the slight protrusion of her nipples against the fabric thanks to her lack of a bra, and most men would skyrocket from a nosebleed. Cami above, Jiraiya-sensei would have died from blood loss at this sight. The shirt rested just below her belly button, giving her a sort of promiscuous vibe that seemed to be a trend with the younger women these days. She would by no means blend in with the public though. Eugen blushed slightly and fidgeted. Don't stare so much. I might mistake you for a creeper and turn you into a porcupine. Naruto chuckled, turning back to the food on the stove and plating it. Take a seat at the table, I'll have everything ready in a second. Heeding his words, Eugen sat down in one of the chairs surrounding his kitchen table. Now that I think about it, this table and the rest of the apartment are Western styled. Maybe Naruto really is an American. Said blonde returned to the table carrying two steaming dishes, one he placed in front of Eugen, the other placed at a spot across from her. He walked off once more to the kitchen. Eugen was too busy to notice his departure, though. Eugen's eyes widened and her mouth began watering as the same heavenly smell from earlier wafted from the plate. This looks so good. What is this piece of heaven on earth? She had whispered quietly to herself, but Naruto had still caught it. I'm glad you think so. It's bacon, eggs, sausage, toast, and pancakes, with a side of gravy. I added in some herbs and spices to liven it up a bit. I haven't made anything besides Japanese food in a while, so I thought an American breakfast might be good. She looked up at him with a small amount of awe at this perfection on a plate, before snorting at the preposterous way in which he was carrying the rest of the meal. Naruto was holding a small dish of gravy in each hand while balancing a little pitcher of syrup on his left wrist. Utensils ran up each of his arms, and to top it off, 2 glasses of orange juice and 2 mugs of coffee rested atop his head. "What are you doing?" she said amusedly. Naruto blinked. "I'm bringing the rest of the things necessary for breakfast." Eugen snorted again. "You know you could have asked me to help, right? I hadn't realized it was breakfast and a show." Naruto simply huffed at her response. "Nonsense, I'd be a terrible host if I made my guest help prepare the meal. Besides, I believe you've given me a much better show so far today." Eugen blushed and looked down. Naruto 1, Eugen 0. Naruto mentally noted that he had for sure found his way to win a teasing war with her. It was just too easy. In an impressive display of acrobatics, Naruto slid the dishes of gravy to each of their spots, bounced the syrup pitcher onto the table while flipping the utensils to his hands. Placing them down, Naruto reached up to grab the drinks and set them down as well. Turning around, he stuck his rear towards her and asked, "Cream and sugar?" Eugen burst out laughing at this. A small carton of half and half rested in his back right pocket, while a box of sugar rested in the other. Sure, that would be great. Thanks. He. Reaching into his pockets, Eugen pulled the creamer and sugar out and set them on the table, sporadically snickering all the while. Setting about making herself a cup of coffee, Naruto joined her at the table and waited for her to finish. With a quick, "Itadakimasu," they dug into the food. Eugen's face lit up as the flavor hit her tongue. "This tastes so good. How did you even manage to make something like this?" Naruto gave her a half smile. "I'm glad you like it. It took a lot of practice. When I first started cooking years ago, I could almost burn water with how bad I was. I've always lived by myself, so eventually good cooking came with the part." Eugen frowned a little and sat quietly for a second. "So you didn't have parents either?" "The only people that I could consider parents were the researchers at MBI, and that's only because they were the only repeat faces I ever saw. The same can be said for the rest of the Sekirei. While it's hard to be empathetic since I don't understand having parents either, I'm sorry, for what it's worth." Naruto swallowed the piece of sausage he had been eating. "Thank you. It's never been truly taxing on me because my parents died the day I was born. It's hard to truly miss what you never had. I always used to wonder what having a family was like, but that was it. I'm sure it was much harder for you, being kept as a research subject at best." "It wasn't so bad really. We were treated well, and beyond not having a lot to do, it was fine." A knock at the door interrupted any further conversation. Eugen turned to look at Naruto to see if he had been expecting a home visit. Judging by the wary look in his eyes, he hadn't. Naruto stood up and made his way to the door cautiously before peeking through the hole. A man with slicked back black hair and sunglasses stood at the door. The black suit and tie made the man look like the stereotypical image of a CIA agent. Opening the door, Naruto was ready for any unwelcome surprises. "Can I help you?" Naruto asked. The man responded in a flat, low voice. "I have a call for you from my employer, Namikaze-san." He thrust a burner phone towards Naruto's chest before immediately walking back to his car. "Is this Namikaze Naruto?" came a gruff voice from the other line. "This is he. To whom am I speaking?" "Ah, good. My name is Hiroto Manaka, director of MBI. I'm calling you today about a little game that I've been operating. I hear you may have been swept up into the audience of this event." "Yes, I may know something about what you speak of. At the moment, I'm merely part of the peanut gallery. I haven't joined in as a player, though I'm sure you knew that." "Yes, I'm aware. Would you be willing to change that?" "Excuse me. Our bioscanners indicate that the little bird who is staying with you is showing signs of a reaction. She likely won't exhibit physical inhibition for a little while longer, but the signs are there nonetheless. The scans also point to the person she is reacting to being you. Now, normally this wouldn't be something to call about, but I normally would not have to make this call. We haven't had any other cases of a civilian witnessing the game and not becoming an ashikabi. As such, I would like to officially enroll you into the game to tie up loose ends. Otherwise, we may have to use some harrowing alternatives." "I see. While I see no problem with it myself, I will leave the decision to her. You'll find my answer with your bioscans." "Very good. Thank you for your time, Namikaze-san. We'll speak again soon." "Yes. Have a good day, Hiroto-san." With that, Naruto closed the phone and put it in his pocket. Walking back inside to his confused guest, he sat down at his spot at the table. What was that all about? Naruto was going to respond to her query with what Manaka had told him, but stopped himself. Would it be a good idea to tell her that not only was she being monitored from the inside, but that she was reacting to him? Maybe she knew about the monitoring because she had been in the laboratory, and she probably had realized she was reacting. Wait, but Manaka had said that the obvious signs wouldn't show up for a while, and her behavior hadn't shown any changes lately. If he knew one thing about Eugen, it was that she didn't seem particularly fond of finding her a shikabi or the Seker plan in general. If anything, she had become jaded as a Seker. He wouldn't have any problem telling her regardless, but the question was a matter of what the knowledge would do to her. At worst, she may try to kill him. While he knew she couldn't kill him, she didn't know that, and he wasn't sure if he could stop her in a rage without seriously injuring her. Nothing too important. Just some issues coming up with work that are going to be a bit of a pain. Oh, what do you do for work? She asked, curiosity piqued even further. Naruto hadn't left the house for any extended period the last few days, and she hadn't seen him working on anything around the house. She was distracted. Good. His decision was set now. He would keep his knowledge secret for now, and deal with the backlash when it was time. Did I not tell you? My apologies. I work as a writer. Nothing too special, just enough to cover the bills and allow me leisure the rest of the time. That wasn't completely true. No amount of humility could cover the fact that his book series was a global sensation that would be, and had been, earning him tons of money for years to come. Really? How interesting. Would you mind if I read some of your works? Ah, shit. He knew this was coming, but had hoped to avoid it, and there was no escape from this either. Sighing, Naruto stood up and motioned for her to follow. The utter shock on Eugen's face when she had realized Naruto was the Jiraiya Sannin, author of the world-famous Icha Icha Smut series, was priceless. Naruto had secretly taken a picture of that moment, one which he would save forever. Flashback end. Well, I suppose I can't deny that. Any normal human would have barely made it to a skin graft at this point, let alone be up and walking. Since you seem to be mostly fine, would you like to go out shopping? Money was no concern to him, after all. The real problem was avoiding being too obvious about spending it. Eugen nodded. That sounds good. I've been ready to get out of this cooped-up place and feel the fresh air for a while, no offense. Naruto shrugged. None taken. It's only natural after being in recovery so long that you would want to spread your wings. She snorted at his lil pun as she waited for him by the door. Slipping some shoes on, the pair made their way out the door, and Naruto locked it. Once they were outside of the apartment building, Eugen held up a hand. Wait one moment. She held her hand out towards the alley beside the building, and a trash can lid came shooting towards her outstretched palm. Within moments she had warped the lid into a functional pair of metal boots. There, much better. Naruto blinked in surprise. That's actually quite handy. Are you able to reform metal into any shape you want? Eugen affirmed with a nod of head. I can make most anything I want thanks to my metal manipulation. The only things I can't make are either extremely intricate like computers or large objects like a building. It's pretty convenient, actually. Not many elemental Seker wield physical forces, so my ability is a bit more versatile. The drawback is that my ability isn't as powerful as the natural elements, and because it has a physical form it is easier to neutralize with elemental power. There is some variation thanks to my number, but that's unimportant right now. That's pretty incredible, regardless. If I do end up winging her, our potential would be incredible. She could make a whirling dervish using my kunai or even redirect my shuriken or kunai mid-flight. Well, that's only if I participate myself. No, I won't fight myself. At least not openly. I can't risk exposing myself as a shinobi to this world. And now that I think about it, she's been pretty open with divulging information to me. Is it because she believes she owes me, or is the reaction subtly urging her to be more comfortable with me? Thanks. I'm quite fond of the ability. Well, should we get going? Softness enveloped Naruto's left arm as Eugen pressed his arm between her breasts and leaned on his shoulder. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Are you planning on walking like that the entire way? I'm starting to lean towards subtle changes thanks to her reacting to me. Is there a problem? We're going out shopping like a date, so we should act the part. And it'll be amusing to watch all the jealous reactions of the humans. It never gets old. Naruto smirked lightly. Oh, I like the way you think. All right, off we go. Eugen grinned back wolfishly as they set off for downtown Tokyo. XXXXXXXXXX every man on the street, married, dating, or single all turned their heads as the couple walked by. Most blushed and some even drooled as their women smacked them and redirected their gaze away from the gorgeous pair walking through the downtown shopping district. They couldn't be blamed, after all. The woman was absolutely stunning, and secretly, a number of women were ogling the man as well. The woman was wearing a too-tight shirt that exposed her midriff and showed off her large chest wonderfully, while the skin-tight jeans she wore hugged her curves in all the right places, showing toned, mile-long legs, curvaceous hips, and a firm, round ass. Her forest green hair and golden eyes gave her an exotic quality, coupled perfectly with her creamy, smooth skin. The man was wearing a simple black t-shirt, but the well-defined pectorals and abs beneath the shirt had the women drooling slightly, while his strong, toned arms strained to break through their confines. Back muscles rippled with every step, and one or two women fainted as he walked by. His tanned skin, blonde hair, and blue, yet so dull, why were they like that? Eyes made him look as exotic as the woman, making many question if he was foreign. His height would certainly go to agree with that notion. Seriously, how did you get legs so muscular that your jeans were tight against them? And those weren't even skin tights. Oh, Naruto was the scorn of many men that day. Hey, I told you this would be fun. Humans fall victim to desire so easily, don't you think, Naruto? Naruto grinned and shook his head. I do agree, messing with people is pretty entertaining. Certainly gets rid of boredom. That's probably why I do it so often. Eugen rolled her eyes. You and your boredom. Why don't you kiss and get married already? Naruto snickered lightly. Alas, Fate-chan has already stolen my heart away. No other woman, even boredom, could ever sway my heart. Our love-hate relationship has lasted for eternity. It had, but that was something no one would know. It was Eugen's turn to snicker at that. Whatever shall I do? Here I am, on a date with a taken man, how scandalous. Ah, let's go into that store. Naruto's eyes landed upon the establishment she was talking about. La Creme. A lingerie store. She was just trying to get him trouble, wasn't she? What's that look for? Do you realize how uncomfortable it is wearing bandages like an undergarment? Let me tell you, it is not fun. Naruto winced a bit. He imagined himself wearing bandages to replace boxer briefs. Yeah, that didn't sound fun. Fair enough. Let's go. The store was huge on the inside. Lights illuminated the wooden floors and just about every type of women's undergarment you could think of. A woman at the register waved as they entered with a smile on her face. Welcome. If there is anything I can help you with, please let me know. Eugen smiled and gave a slight bow. Thank you, was her only reply. Naruto said nothing, already noticing the stares from the other women in the store. Funny, they weren't actually glaring at him. Naruto wondered why, for a second, before ultimately shrugging his shoulders and chalking it up to another mystery of women. Unbeknownst to the pair, the clerk was grinning from ear to ear as they walked by. Oh, she is absolutely gorgeous. I have got to have her model some clothing while she's here. Now, what do for a hem, convince her to wear? Naruto sat at one of the benches near the changing room as Eugen went from rack to rack, pulling off brasiers and panties and holding them up to herself, either putting them back after a moment of thought or folding them over her arm to try on later. Naruto, I think I found several pairs I like. I'm going to go try them on in the changing room. Be sure to tell me what you think when I'm done, she finished with a teasing wink. He could almost physically feel the stares boring into the back of his head. Is there something I can help you ladies with? He said as he turned around. Surprised at being caught, all the women in the store suddenly found the racks of clothing or the window to the street very interesting. Women are strange, Naruto muttered. He never had figured out the female race, even after all these years. He could understand somewhat how they thought, but their ability to jump to conclusions and particularly their sporadic emotionality still caught him off guard to this day. The kunoichi of his day had been no exception. Actually, they were probably worse. They were much, much quicker to jump to violence than civilian women in this age were. Probably had something to do with the profession. Gods, how he missed those days. His reminiscing was interrupted by the sound of his date leaving the changing room. I'm done changing. What do you think? Oh, Jiraiya and Old Man Third might have set a record nosebleed with this one. Eugen was wearing nothing but a black lace brassiere and a matching set of black lace panties. Naruto's face remained the same as ever. Actually, his face had a tinge of red, unbeknownst to him, but internally he was running a serious nosebleed. What? He was still a functional, straight man, after all. He would have to be asexual to not appreciate the beauty before him. I think you could kill the entire male population looking like that. He paused. You look good. Eugen grinned. Why, thank you. If it means I can manage to squeeze more compliments out of you, I better keep the outfits coming. She turned to head back behind the changing curtain, but was stopped by a call of, Excuse me, miss? Eugen turned around and caught sight of the front desk worker from earlier. Yes? The worker gulped lightly. Oh yeah, she'll be the perfect model. She looks so good in black lace. Ah, I'm so jealous. I have a favor to ask. Would you mind doing a bit of modeling? I'd like to see what you look like in a couple of these other sets. She pointed to a pile of clothes she had left on another bench. I would really appreciate it. You're so good looking that it would be a waste to let this chance go by. That exotic green hair and those amber eyes are so incredible that... The worker was cut off by Eugen, who had an amused look on her face and a hand resting on her cheek. My, quite the flatterer we have here. Well, I suppose I wouldn't mind trying on a few extra things. As long as my friend here can watch, of course. She gestured to Naruto at the end, making him sigh and shake his head lightly. The woman's eyes lit up. Of course. Here, let's get you to try on this one first. Oh, or maybe this one. Or maybe, her voice faded away as she dragged Eugen into the changing room by her arm. The commotion had once again drawn the attention of the shop's inhabitants, but this time they weren't looking at Naruto. As the worker pulled Eugen into the dressing room, all the girls had formed an audience to get in on the show that was about to happen. Hushed whispers and giggles were thrown around as everyone waited for the pretty girl to return. Naruto was not aware of any of it. His mind had withdrawn into the field of memories. I miss all of you. I miss you all so much. I have no idea how long it's been, but no matter how much time passes, I'll never forget any of you. As the last shinobi to walk the earth, I'll carry you all with me. His mind flashed to his surrogate grandfather, who had been killed during the Suna invasion. Jiraiya, his godfather and sensei, murdered by his first student. Sasuke, who had once been like a brother to him, killed at the hands of Kagaya. They all flashed through his mind, as did all the other people he had known in that age past. Even as Eugen left the changing room, he did not notice. Inside the changing room, moments prior. Oh my gosh, you look amazing. Kya. Do you work as a model? Who am I kidding? You have to. There's no way such an angel is anything but a model. Eugen just sweat dropped and stood there as the worker went on a tirade about her looks. If you don't mind, can we move on? I have other things I need to do today. The lady snapped out of her rant and scratched the back of her head nervously. I'm so sorry about that, Right, let's go show you off. As they exited the curtain, they were both surprised to find a crowd of women standing around the stall. Immediately the crowded ladies burst out into cries and sputters. She looks so good. That light green goes so well with her green hair and gold eyes, she's so exotic. These and so many more cries rung out through the air as they all took in her form. They weren't what she was looking for, though. Scanning the crowd, she found Naruto towards the back, sitting on the same bench as before. Something was off about him. His eyes were glazed over in a 1,000-meter stare. Her heart wrenched slightly at the pure sadness and hurt filling his eyes. This was perhaps the only pure, true emotion she had seen on his face since she met him, the only thing that wasn't a facade. Naruto abruptly stood up and walked down the aisles and out of the store. Eugen frowned. She needed to see what was wrong with him. There was no way she could stay here and keep trying on clothes while he looked so defeated. Excuse me, ladies, I need to change and go check on my friend. I'll be right back. Looks of confusion and shock spread before the gathered women noticed the lone man wasn't there anymore. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto leaned against the wall of the building. He needed to get away from that crowd of giggling and bubbly women. Something about their happiness sickened him. Like they shouldn't be so happy and carefree while he suffered over all he had lost. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned his down. He didn't want to worry Eugen, though. Mainly because he didn't want any questions to be asked. He would go back inside in a moment once he had sorted himself out. What a strange time for these memories to come back and for him to break his composure. The one time designed to be carefree and joyful had turned into the exact opposite. Well, hopefully Eugen had been too preoccupied with those fangirls to notice his absence. Are you all right? Never mind. She had noticed. Naruto sighed and trailed his eyes over to meet Eugen's concerned ones. I'm sorry. Some really bad memories just came back to me. I needed to step outside to get some air. I had hoped you wouldn't notice me leave. Eugen's eyes became stormy. She owed this man for saving her life and taking care of her after the fight with the twins. She wanted to help him, but she had no idea how. Do you want to talk about it, or would you rather not? Naruto smiled a tiny little smile at her. I'd rather not go into it. Thank you, Eugen. Her heart skipped a beat when he said her name. Eugen grimaced slightly. She knew what that meant, and why. It was almost time. I'm ready to go back inside now. Eugen quietly nodded before they re-entered the store. As they made their way to the back, Naruto provided a quick cover story. Sorry about the scare, ladies. My lungs sometimes have a little trouble working, so I have to get some fresh air every so often. It was a lie, but that was part of being a shinobi. Deception was a key component to their craft. The ladies all went quiet as they looked at him sadly. No one said a word, but relatively the same thoughts ran through their heads. Naruto knew the looks well. It was a look he hated. Empathy and sympathy were fine, but he despised pity. Pity was a way of lowering a person to the level of their circumstance, and he was no victim. Well, he was, but he wouldn't act as one. Being a victim was a pitiful existence. Naruto put on a fake smile. It's all right. There's no need to worry about me. I've been dealing with the issue for a long time. Now why don't we get back to our little show? Most of the women began smiling again and nodding, eager to get away from the somber mood. Eugen had been staring at the back of Naruto's head the whole time, wondering what he was really thinking, and if he had lied to her like the women here. She shook her head. There was time for those thoughts later. She doubted he had lied. The look in his eyes had been too sincere earlier, and he didn't seem like the lying type. He had had no reason to lie to her over the past few days. Right, I still have several outfits I want to try on. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto and Eugen exited the store with several bags in hand. It turned out that the worker who had been adamantly dressing Eugen up had been the owner and operator of the store. She had given them a rather generous discount when they had checked out. She had excitedly told them to come back soon, and had ranted about getting Eugen a real modeling gig once she had heard that she wasn't actually a model. That brought them to the present. Several new sets of underwear, the phone number of the manager to contact Eugen, and the discarding of the bandages that had been ever present on the green-haired woman. Eugen stretched her arms above her head with a satisfied moan, which did wonderful things to her chest, something Naruto couldn't help but glance at, even if only for a second. Oh, it feels so nice to be out of that thrice-forsaken gauze and back into real clothing. They were just so itchy and they chafed in places that shouldn't ever be chafed. She shuddered at the thought. I'm sure. You're not walking around commando anymore, that makes for a change of pace. He had said that last part a little loudly on purpose. Several men had passed out in an instant at his words. Didn't women know that beating your partner's unconscious body did not count as resuscitation? Eugen blushed and growled at him. Keep your voice down, damn you. Are you trying to give me a bad image? Naruto blinked innocently at her. I have no idea what you're talking about, dear. Her heart skipped another beat. Damn it, why did he have to go and do things like that? If he kept saying things like that, then... A cry of, hey, it's her, interrupted their moment. Naruto and Eugen turned towards the source of the voice. Wait, is that one of the lightning twins? Both asked each other rhetorically. Naruto shook his head. On closer inspection, the woman in front of them didn't look like either of them. Very, very similar, but not quite. She had a figure like the quiet twin and wore a black leather suit. Maybe a triplet? Deciding to err on the side of caution, Naruto spoke up, I'm sorry, but do we know you? My friend and I are just out shopping for clothes. The woman looked confused. Well, I don't know you, but I know her. Are you her Ashikabi? Naruto decided that rather than answer, it might be better to feign ignorance. He tilted his head at an angle. Whatever are you talking about? Ashikabi? Is that some sort of derogatory term for a foreigner? He wasn't a foreigner, but she didn't know that. The woman growled at him, baring her teeth. If you don't know, fine. Just get out of my way and let me deal with the woman beside you. As she spoke, lightning crackled to life in her hands, showing she wasn't here for a peaceful talk. Eugen glanced back and forth between the woman and Naruto, mind moving a mile a minute trying to figure out what to do. Being a metal Sekirei, lightning was her greatest weakness. Any fight that might break out here would be messy. If Homura hadn't appeared during their last fight, she may have been eliminated, and she couldn't afford to let Naruto get hurt here. She needed more time. Are you related to the lightning twins? You look a lot like them. The woman turned to focus on Eugen, snarl leaving her face, but hostility still written across it. You could say that. It's complicated. The name's Hikaki. Enough talk. Prepare to be deactivated, number 66. With that, the now-named Hikaki launched a small bolt of lightning at the pair. Eugen had already grabbed Naruto's arm and began dragging him into a nearby alley before Hikaki had even launched her attack. Hikaki smirked after their disappearing forms. They had left the main street. Good. Now she could let loose since they had left the public eye. Hikaki took off full sprint after the escaping duo. They wouldn't escape her. XXXXXXXXXX twisting and turning from alley to alley, the pair ran. The entire time both Eugen's and Naruto's minds were running a mile a minute. Naruto allowed his mind to wander as they ran. They had gotten a bit of a head start, so Hikaki wouldn't be catching up to them just yet. Shit. What do I do? The last time Eugen got into a fight with a lightning user it put her out of commission for a week. Do I fight, revealing that I'm a shinobi? Do I let Eugen handle it? Damn it, why did this have to happen now of all times? Eugen glanced behind her. Hikaki still hadn't caught up to them. Letting go of Naruto's hand she turned on a dime, prepared for combat. Naruto came to a halt as his driving force left him. What are you doing, Eugen? We need to keep moving. If we can put enough distance on her, we can hide. You're at a disadvantage against this foe. She merely shook her head at his statement. No, if we run now, she'll just come back again and again like those siblings of hers. This won't be easy, but we need to take her out here. She's alone, so it's our best chance of doing it. Naruto grimaced. She was right, it made sense. He had known that, but didn't want to chance the situation. Especially if it meant he had to blow his cover. Wait, maybe. Eugen, I know you're reacting to me. Eugen flinched and just about collapsed at his statement. How did you know that? Her voice went quiet towards the end, as if her energy had drained away from her. Naruto needed to choose his answer carefully. He couldn't afford to show his hand too much, but he didn't want to lie to her either. It was fairly obvious if you looked for the signs. I think the better question is, when did you know? She looked away at his words, unsure of herself. Taking a deep breath in, she leveled her normal composure. It was now or never. She would never get this chance again if she ran now. Fate decided, she set it in stone. I've known I was reacting to you almost since you took me in, but I repressed it all this time. Before you saved me, I had never wanted an ashikabi. I loathed the idea of being bound and made to play in this game. But now, I think I'm fine with it. I wouldn't let any normal human wing me, but you're no normal human, Naruto. You are the strangest and most interesting man I've ever seen in my entire life. Maybe it's because you're not completely human. I can feel the energy within your body, how close it is to the power of my kind. How did she know that? She began walking towards him slowly, cheeks ablaze and breathing heavier and heavier by the moment. I won't pressure you now, but one day I want to know why. I have a feeling you are going to attract more birds to you. Just promise me I'll always be your first. By the time she finished, she was standing almost nose to nose with him. Naruto could feel her hot breath on his face, he could feel the rise and fall of her chest, and the pulse of her heart beneath her skin. Her full, pink, heart-shaped lips twitched and quivered in a way that was irresistible. It was starting to affect him. He could feel his body slowly being caught up in the overwhelming turmoil that was Eugen at that moment. Even he knew, it was the bond. Will you accept me, Naruto-sama? Footsteps began to echo through the alleyway. Hikaki was almost there. Thinking quickly, Naruto muttered out a quiet, I will, before Eugen smashed her lips into his. Waves of energy erupted from their bodies like a tidal wave, hues of blue, gray, and white exploding forth and crushing the walls of the alley. 8 steel-gray wings sprung forth from Eugen's back reminiscent of a fairy. Her lips are so soft, Naruto thought. Eugen pulled away from him for a second and said, by my vaunted primordial, our dreams will become steel. I am forever yours, my ashikabi. She kissed him again softly, basking in the euphoria of her winging. As the seconds passed by, they could feel the bond grow and grow, until it fully blossomed. Their union was broken abruptly as an arc of lightning hurtled by, forcing them to jump away. At the end of the corridor, Hikaki stood with a furious visage, hand outstretched and crackling with her element. Damn it. You managed to escape me last time thanks to Homura, but just as I was about to catch you this time, you went and got winged. Well, I don't care anymore. You aren't going to evade me this time, winged or not. A flash of bright white exploded from her, a pulse of lightning began emitting from her body. Eugen called forth strength from her core, a gray aura pouring from her so thick it was nearly corporeal. Not this time. You won't interfere any longer. Bits and pieces of metal began amassing around her, ripping the ground and walls to bits as the steel heated her call and tore through anything and everything to reach her. Drawing upon every drop of her strength, Eugen called forth her Norito. By the ore of my contract, my ashikabi's ambition will become stalwart. Within a second, the storm of steel and iron was spinning so fast it would shred anyone in its wake to molecules. Meanwhile, Hikaki was building her power as well. The walls of the alley had become slag in the presence of the immense heat she was generating. She may not be using a Norito, but she had a trick up her sleeve. Ruin of the ancient era. Thunder God's wrath. Eugen's dervish shot towards her opponent, intent on erasing her existence, while Hikaki's shroud thundered forth like a barrier in the tight corridor. Despite the inherent weakness, the iron would not give so easily. As the lightning collided with its aggressor, it created a powerful shockwave. The two forces were unable to make ground on each other for several seconds, battling for supremacy. Eventually, the malformed ingots couldn't take the amperage, and the current did as it was wont to do. Take the path of least resistance. Chain lightning shot off in every direction, sparking like a strobe. Eugen dodged several bolts, but was not able to dodge the natural barrage. Jolting as it coursed through her body, Eugen was launched backwards into a wall, slumping down as the impact left her. The electrocharged metal continued on its path, right towards Hikaki. This time the advantage had turned on its head. Hikaki's eyes widened in panic, and she jumped away from the impending blast. It was a futile effort. Once more a blinding flash of light and static noise rang through the alley, shutting its inhabitants down as it ran its course. When it was said and done, the destruction was as expected, and it wouldn't be long before an investigation began. Any more fighting was on a time limit. Naruto coughed as he stood up from the crushed bricks he had collided with. Looking around, he saw Eugen still slumped against the wall, blood dripping from her mouth. Glancing towards their opponent, his eyes widened. How is she still standing? Hikaki was still on her feet, scratched up and scuffed, but ultimately not much worse for wear. She let out the breath she had been holding and cracked her neck side to side. Phew. Seems it worked. I haven't felt this good in a while. All right, pretty boy. If you leave number 66 now, I'll let you go. You'd best take my offer. Rubble hit the ground as Eugen swayed to her feet and wiped the blood from her mouth. Don't count me out just yet. You're going to have to do a lot more than that if you want to defeat me. A grin sneaked onto the leather wearer's face. You want to get beaten down more? I'd be happy to oblige. She swung her arm across her body, releasing an array of charged bird-like masses. Thunder swallow. She cried as the birds flew forth. Eugen clenched her teeth and jumped back, launching chunks of shrapnel at the oncoming projectiles. Slinging her arm forward from below, a scythe-like blade of metal rose from the earth and swam through the ground like a shark. As the attack approached her, Hikaki launched a bolt of lightning. Lightning eye. Eugen prepared to dodge the attack, but realized that the aim was way too short to be meant for her. It was aimed at. Oh shit. Eugen rolled aside as the energy hit the blade and a much larger bolt flew forth. The strike had used her own weapon as a focal point and intensified the charge. Wasting no time, Eugen launched a counter-barrage of daggers at Hikaki, forcing her to stop her onslaught and backpedal. One blade caught her in the left thigh, another clipped her ribcage. Eugen smirked and clenched her fist. Hikaki tensed in preparation for another attack, but was caught off guard when a spurt of blood hit her face. She looked down in shock. Her legs had been impaled by iron spikes. The daggers that she avoided had morphed into the objects pinning her. Blood gushed from the wounds like crimson waterfalls. Why did I forget she could do that? Now if I try to use my lightning, I'll just cook myself. Think, Hikaki, think. What was becoming an almost assured victory for number 66 turned on its head when her body was racked with a coughing fit, blood seeping between her fingers. Eugen hurt all over. That attack had done a lot of damage to her internally, but she couldn't give up. I just found my Ashikabi, I will not lose now. I can't let him get hurt because a little pain stopped me. While this was going on, Naruto's, who had been watching from the side, mind was racing a mile a minute as he watched the two go back and forth in their deadly dance. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? He gnashed his teeth. Damn it all. I don't give a fuck at this point. This needs to end. Stepping up behind her, he knocked Eugen out with a chop to the neck. Her eyes went wide for a second before she collapsed. Picking her up, he gently sat her down against one of the walls and turned to face the lightning wielder. Enough of this. She's too damaged to continue. Your fight is with me now, he spoke in monotone. Hikaki froze, unable to process what had happened, and then she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, why you think you can fight me? Ha 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 ha. Her voice rose into a full-blown uproar. You seriously think you stand a chance now that your Seker is unconscious? How stupid can you be? She was cut off as a fist crashed into her face, sending her flying backwards at full speed. How did he? As she flew, Naruto phased into existence right above her, leg extended and spinning like a top. His foot crashed into her head like a hammer, smashing her head into the ground with such force that the impact caused her whole body to flip. Continuing what had become a massacre, Naruto grabbed her leg and threw her into the wall, denting the brick with the impact. Hikaki's mind and body couldn't keep up with what was happening. The sudden shock was keeping her from processing that a human was beating her. Her body shook with every blow Naruto rained on her. The scene looked like something out of Dragon Ball as she was pummeled mercilessly into the wall. Bending his knees, Naruto wound up and actually sent her through the wall with his final attack. That split second he took to wind up had been all she needed to come back to reality, as she activated her lightning shroud. Naruto's eyes widened and he leapt back. He wasn't quick enough, and his body received a decent shock for it. He winced. He was going to feel that later. It was no matter, he had felt far worse. That was the end of that strategy though. That bout had been reliant on her underestimation and a surprise attack on his part, so things were going to get a little harder from here. He didn't want to be forced to enhance his body with chakra, and he wasn't going to interfere too much into this game by personally eliminating a Seker. Hikaki spat a glob of blood from her mouth as she stood up. Eyes narrowed in rage, She gathered lightning in her hands, prepared to electrocute this infuriating man to death. As she stepped out of the wall, there was no one in the alley except for herself. Her whole body shook with fury. Damn it. I'm going to end you the next time I see you. This was the second time she had been beaten by number 66. It came from over there. Officer, something terrible is going on down that alley, please hurry. She clicked her teeth. It was time to go. Getting caught by the public was an absolute taboo in this plan, and the repercussions for any Sekirei or Ashikabi doing so were severe. Hikaki leapt on top a nearby roof, and took off as quick as she could. Hidden in the shadows, a lone figure sat. They had watched the entire fight, and no one had noticed. Pitiful. Except, actually, one had noticed her. Flashback several seconds prior. Naruto ran and scooped up Eugen, ready to flee. There was only a several-second window until Hikaki was back up and running. He could sense several civilians running through the maze towards them, likely police officers. If he left now, no one would be the wiser. Well, except their uninvited guest. Naruto stared straight at where he knew the mysterious sentinel was hiding, his gaze conveying all the message he needed. With a quick step forward, he vanished using a shunshin, Eugen in tow. Flashback and a grin split their face beneath the hood. Hey. So he knew all along. Oh, the fun we'll have, until we meet, Namikaze Naruto. The figure was swallowed by the shadows as if they had never existed. Unbeknownst to even them, there had been another person watching. One who was just as interested in the blonde as the first. Naruto laid Eugen upon his bed just as he had when he first found her. He really hoped this wasn't going to be a recurring issue, her getting badly injured and in need of tending. For the first time since he had unburied her, he looked at her. Truly looked at her. This woman was connected to him now, no matter what he thought about the situation. While he still had no idea what that entailed, he was positive it was nothing to sneeze at. Eugen had told him just how sacred a covenant the Ashikabi Sekirei bond was to her race. She had told him what it could do to her. How it could change who Eugen was as a person. He truly wished that she was able to overcome whatever urge the bond may place upon her and stay the same. The thought that someone's one life and conscious mind could be poisoned by falsified emotions unnerved him greatly. Naruto's thoughts were brought to their time together, his eyes drinking in her form. He ran his hand through her hair once, the soft, silky feeling almost making him want to continue his ministrations. He had never seen hair like hers. The closest he had ever seen to this shade was possibly his fellow Jinchuriki Fu or the damnable S-rank shinobi Zetsu. As he brushed the bangs that fell between her eyes and down her face aside, it gave him a full view of her visage. The details of her face were breathtaking. Her small nose was cute, her amber eyes were gorgeous, her supple lips tempting, thin eyebrows contrasting her skin wonderfully, and heart-shaped face made for one of the prettiest women he had ever seen. His eyes trailed down past her slim neck and lithe shoulders to her, assets. Tsunade would have been given a run for her money by the size of Eugen's breasts. He, of course, hadn't been paying attention. Thank you very much, but something told him that despite their size, they must be employing anti-gravity Sekirei powers or something to not sag and stay so perky and firm. Her arms were toned for a female, not the twigs that some women nowadays had, that would never have flown back in his day, making it obvious that she did train physically in spite of being an elemental user. Her hands were thin, and he had discovered earlier in the day that they were quite soft. She had such pretty fingers, long and slender. Eugen's body sloped down into a willowy waist before widening out into voluptuous hips, completing her hourglass figure. Yet again, he hadn't been looking, but she had a round, sexy butt that would drive any sane man into a canon. Manaka rambling about the ass of the gods, just watching her walk. His eyes journeyed further down her body, reaching her plump thighs. Her pants, they were really his, but that was beside the point, had been torn asunder in the earlier confrontation, exposing the smooth, creamy white skin to the open air. Her calves arched in a way that was decidedly pleasant, though he had never actually thought about someone's calves in such a way. Somehow they gave her figure even more appeal than it already had. His journey came to an end as his gaze finally reached her thin feet, unshod once again in the fight. Naruto had to wonder if all Sekirei were this angelic. Hikaki was beautiful too, though it had been marred by her homicidal rage fest. Naruto looked away. He had long since decided that involving himself too deeply in mortal affairs was dangerous. That was something he had learned the hard way several times. No matter how much he washed his hands, they were never anything less than plagued. He sighed to himself. Damn you boredom and damn you earlier me for letting curiosity get the better of you. Now you're no better than the cat. He jumped when he felt a hand grab his forearm. Slowing the pulse of his beating heart, Naruto traced back down the hand to a barely conscious Eugen, her honey-colored eyes half-lidded and glassy. The words that came next were barely a whisper, but Naruto heard them nonetheless. I'm glad, you're okay, Naruto. Eugen's eyes shut and her breath slowed down, once more returning to the realm of slumber. Naruto stared at her for several seconds before chuckling, though it was more of a huff. Silly girl, you should be more worried about yourself than me. I truly hope this bond isn't turning your mind delusional. A ringing passed through the silent room, breaking the atmosphere. Reaching into his pocket, Naruto fished out the burner phone Manaka's agent had given him. Stepping outside, he answered the call. Hello? A jovial voice came through the speaker. Is this Namikaze Naruto-san? This is he, Naruto responded. Ah, good. My name is Shosei Katahara. The CEO wanted to thank you for your choice to join this game and congratulate you on your inauguration. He asked me to provide you some basic information about the nature of this game. Before I proceed, did your Sekirei give you any details about this prior to her winging? Be sure to tell Manaka, thank you, for me. Before I answer your question, would there be an issue if she had disclosed anything previously? No, while there are usually repercussions for such disturbances, the CEO has ordered a nullification of any incurred penalty. Number 66 will not be harmed. Naruto hummed lightly. He believed himself to be relatively decent at discerning the truth of another's words, and Katahara had answered too naturally for it to be a lie. Plus, they really didn't have much of a reason to lie in the first place. Naruto could handle the situation if he turned out to be wrong. I see. That's good to hear. Once again, be sure to thank Manaka on my behalf. He has been most accommodating thus far. Yes, she informed me of some things. Not anything particularly special. Simply the nature of her race and the basics of the plan. She mentioned on several occasions that there were some things I did not need to be made aware of because I was not an ashikabi. I'll be sure to convey your words, Naruto-san. Number 66 explaining some things will save me time, and she as a Sekirei would know their functionality better than anyone. Now, I suppose I'll start with the nature of their number. To be quite honest, I am not sure exactly how many Sekirei are in this game. The only ones alive who know are the CEO and his assistant, Sahashi Takami. We who are not in the know believe there are somewhere within the ballpark of 100 in total. On top of that, the numbers have fluctuated over their time in the lab, causing discrepancies. For example, one child was extremely ill with a native disease of their homeland. Our technology was unable to do anything to help her. We were thankfully able to keep it from spreading, so no one else was harmed. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, each Sekirei is encoded with a number, hence Eugen-san being dubbed, number 66 feet. In this game, the strongest of the Sekirei are the single digits, numbers 01 through 09. They are significantly stronger than the average Sekirei, and as such are much less likely to react to someone. If Eugen-san didn't mention it, many Sekirei do not react unless certain subconscious criteria are met. Particularly the first 9 need a certain level of strength to be met to even feel a twitch for a potential ashikabi. Katahara paused to catch his breath, and continued. You may be thinking, if these first 9 are so strong, then isn't the game relatively decided should they become bonded? That isn't necessarily the case. As you saw with Eugen-san, a type disadvantage can be a huge factor in a fight. Number 66 is a strong Sekirei, as is number 11, but lightning has a distinctive advantage over conductive materials. There are several classes of Sekirei within the plan who have marked amounts of power greater than others. The first is applicable to you. The double number class includes numbers 11, 22, 33, and so on. Of course 66 falls into this group, meaning number 66 is relatively stronger than the average Sekirei. Another group are the quarters, numbers 25, 50, 75, and 100. The current discipline squad of MBI are as well. You can think of them like the police force of the game. If rules are broken, these powerhouses rectify it. Numbers 105 and 106 are the members of this squad, led by number 04 herself. Supposedly there is one more group, though none of us researchers know anything about them. We've taken to calling them the Ghost Brigade. Scary, right? Oh, and watch out for number 47. For some reason, she's abnormally powerful. An anomaly, if you will. Now it may seem unfair to the Sekirei who don't have boost like the others, but such is the way of things. Life isn't equal, and it never will be. And it's not like they don't have a chance, it will just be much harder. For example, if an ashikabi has a single digit and a regular Sekirei, that could very well keep them activated. Are you following so far? Give me a couple seconds to process this information. Of course. Take all the time you need, Naruto-san. This was a lot to process. Not that it was difficult to process, but the knowledge was going to take a moment to digest. This game isn't going to be straightforward with all these factors, but I hadn't expected it to be. It's comforting to know that Eugen is among the stronger Sekirei, even if it is as Katahara said. I expect Eugen will know some things Katahara may not, so I'll wait to decide what's next until then. Alright Katahara-san, I'm ready. Please, call me Shosei, Naruto-san. I've never been much for formalities. The next topic pertains to you directly, the role of ashikabi. Ashikabi themselves are prohibited from fighting each other. The CEO felt that the physical weakness or incapability of an individual should not be what decides theirs or their Sekirei's fate. On the other hand, Sekirei are allowed to attack an ashikabi. He sees this as fair because it is a Sekirei's duty to protect their ashikabi, so should they fail that job, they might as well be removed from the plan. The only limit is that they are not allowed to kill an ashikabi, or another Sekirei for that matter. The CEO would rather no lives were lost during this game. Due to the level of technology in MBI's possession, anything short of instantaneous death is recoverable, so this limitation is more of a failsafe than anything. Naruto made note that he had not banned an ashikabi fighting a Sekirei. It was likely because they felt an ashikabi could not manage to fight a Sekirei, which was true for most. Naruto was not most. Though he had no intentions of fighting himself, should it become necessary, he may intervene. Shosei continued unabated by Naruto's ponderings. There are two more systems that have been put into place for the game. The Ally system and the Avenger system. The first, the Ally system, is a sort of team bonding of ashikabi under a mutual banner. This ability can only be initiated by two ashikabi in a pure state of mind, for the purpose of cutting down ashikabi extortion. When two, or more, ashikabi ally together, it creates an artificial secondary bond that functions similarly to the bond between a Sekirei and an ashikabi. Truthfully, it simply allows the allies to note the relative location and the general state of the partner, making it a glorified alert system should one enter into combat. The interesting part about this pact is that allies may not attack each other, lest they incur a severe penalty. The Avenger system activates when one of an ally's Sekirei is eliminated. The power of the defeated is distributed between both parties' Sekirei. Without an ally pact, a defeated Sekirei's remaining core energy will still be distributed to any other Sekirei owed by the same ashikabi, meaning their ashikabi will receive more power overall than the ally system, but it does not come with the perks that the other has. Still with me, Naruto-san? I'm going to need another second, Shosei-san, of course. Naruto thought for a moment, before realizing that his prior thoughts had left him with a large question. Shohei-san, are there any ashikabi in particular I should look out for? And do you know where the highest concentration of Sekirei activity within the city is? While he couldn't see him through the phone, Naruto could feel Shosei nod in affirmation. Indeed there are, Naruto-san. In fact, there are several. 3 major ashikabi have started to emerge in different quadrants of the city. Izumi Higa, the owner of Higa Pharmaceuticals, has begun to establish dominance in the east, starting with Ginza in the Chuo ward. Hayato Mikagami, first son of the prestigious Mikagami family, established an early lead with the winging of number 05. He has taken the area south of his home in Aoyama within the Minato ward. The last one to watch out for is a man named Kakaro. Avoid him at all costs if you can. They say he isn't completely human, and the last person to meet him was admitted to a hospital owned by MBI with severe mental deterioration. The sheer terror on the man's face was horrifying. Naruto could just about hear the shudder and feel Shosei get goosebumps just from speaking the last one's name, Kakaro. Huh? He might have to meet this man. Once he was ready, of course. Note: this story takes place earlier on in the game, and many canon events have not been established. The one you may have noticed is that I did not mention Sanada. I have it that he hasn't risen as the ashikabi of the West yet. The area with the highest level of activity is the southwest region of Tokyo, mainly in the Setagaya and Meguro wards. Many Sekirei when released tend to just travel in the direction that headquarters entrance leads to, which is southwest. If I didn't specify, MBI headquarters are in the Minato ward, specifically in Shio Dome. The other areas of the city have a spreading of activity. The exception is the north in the Arakawa ward. They say a scary Hanya lives there, and no one bothers to disturb that area. The CEO has also expressly told fights to be kept out of that ward, for whatever reason. Damn it. Naruto's apartment was in the middle of one of the larger residential districts on the edge of the Setagaya ward, bordering Meguro. He had the worst damn luck ever. Though the tidbit about the north intrigued him. If he could move there, he wouldn't have to be active in the game much. 2 birds with 1 stone. He also couldn't help but find it ironic that the heart of this game was located in a ward after his father's namesake. I see. Thank you, Shosei-san, for enlightening me. You're more than welcome, Naruto-san. I can't think of anything else I need to tell you, so are there any more questions I can answer for you? Naruto thought for a second, ultimately drawing a blank. No, I think that's all. Thank you for your time. No problem. If you have any more questions, feel free to call me back at this number. As a researcher, I don't have much of a social life, so it would be nice to chat sometime. You strike me as a like-minded individual, Naruto-san. That would be great. Have a good rest of your day. With a soft snap, Naruto closed the flip phone and stowed it back in his pocket. Naruto closed his eyes and began massaging his temples, already feeling a headache coming on. Opening the balcony door, Naruto made his way quietly through the bedroom and into the living room to his favorite couch, sitting down with a loud, oof. He sat there for almost 5 minutes processing everything in the conversation, and then picked up a book from the table. It would be several hours at the minimum before Eugen woke up, so he would be doing a lot of reading to make his already aching headache even worse. XXXXXXXXXX Eugen's eyes shot open and flickered between her surroundings, wary of any danger that may be present. I know this ceiling, she mumbled. And I'm back in these damn bandages. So she had been knocked out fighting a lightning wielder, again. The last thing she could remember was impaling Hikaki with her iron rods, and then everything was black. If she was back in Naruto's house, then he was safe and they had escaped. Wouldn't it be amusing if Homura had jumped in again? If she knew one thing about the flame user, it was that he was resolute in his duty as a guardian. Shaking her head lightly, she refocused on the present. This time, the first thing she did was look to the bedside table for food. The great Eugen wouldn't make the same mistake twice, haha. Sure enough, Naruto had left her something to eat. It wasn't anything spectacular, but in her state that was for the best. The meal was a simple stew of pureed meat and vegetables to make for easy edibility and a soft hunk of bread. As always, Naruto's cooking smelled wonderful. Next to the plate sat a cup of water and a scrap of paper. A note if she was seeing correctly. The little note beside the table read, "Be sure to eat this when you wake up. Your body needs to replace its lost nutrients. Once you're done eating, get some more rest. The richness of the food will likely put you to sleep anyways. I'll be in the living room. Rest well, Naruto." Eugen couldn't help but smile at his words. Naruto truly is a thoughtful man. Maybe being winged isn't going to be so bad after all. Heeding his words, Eugen quickly ate the delicious meal and fell back asleep. XXXXXXXXXX with a defeated sigh, Naruto closed his book. He hadn't been able to keep his mind off of the thoughts that raced through it. Thoughts of the Seker plan and the Seker within, the other Ashikabi, his own part in this scheme, and his bond with Eugen. He was an official part of this game, whether he liked it or not. A bittersweet smile reached his face. There went his peaceful and dull life. On the other hand, he certainly wasn't going to be bored again. He condescendingly laughed at himself. Hey, when was the last time I had human company? I can't even remember anymore. I've become a mockery of everything I once stood for. Everyone must be turning in their graves at the sad sight I've become. Can I really be blamed though? My days as Naruto Uzumaki were so long ago that I don't even know how much time has passed. The only constants have been time itself, nature, and me. His eyes clouded over as he spoke, drawn in once more by the ghosts of his past. When the Fourth Great Shinobi War had ended, Naruto had been one of the only shinobi left standing. The survivors had gathered together under one village. The village hidden in the past, Kokobakure no Sato. Naruto had been anointed the Shodai Mirikage. Or rather, the first future shadow. He had been the only Mirikage. Those days were of a terse peace and somber reality that never faded until the shinobi finally died away, leaving him the lone survivor to wander for all eternity. Naruto snapped back into reality with a shake of his head. He had long since given up his right to be Naruto Uzumaki. Or rather, he cursed that name with his very existence. The Uzumaki name and his status as a Jinchuriki were what put him in this wretched state. His Uzumaki longevity had melded with that of Kurama's in a last-ditch attempt to survive his final battle with Madara, making him a false immortal. It had not only multiplied his lifespan infinitely, but Kurama's chakra had also made his healing factor so powerful that only an instantaneous fatality could kill him. He knew from experience. Despite the pain and suffering it caused him, he couldn't, take his own life. At least, not without passing on the legacy of the shinobi to someone worthy. Someone he had yet to meet. When he finally did, he could die in peace. He could reunite with all his friends in heaven, and finally not be alone. I suppose I'm not really alone anymore, am I? He rhetorized. No, Eugen's here with me now. Well, for a handful of years, anyways. Of course, she would eventually succumb to the sands of time, as all others did, and he would be alone once again. Fear slowly gripped his heart as he imagined losing another person close to him, would be able to no stop thinking that way. There's no need to stress over things that are far in the distant future. Spend too much time looking to the future or the past, and you'll always miss the present. Ironic, considering who he used to be at the end of the shinobi world. Gods, he needed a drink. XXXXXXXXXX. The soft scratching of a pen on paper echoed through the apartment, perhaps making the atmosphere even more quiet paradoxically. The sun had gone down an hour or so prior, and the whitewater sound of people on their way home from work and or on their way to hang out with friends at the bar or the like seeped in through the windows. The flowing writing would halt every so often and be replaced with a clinking of a whiskey glass. Naruto let out a hearty sigh as the alcohol burned its way down his throat and warmed his insides. When all else failed, a good drink could ease his tension. The sound of padding feet interrupted his musings. Several seconds later, a limping Eugen entered the room. Naruto gave her a soft smile. It's good to see you up and about. How are you feeling? Eugen made her way around the couch and sat beside him. Naruto took note of where she sat. Not too far away, but not right up against him either. It was a good sign that the bond hadn't turned her into a mushy love machine. A forced grin swept her face. I'm feeling about as well as a shock therapy victim could be. I'm not in as bad shape as the time you found me, so there is that. She dramatically groaned, but what I really want is to get back into some normal clothes. These bandages are killing me. Staring at her incredulously, Naruto snorted at her drama. You walk around like you stepped out of medieval Europe with steel armor on the regular, and you talk about a little tape being bad. I didn't realize you were so off the beaten path, Eugen. She pouted at him cutely with a huff. Hey, you get used to wearing it after a while, and the protection it provides makes it worth it. Besides, steel plates don't chafe. Let's see you get wrapped up and not go stir crazy. I don't have to wear them because I don't get turned into fried chicken every couple of days. You reap what you sow, as they say, he said with a half smirk. She growled at him lightly. Hey, it's not my fault that lightning is such a bitch to deal with. I couldn't use my armor or any close quarters weapons against that unless I really did want to look like a three-piece chicken bucket. That was the worst matchup I could have been in as a metal wielder. I know, dear. I was only teasing. I'm well aware of the disadvantage you were facing and that it wouldn't have been nearly the same against a lower-class Sekirei, seeing as you're a double number. Blinking in momentary shock, Eugen asked the first thing that came to mind. How did you know that? I received a call from an MBI researcher named Shosei Katahara while you were unconscious. Hiroto Manaka asked him to fill me in on some need-to-know Ashikabi business. I have several questions that I still would like answered, but I figured it would be better to ask them of a Sekirei. Eugen nodded. What would you like to know? Finally able to put the raging thoughts in his mind to rest, Naruto gave her a small smile. The first thing I would like to know is if you know how many Sekirei there are. Thinking for a moment, Eugen frowned. I'm not actually sure. Neither the researchers or we Sekirei know that for sure. Most researchers personally dealt with specific Sekirei, so they weren't made aware about much concerning the others, and since all Sekirei were housed individually, we rarely spent time with others of our kind. That was certainly interesting, and strange. Naruto couldn't help but feel that Manaka had a very big reason for keeping everyone in the dark. I see. Thank you. My second question. Are the Sekirei released by numerical order, or is it a randomly generated release? And beyond the set classes, does a lower number represent a stronger Sekirei? Eugen's mouth curved upwards slightly. This time she did have an answer to his question. It's neither. In the lab, we had what was called a Sekirei exit test. To be allowed to enter the city, each Sekirei has to pass a series of diagnostics determining them fit to join the plan. It actually evens the game out quite well, since all of the most powerful Sekirei aren't released at once. In fact, many of the low-numbered Sekirei were modified a bit, resulting in a lot of unexpected changes. Number 07 is still being held within the labs because of an accidental premature winging while testing, and from what I managed to overhear from the adjusters, number 06 is a bit more fluid in some ways than others. There are more cases than those, to my knowledge. Concerning your other question, a lower number does tend to have a stronger level of power, mainly because more experimentation was done with the first numbers. It doesn't necessarily mean the higher numbers can't win, though. Nodding his head, Naruto carried on. Last question. What would you say to moving to the north of Tokyo? Shosei-san told me that the activity in the north is practically non-existent, and seeing as we live in the hotspot for Sekirei combat, moving would likely aid us in non-participation. A grin split Eugen's face. That sounds perfect. The less involved in this game we are, the better. How soon can we move? Now that's a good question. We still have some things to take care of before we can consider moving out, so depending on how fast we can take care of things, it shouldn't be long. In the meantime, we can go touring for places. We'll definitely need to get you some normal clothes, seeing as we got interrupted last time. You're going to have to suffer through the lingerie lady again since all your clothes got burnt. My superpowers tell me that we won't have a lot of success finding a place if you walk up looking like suspicious. Knight of the cross-dressing table. Eugen burst out laughing. Oh, that was good. I don't think that I can even be bothered. Hey, that we have to go see that crazy lady again. Hee hee hee. Naruto quirked an eyebrow, or that you'll have to go bando commando again? Her snickering ended instantly. Shut up, it was Naruto's turn to snicker. XXXXXXXXXX blood violently sprayed the walls, painting them crimson as gravity brought the life liquid down like waterfalls. It pooled across the ground, spreading further and further to swallow up all that was pure. It was everywhere. Bodies lay strewn across the earth, unmoving. A crow landed on one of the bodies and began pecking at the unresistant flesh. Whatever atrocity had occurred here would be remembered by the survivors for years to come. We really need to get you your own clothes before you kill the entire male population. I am not bailing you out when you get charged with mass murder. Naruto's sweat dropped at the many unconscious men lining the sidewalks. A couple of them had shot back from a nosebleed so hard that they had cracked the concrete walls of the buildings behind them. Ah, you're such a dear. I love you too, sweetie. We're out clothes shopping, so it's not in any part negligence. If all these other men really were knocked out by my state of dress, why are you unfazed? Nay. Am I not attractive to you? Eugen teased. Naruto froze wide-eyed. She had actually gotten him for once. Aw shit. I'm fucked. She caught me in a timeless widow's trap. Naruto coughed into his fist. Ahem, it's nothing like that. I just have a lot more self-control than most men. I'm not a normal human. Remember? I do think you're beautiful, I'm just not going to bleed out over it. I wouldn't have made it this long with you living in my apartment if that was the case. Eugen rested a hand on her rosy cheek and smiled. Well, I suppose that's true. I got you to compliment me though, so I win. Naruto blinked. I hadn't realized it was a competition, and is that why you're wearing one of my old beater shirts that barely fits me anymore? Eugen only smiled wider in response. But of course, it's simply a part of our back and forth banter. She chose not to answer his question purposefully, it was more amusing that way. Naruto remained silent with a small smile on his face. This was, dare he say it, fun. She had made his life somewhat fun. In the beginning, he had only been looking to knock off some boredom, and Eugen had actually made his life pleasant. His blue orbs locked with her gold ones. Until now, he had been unsure, but he could say it clearly now. He was glad he decided to investigate that night. XXXXXXXXXXX the jangling of keys and the click of a lock meant that Naruto and Eugen's trip had come to an end. Opening the door, Naruto walked in with several bags in his hands and headed to the bedroom, Eugen trailing behind him. As he crossed into the threshold, Naruto set the bags down in front of the large dresser on the far wall of his room. There. I'll leave putting things away to you. Eugen thanked him and immediately set about the task of putting her new clothes away. The matter of rooming arrangements hadn't been a problem for almost half of the time she had been living there, since she had been unconscious and injured. Making a path to his usual spot, Naruto absent-mindedly thought through the day's events. While getting Eugen new clothes had been successful, very much so since the owner of La Creme had made quick work of providing Eugen new clothing, finding a new residence had not been met with as much fortune. Since Naruto's occupation was a writer under a pen name, he officially did not have a job. Many places had wanted information that he couldn't reveal or simply didn't have, and had turned them away as a result. Naruto lamented on times before the modern era. It had been easy to blend in all these years, because as long as he didn't stay in any given village or city for too long, he could just wait until anyone who may recognize him died and then come back. What with the recent inventions of identification cards, security streaming, and other such technology, he couldn't hide like the old days. Appearing to be a normal human was a bitch. Though there were two interesting things that had happened during the course of the day. The first was Eugen getting a job. The second was a chance meeting Naruto had had. Flashback to shopping at La Creme. I'm glad you came back to visit us. It makes me very happy to know you like our selections this much. The owner gushed. Eugen's sweat dropped and chuckled nervously. Why yeah. I liked what I bought here last time, and you were just so kind and generous that I decided this would be my exclusive spot for underwear. She conveniently forgot to mention that all her previous purchases had been burnt to a crisp. No need to bring that up. I'm glad, dear. Oh, so I talked with a friend of mine who owns a modeling agency and told her about you. She said she would be happy to have you come by and audition. Here's her number. She told me to tell you to just call anytime. The middle-aged woman handed Eugen a torn-off strip of paper with a number scrawled on it. Her name is Lily. Hers is one of the best agencies around. Real looker too. Be careful or she might steal your man, haha. Eugen grunted non-amusedly at that last comment, something the aged store owner noticed. Oh, I'm just teasing, dear. She's not like that, I promise. I'd be more worried about that crowd out there stealing him first. She pointed out the window to where a flustered Naruto was standing surrounded a little too closely by several fawning women. She sighed and sauntered out the door to save her partner from his predicament. Flashback and Eugen had called Lily between stops and set up an audition date. Surprisingly, they had gotten along swimmingly just off of that first call. They would hopefully have moved into a new place by the time of the interview. The second encounter had been a little more personal to him, and more on the strange side. Flashback just before the first flashback, lol, flashbackception. Eugen held the door handle to Lacrime before turning to face Naruto. It was probably to buy herself time as much as it was to tell him. It was hard to ignore the store owner bouncing around like a dog waiting for its alpha to come home inside the establishment. I'll be out in a few minutes, just wait for me here. Naruto leaned back on his hip and scratched the back of his head, sure. I'll probably take a quick lap around the block and be back before you're done. She nodded her head and opened the door to the shop. To his word, Naruto set off to wander the area. Taking a deep breath in, Naruto exhaled and wrinkled his nose. If there was anything he hated about cities, it was the smell and the lack of nature. The pungent smell of oil, dust, and pollution contaminated the air. For a sage like himself, this was just about the worst. Rounding a corner, Naruto smacked headlong into someone. Cultivated reflexes kicked in and he caught the person by the arm, yanking them towards him to keep them from falling. He exhaled sharply when the person smacked right into his chest. It was definitely a woman. He could feel a soft pair of large breasts pressed up against his chest. Fighting down the slight blush that wanted to creep onto his face, in that moment he was hard-pressed not to react in a normal male fashion. Looking down at who he had bumped into, he was caught off guard when his eyes fell upon an absolute beauty. She had beautiful silver tresses done up into a ponytail that cascaded down her back. Her bangs fell between her eyes and framed her face perfectly, flaring out slightly at the tips on either side of her face in a way that made her look even more pretty. A long strand of silver hung from the crown of her head like what was it called? Ahoge. Yes, that sounded right. Gods, he was entranced and he hadn't even made it past her face. Sharp, tired-looking hazel eyes stared back up at him, and he shuddered slightly at the tingles it sent through his body. Thin eyebrows, a small, cute nose, a slight twinge of a smile, alabaster skin, and a sharp jawline gave off a sexy appeal. His eyes trailed down her body quickly, so as to not be caught staring. The woman had a slender, lithe frame that held an athletic build he knew was designed for speed. Her sizable bust, curvy hips, tight ass, and mile-long legs only furthered her incredible appeal. She wore a tight black leather top, a black miniskirt, black stockings, and black heels, topped with a gray haori. He decided that the outfit took her appeal from drop-dead gorgeous to fallen angel. He liked black. He really liked black. This woman had to be the most beautiful he had ever seen. A slight twinge passed over him when he thought about Eugen, but she was extremely beautiful too. Perhaps what stood out the most though was how she held herself. It took him less than a second to tell she was a warrior, born and bred. Naruto took a step back and scratched his head. I'm sorry miss. I wasn't paying enough attention to where I was going. Are you alright? Just as he had studied her, she had been studying him. There was something off about him. He didn't feel like any of the other pathetic trash that made up the human species. Maybe he was just trash, not pathetic trash. Humans were all disgusting creatures, after all. There's no problem. You stopped me from falling, so we'll call it even. Naruto nodded. That sounds fine. Take care, miss. He started to walk back towards the shop, but was stopped. Wait a second. What's your name? The woman called. Naruto turned to look back at her over his shoulder. It's not polite to ask for someone's name before giving your own. The woman's eyes narrowed dangerously for a second, before she closed them and gave him an eye smile that reminded him of himself back when he was young. Nostalgia. It's Karasuba. Now what is your name? Karasuba's voice was edged with steel, despite the easygoing look on her face. Naruto's eyes never left her, watching her very closely. He paused. Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. A pleasure to meet you, Karasuba-san. She smiled and nodded at him. Likewise, Naruto-san. Have a good day. You as well. Turning around, he left. Karasuba stared at his retreating form curiously. That man had caught her interest. Not only had she not felt him coming around the corner, but he had also been quick enough to catch her before she herself reacted. Oh yes, he was a fighter, of that she was sure. If she had had her sword on her, she might have been tempted to fight him right here and now. And that look in his eyes, she loved that cold, dead look. That look that had seen much and become jaded with everything. That hated everything as much as she did. A malicious smirk crossed her face and her pupils sharpened. I look forward to crossing blades, Naruto-san. He looked a lot like the man she had seen fighting in the alley yesterday. Flashback end and Kami, those eyes. How he loved those eyes. Maybe it was because he felt a sort of kinship in that look. Naruto grimaced. His whole line of thought then and now was too close to cheating for his comfort, even if it was just him appreciating the female form. While he and Eugen may not be dating, the bond was extremely close, if not stronger than a romantic relationship. His thoughts were his thoughts, and he wouldn't act on them, which was what truly mattered. That didn't assuage the pang of guilt he felt in his heart though. He decided that maybe doing something nice for Eugen would make up for it. Eugen, could you come here for a second? He heard an affirmative, yeah, from the bedroom followed by the sound of footsteps. Eugen walked up behind him and leaned over the couch to look him in the eye, which had the added effect of pillowing Naruto between her generous mounds. Oh, this was good. What made it even better was that it didn't look like she had done it on purpose, she had simply acted normally. Accidental service for the win. Come sit down for a second, he queried. She raised an eyebrow at his out-of-the-ordinary request, but shrugged and complied. What's up? She said as she sat down on the couch. Rather than deign her with an answer, Naruto made another request. Turn your back towards me. Once again complying with his strange series of requests, she shifted on the couch, pulling her legs up underneath her. What's he up to? Is this supposed to be some sort of surprise? I wonder if it could be. Her guessing was cut off as she felt his fingers begin to dig themselves into the muscles of her shoulders, slowly massaging the tissue and releasing the tension within. Ah, that feels good, a little lower. Ah, that's the spot. Eugen could feel the tightness in her muscles slowly ebb away as he continued to apply a light but deep pressure. So what's the occasion? She asked between moans of contentment. Naruto began shifting his hands lower to include her upper back, slowly tracing circles across her back as his fingers danced. Nothing special. I figured you could use a good massage after all the time you've had to spend immobile. I could see the tension in your body. It's way too tight in the shoulder area. Thanks. I've been feeling really stiff, so this is perfect. My back is always so sore and I can never a little to the right please. Little more. Down a little. Thoughts it. You're really good at this. She commented as he started using his palms to loosen the surface tissue. Never mind that the words and noises coming from her could sound really provocative out of context. Bunch of perverts. Not like I'm the one writing this or anything. I plead the fifth. I figured. It's my understanding that gifted women tend to all have back pain. This is the least I can do to thank you, he said as he loosened a knot just below her right shoulder blade. What are you, thanking me for? Her words were interrupted every so often by groans of satisfaction. She could feel her muscles unknotting and loosening it up, and it felt wonderful. She could get addicted to this. Naruto began slowly applying more pressure to his ministrations, as well as subtly sneaking wisps of chakra from his fingertips to aid his endeavor. Back in his day, the Hyuga massage clinic had been a popular stop in Konoha, well known throughout the nations. One trip and you were hooked. Needless to say they were filthy rich. He may or may not have stole a copied their technique. His first sensei would be proud. The Uchiha clan had tried once, but that had resulted in a long feud. On Eugen's side, it felt like a small wave of heat was coursing through her body, which she attributed to the muscles loosening, almost as if they were celebrating their freedom. For being here with me. I haven't been bored for a second since you got here, though I'm hesitant to say it, I've actually enjoyed myself. Thank you for fighting to protect me, for putting yourself at risk simply for my sake. You deserve so much better than anything I could give you. And even though it wasn't what I had been expecting when I rescued you, thank you for choosing me. Eugen sat there wide-eyed, too shocked to even pay attention to the pleasure of the massage. His words had seriously caught her off guard. From what she knew of Naruto, he didn't open up easily. It was understandable. She could tell he had had a very painful life which still scarred him to this day. He was haunted by his past, and was hesitant to be around people. So for him to speak to her like this, so, genuinely, was touching. Eugen smiled a true smile. She really had found a wonderful ashikabi. Eugen turned to face Naruto, forcing him to stop his massage. Without warning, she pulled him into a hug, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Naruto sat ramrod straight, paralyzed at the sudden contact, before his eyes softened and he relaxed into the hug, hugging her back with equal fervor. Resting her chin in the crook of her neck, Eugen spoke softly with a voice like air. It's been my absolute pleasure, Naruto-sama. As your Sekere, it is my duty, but more than that, I do all of those things because I want to. I never wanted to be with anyone, but you broke the iron shell around my heart, something which I'll be forever grateful to you for. I know we tease each other and give each other a hard time, but I cherish every second I have with you. You are a kind, thoughtful, and wonderful man, Naruto-sama. I know we've only known each other for a week and a half, and I may not be the most expressive Sekirei, but I'll say this now and as many times in the future as you need to hear it. I love you, Naruto. I'm so glad you're my Ashikabi. Her eyes glistened as she spoke, filled with utter emotion. Wet trails flowed down her neck. She pulled back to look at Naruto. His eyes were shut tightly and his jaw was clenched as he quietly wept salty tears. She could feel all the pain, hurt, loneliness, guilt, and sorrow pouring off of him and through their bond, and tears began leaking from Eugen's eyes. What he must have gone through to be this devastated had to be nothing short of horrible. Eugen traced the whisker marks on his cheeks softly. It will be all right, Naruto-sama. I'm here. I'm here. She slowly pulled him into a soul-searing kiss, gray wings exploding from her back as energy saturated the air, giving off an ethereal glow. Several seconds went by, but they showed no signs of stopping. Almost a minute passed, and they were only stopped by the need for air. Pulling away from him, Eugen smiled. And don't say that about yourself, Naruto-sama. Even if you had nothing to give me, I would still be happy, because it's you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Number 66, Eugen, will always be at your service. Naruto stared at her in silence. This girl is truly something else. What the hell does she see in someone like me? Someone who failed so utterly at everything he ever stood for. Who left everyone he cared about to rot and disgusted even the Shinigami so much that he turned him away? Who cares if you've hit rock bottom? When you've lost everything, the only place to go is up. He smiled self-depreciatingly. He had been the one to say those words all those years ago. Is that the Bond speaking, or Eugen? Eugen beamed at him and simply said, Eugen. Thank you. They sat there in silence for almost 15 minutes, until Naruto decided that it was time to break up the scene, finally having regained his composure. Standing up and cracking his back, Naruto turned towards the still-seated Eugen. Coughing into his fist, Naruto muttered, you saw nothing. A wolfish grin split Eugen's face. Of course not, Naruto-sama. I definitely won't be using this as blackmail for later. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You wouldn't dare, wouldn't I? Grumbling about troublesome women taking advantage of men when they were vulnerable, Naruto changed the subject. He was getting hungry, and neither of them had eaten since breakfast that morning. I'm going to go cook us dinner. Any requests? She stared into space as she thought, anything Western sounds good. Every day was traditional Japanese back at the lab. Naruto nodded his head, all right. I think I have just the thing in mind. When Naruto turned to leave, Eugen threw out one last comment as an afterthought. Don't expect me to be going all soft like that again. Okay. It's not my thing. Shaking his head, Naruto simply replied, yes, dear, over his shoulder. Entering the kitchen, he washed his hands and tied on his favorite, and only, but who cares, orange and black apron and immediately set about finding all the pots, pans, utensils, and other materials he would need for this dish. He was going to make a pub-style chicken pot pie, and now it's time for cooking time with Reaper. Full of fun facts about culinary arts. The chicken pot pie was a dish created in America in 1796. The original publication called for many different kinds of meat, such as chicken, which was what he was going to make, beef, and other such meats. There was even a sea pot pie, which ironically had nothing from the sea in it. Comprised of veal, mutton, pigeon, turkey, and other game, it was a meal designed for sailors on the high seas. The dish gained its popularity throughout America in the 19th century, in the form of a robin pot pie. As to be expected with America being a newer country, the pot pie did not originate from there. It was in fact a Grecian dish called artikrios. He should know. He was there. It was created a number of centuries ago, he couldn't recall exactly when. It was hard to remember that far back. He was old, damn it. Naruto froze with his hand on the fridge as an odd thing struck him. Now that he thought about it, it was ironic that despite the common misconception that he was American or a foreigner, he had never actually been to America. He knew a lot about it via publication and such, but he had never seen it in person. Maybe that was something he would do sometime soon. He was sure Eugen would enjoy traveling since she had always been caged up in MBI's facilities. Opening the fridge, Naruto rooted around for the necessary ingredients. He was going to need chicken, onions, butter, chicken broth, and carrots. He didn't have peas, so he decided a substitute of edamame would be fine. For the most part, none of these ingredients were common of a Japanese kitchen, but Naruto had visited so many places and experienced so many things over the years that his kitchen was never purely of one affiliation. Walking to his pantry, he pulled out a bag of pie crusts and a bag of flour. Good, he had everything so far. The only other things he would need were the spices, and he would get them out as necessary. Naruto called across the apartment just as he was about to start to where its other occupant watched him lazily. Eugen, would you like to help? The dazed look snapped off her face in an instant as she processed his words. She smiled and nodded, sounds good. Naruto winced slightly at the look on her face. He may not be the best at reading people, but he was pretty damn good. To the uninformed observer, Eugen's face held the same semi-haughty, semi-amused look as always, but he could see the undertone of it. That slight upwards twitch of her lower face said it all. It was the "I'm glad you're feeling better" face. That wouldn't be bad in most cases, but for Naruto it was. He felt a little alarmed in the first place that she had gotten him to open up like that, and a majority afraid. He had always been a people person when he was young. His precious people had been his life. When they had died one by one throughout the Great War, it had hit him hard every single time. He mourned them all like there was no tomorrow, and so to this day he avoided any intimate contact with people. It was a destructive paradox. A man who hurts harshly by being alone, but ultimately will be forced to live through the pain of watching them leave because he cannot join them if he isn't. That was Naruto Namikaze, a maelstrom of hell and suffering, unable to and unsure of what to do with himself. You would think that after all these years, he would have become some sort of omnipotent sage who knew all of life's secrets, but he would call anyone who said that foolish. With more time came more questions and fewer answers. In fact, he knew less about how to interact with people now than an average person. No, he was still as clueless about the way of things as anyone else. Deep in the depths of his heart, so deep that he didn't acknowledge its existence, Naruto was terrified. Of her. Terrified to let someone in, and then be forced to watch them slowly die, helpless. He loathed being helpless. Eugen waved a hand in front of his face, snapping him out of his dread. Naruto? Are you alright? If just looking at me has you spaced out like this, I'm worried for your future. Despite his prior turmoil, Naruto didn't miss a beat. Actually, I was admiring that lovely wall over there. Haven't you ever heard of a wall-eyed stare? I mean, look at it. That wonderful, bland shade of white, with absolutely no defining features whatsoever. It's marvelous. She turned to look at the wall and nodded in approval. Yes, it's quite the nice wall. Dull and boring. Just like you. No wonder you like it so much. Naruto fell to his knees dramatically and cast his hands to the sky. I can never escape boredom-chan. She never leaves. Like a clingy girlfriend. Or Eugen. She's pretty clingy too. He turned his head to the side and hid his mouth behind his hand. I kept the receipt. I'm gonna return her for a full refund. She stomped her foot and growled lowly, I heard that. Blinking innocently back at her, Naruto pouted. First you call me names, and then you accuse me of things I didn't do. It's not my fault that I'm so dull and boring. Life is just so wonderful that my pitiful self could never compare to the joy and radiance that is nature. His voice went flat. Yeah, even I don't believe myself with that one. Recalibrating himself, Naruto untied the apron from his waist and handed it to Eugen. Here, this is the only one I've got. You'll need this more than me. Go ahead and wash your hands and we'll get started. A smirk split her face, and in an instant Naruto knew she was going to throw some smart quip at him to try and get him off balance. Joke's on you, he didn't used to be called the king of pranks for nothing. I see, so you called me in here to fill that naked apron fantasy most men have. How sinful, Naruto-kun. Time to get her back. Naruto walked up and pulled her into a hug, whispering in her ear lightly in a way that sent shivers through her body. He began running his fingers up and down her body, tracing the smooth skin. And what if I was? Her reaction was priceless. A blush sprung to her face and her mouth tried to form words, only to fail in silence. Wide eyes and fidgeting hands completed the look perfectly. Why, you perverted idiot? I'm not going to do something like that, she sputtered out. Naruto snickered to himself. One moment she could be acting sultry, and the next she could be adorably flustered. She wasn't so tough when she was on the receiving end. Ma, I was just kidding. You wouldn't happen to be embarrassed by the thought, nay? Oh, of course and not. I just don't feel like doing it. Don't get the two mixed up. Oh yeah, she was a tsundere. Not an obvious tsundere. It was only slight and didn't show up under most circumstances, but given the right prompt she went totally soon. Naruto feigned drama. How could I have been so mistaken? I apologize for my ignorance. Now, if the lady would please wash her hands and put the apron on over her clothes, we can start. Spinning around so fast he thought she might have gotten whiplash, Eugen began putting her apron on and rinsed her hands clean. Once she was done, Eugen stared at him expectantly. Alright, what's next? Naruto, who was working on mixing the flour, onion, and some spices in with melted butter, pointed at a small cutting board with an assortment of vegetables on top. I don't think I need to question whether you know your way around a blade. he said more as a statement than anything. I may know a thing or two about knives, she said as a strip of metal hidden underneath the sleeve of her shirt molded into a knife. This is nothing. She began chopping the vegetables with expert precision, something Naruto could appreciate. Turning back to his own task, he stirred in chicken broth and milk, lightening the ingredients and turning them into a creamy soup as he toiled away at it. It wasn't much longer before Eugen had finished her task. Naruto added in her contribution to the pot, the stew looking more and more appetizing. A soft ding alerted Naruto to the oven being properly heated, and at the perfect time, too. Taking the tray he had placed the pie crusts on and filling each with the stew, he covered each of the crusts with a top and popped them into the oven. Now all they had to do was wait and clean up. We're all done. I'll clean up in here. Feel free to sit down and wait. Thanks for your help, it saved us some time until food is ready, Naruto said. Eugen began taking dishes to the sink and washing them. Steam poured from the air as the hot water fell from the faucet, obscuring her face slightly amidst the mist. I'll help clean. You made dinner, so I'll clean. I'm not a guest here anymore, you know. Naruto hummed at that. He supposed she wasn't, she was living here with him. That was still a strange thought. It was novel. He still hadn't completely decided if he liked it or not. Eugen herself certainly kept things interesting for him. I suppose you aren't. I'm still getting used to that, honestly. Living with me? She questioned. He shook his head. Living with someone in general. Like I told you when we first met, I've lived alone my entire life. Even when never mind. Anyways, I've always been a bit of a hermit, so it's strange having someone so close to me. At least since the days of the elemental nations, he added mentally. Eugen grunted thoughtfully. It made sense, after all. She was the same way, seeing as each Seker had been housed separately from the day they awoke. Even when tests and experiments were conducted, they weren't done en masse. Well, I certainly hope you aren't disappointed. Being with me, she said as an afterthought. Naruto knew that line. It was another bit of a widow's trap. He had learned many of those from he shook his head. Focus on the present, focus on the present. Not at all. Like I told you earlier, I'm actually enjoying myself, and I hope you are as well. With a beatific smile, Eugen simply said, I am indeed. I actually turned 20, on March 21st, while writing this chapter but before posting chapter 5, though I didn't bother mentioning it previously. My present to myself was to write more for this FIC, seeing as I didn't bother to celebrate my birthday. I actually forgot that I had a birthday coming up like 5 times in the 2 days prior. Don't know why I'm even mentioning it, but I thought maybe you all would want to know. Here's another random note. Tower of God is releasing its anime tomorrow, and I am so damn hyped for it. It's my all-time favorite series, and I've been reading it for years now. If you haven't read the webtoon Tower of God by Sue, you don't know what you're missing out on. Seriously, go read a couple of chapters before you read this. It's that good. One of the best graphic series of all time. First note relating to the actual story, as always, the harem. Thanks to the votes that have been cast so far, I've managed to start getting a handle on who the undecided spots will go to. Of course, there's still plenty of time. As it stands, it looks like Musubi is the crowd's least favorite, so she will probably be off the list. Homura, though one of my favorites, has also not seen much support. I'm very tempted to roll with Homura just because she's one of my favorites, but much the same I'm leaving that decision open for a bit. Of course, feel free to vote for them if you so wish. As it stands, it's looking like the fight is between Kazuhana, Tsukiyumi, and Uzume. Those have been the most popular so far, though ironically the ones who are already shoe-ins have been the truly most popular. Keep the votes coming, and we'll see who the winners are when the time comes. Now, to address 2 comments I received about Naruto being too emo. First of all, thank you for your opinions, and thank you, because it means I'm conveying my point properly. The whole point is that Naruto has a bit of a chip on his shoulder, which is completely reasonable when you think about the fact that he's been forced to wander the earth for many years, and has had a lot of tragic things happen in his life. Quite honestly, I would think it would be more abnormal if he was fine and dandy after all that. Imagine the psychological damage that would accumulate over such a long time. Part of this story is diverging from the happy-go-lucky, instant lovey-dovey nature of most Seker fics. I have no problem with those whatsoever, and in fact like a number of them, but I aim to explore a bit more of a build-up of relationship. Onto the amazing souls who left me helpful comments, kind encouragements, and other things I found amusing. Demon Creator 2002, you might be onto something with your guess. I agree that Karasuba isn't often used without Naruto being her blonde twin, and I feel that she isn't used enough in general. I think her character is great once you get past the murder fest. As to your question, if I'm understanding right, Naruto for the most part will be lax with his Seker's training. He'll train with them some, But more than likely the direction he'll go is to act as target practice or help them cultivate themselves, but more of their own blood, sweat, and tears, rather than the sudden god transformations some fics have. Slow burn, if you will. In general, Naruto tries to keep his involvement in things to a minimum, which can be seen in his interactions several times so far. Koshex, reading your comment warmed my heart a little. I'm glad you liked it enough to just outright binge it. Tells me that this FIC has some hook to it. The begin of Red Dawn. First off, it's good to hear from you again. I'm glad you are liking the way things are going and the changes I've added. It was really fun writing in Karasuba, and I've already sort of got an image of what I want her character to be like. Dark Shadow Raven, glad to hear from one of my favorite regulars again. After I read your comment, I seriously got thinking about several things. For one, you're right, I don't think enough fics spend time to allow development between one Ashikabi and one Sekirei enough. A lot of them are, how did he wing 6 Sekirei in 3 days? Which isn't bad, it's just a bit quick. Naruto is pretty good at attracting overly alluring women, isn't he? What really got my gears turning was thinking about a Karasuba arc, cause I totally want to do that. It won't be obvious if I do, but I practically wrote out half of the final battle after reading your comment and have started planning preceding fights. And of course, I'm glad to know you enjoyed the introductions and changes I've made. Thor 94, I already have plans around this, and don't worry, I'm not a huge fan of the pull-up-the-ass archetype. Garnishio Solosari, my man. You have no idea how hyped I was when I saw the name of the reviewer, even before I read the review. It's honestly relieving knowing that my style has already come so far in such a short time, and I can honestly say a big part of it was your original comment. If I had decided to freak out at constructive criticism like some people, I would have missed out. It's also nice to know you have the same mind about a slow build-up and closer character interaction. It makes it so much more absorbing to get so into the build of the story, and also will help keep the FIC alive for much longer. Oh, and I just about keeled over laughing at the end. A certain troublesome author is honored to have reached his audience so deeply and to receive such kind praise. Hero Luffy 726, your thoughts on how to build a better fight scene were extremely helpful to me. It actually did wonders in improving how I write fight scenes, and I'm actually really satisfied with how some, unknown as of right now, fight scenes turned out. Thank you, seriously. On your note about the combined twins' name, I had to sit and think on that one. Test and compare the names, you know. It's some food for thought. Again, thank you for your comment, it was very enlightening. Uzumaki Redman, I'm honored that my story was of a quality that it earned such praise. Seriously, hearing that made me really happy. Thank you. Godmaker 667, thank you, I'll keep giving it my best to uphold your expectations. And thank you for your vote in regards to the harem. It's a close call on who will be in the final. And of course, thank you to all the rest of you who left reviews, followed, and favorited. Each and every one is appreciated and has been seen. I watch for every update concerning this story, and I am grateful for them all. I see you. The above comments are the ones I felt deserved just a little more attention from me for various reasons, usually because they had a special impact on me. I know I've probably already talked too much, but one last thing. Thank you all so much for all the attention you've given this FIC. I had been prepared to write to an empty audience if it came to it, but to see all the activity for this FIC has made me so very happy. You guys are the best. I know I have a lot of growth to do on the road to becoming a good writer, but thank you for sticking on this journey with me. Alright, on with the chapter. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto awoke the next morning blearily. He had never been much of a morning person, and he doubted that would ever change. Smiling to himself groggily, he recalled all the times his old sensei Jiraiya had woken him up at the crack of dawn with a bucket of ice water to the face. Damn pervy sage. Naruto muttered affectionately. Slowly sitting up on the couch, he checked the time. If the clock on the wall was correct, it was 8:32 a.m. Groaning to himself, he flopped back down and buried his way back into the cushions. So early. Yep, definitely not a morning person. After several minutes passed, he sat back up with a heavy sigh. He needed to get up now or he never would. It took a supreme force of will to resist the heat of the blankets calling him back to sleep. It took the blonde a moment to untangle himself from them, almost as if they were desperately trying to keep him from leaving. Waterfalls fell from his eyes as he finally extracted himself from his bed. I'm sorry my love, but I shall return. He dramatized as he threw on a robe and left the living room, arm outstretched behind him longingly. Never let it be said Naruto wasn't a ham. Yawning widely, Naruto made himself a cup of coffee and sat at the kitchen table doing his best to wake up. He could already feel himself steadily waking up with every sip. The miracles of coffee were boundless, and if ramen was the food of the gods, coffee was their drink. Besides liquor. Maybe he should say the non-hard drink of the gods. If he ever stopped being a writer, he would own a coffee shop. A fancy one. With every type of coffee imaginable. And he would go out and travel the world to gather the coffee himself, like the caffeine Dr. Doolittle. He could see it now, Mount Myokoko. He patted himself on the back for that one. He was just so damn good at puns. If he had a say, he was even better than Ardix. Cookie to anyone who gets the reference. Mind processes finally somewhat operational, Naruto ran through his list of to-dos for the day. The biggest and most important was finding a place in the north to live. Seeing as they had gotten Eugen clothes yesterday, and he had bought groceries just a couple of days ago, that was really the only thing they had to do for the day. Maybe having a full day to search and having ruled out some places would make the search easier. The sooner they got out and about, the better. A Cheshire grin grew on his face. Time to go wake up Eugen. Kakuzu had been right, time was money. Slipping into his bedroom quietly, he tiptoed up to the bedside where a sleeping Eugen lay unawares. She looked so cute he almost felt bad for what he was about to do. Keyword being almost. Taking a deep inhale, Naruto leaned over and shouted right into her ear, "Good morning, San Diego. It is time for us to get up and enjoy the springtime of youth." Yosh. Thick, fuzzy eyebrows grew on his face as he proclaimed his youth, disappearing almost as fast as they appeared. He had to pull his head back to avoid the steel dagger that almost impaled him. Eugen sat straight up, breathing heavily as she tried to figure out what the hell was going on. Locking eyes with a snickering Naruto, she retracted her blade and put a hand on her breast in an attempt to slow her beating heart. She tugged a hand through her disheveled hair and glared daggers at him. "What the hell, you son of a bitch? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" He blinked innocently at her. "I heard waking up their partner in the morning is part of a couple's duty, so I thought I would give it a try. Did I get it right?" he said demurely. She didn't bother responding, instead grumbling about how she wished he hadn't dodged. Cracking her neck and stretching her arms above her head, which did wonderful things to her chest, Naruto noted, she extricated herself from the bed. Slipping off the side, she put a hand on the wall to steady herself as she gained her bearings. Naruto's arms, which had remained behind his back, came forward to reveal a piping hot coffee mug filled with the revival fluid. "I made you this if it makes you feel any better." Eugen smiled softly and shook her head, accepting the offering and immediately taking a sip. She closed her eyes as she felt the heat course through her, knocking the last dregs of sleep out of her. "Well, I suppose I could forgive you. Just this once." Her eyes bored a hole into him, "But don't try that again or I won't miss next time." Naruto put his hands up in fake surrender and kept a stupid grin on his face. He knew from the look that she was more amused than upset and that she didn't really mean what she said. Eugen had a good nature. "Yes, ma'am. Jokes aside, I woke you up because we need to get an early start today. We're going to hit the streets and continue our search for a place in northern Tokyo. We don't have anything else pressing to do today, so we'll have plenty of time to look. I'd like to be out of the house by 9:15 if at all possible." Poking her head out from the master bathroom, Eugen nodded with a toothbrush in her mouth. Plodding his way through the room, Naruto joined her in the bathroom. As both went through their routines at either sink, they truly did look like a married couple. When they finished freshening up and changed clothes, they sat down for a simple breakfast Naruto had made. It hadn't taken them more than 15 minutes to get ready, so they had a bit of padding to slow down and enjoy breakfast. Naruto sipped on his glass of orange juice absently, taking the time to eye Eugen's new apparel. While she looked really good in his clothing, she looked even better in actual women's clothes. Probably for different reasons, he thought. While he had remained true to his nature and worn a tight black compression shirt and extremely burnt auburn shorts, she went with a much more natural approach. Eugen wore a light gray long-sleeved shrug that reached just below her butt over top a white blouse that dipped at the neck to expose a generous amount of cleavage. A thin black leather belt with a silver buckle rested angular on her hip, fastening a pair of tight black skinny jeans in place that showed off her curves wonderfully. "Trying to upstage me with the outfit, huh? Practicing for the model part already?" he quipped in a light-hearted manner. Eugen finished chewing the piece of toast she had been eating and swallowed. "So they were starting so soon into the morning, huh? Well, that's a bit out of left field. It's not like upstaging your choice of clothing is a particularly hard feat to do. Put clothing with any color on someone and they'd have your ratty look beat." Naruto winced. He had walked right into that one, and he couldn't even complain. He'd been asking for that. He was going to chalk up that loss to not being completely awake yet. Yep, soundly accept his defeat and flee. Nah, who was he kidding? That was one part of him that had never died. And yet, you chose to be with this ratty, poor-tasted, moody, jerky, sad excuse for a human being of your own volition. What does that say about you, Eugen-chan? I don't know whether or not I should be annoyed or impressed that you always have some comeback for anything I say readily available. What can I say? It's a gift, you know you love me. She sighed in mild exasperation and chose not to give him the satisfaction of a response. That's enough for now. Let's finish eating and leave the banter for later. Naruto frowned ever so slightly. He hoped that he hadn't been too overbearing with his humor. Maybe he should tone it down going forward. Yeah, that was probably best. His frown flipped upside down as he stood up from the table. Right. Let's head out then. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto paused in the middle of the street to appraise another house. Giving it a thorough once-over and mulling it over for a minute, he shook his head and started walking again. Eugen watched him speculatively, too distracted by his actions to even look at the houses herself. He must have been looking for something in particular, seeing as he wasn't even taking the time to view the houses up close, let alone the interiors. Naruto, what are you looking for? You've passed by 10 houses already and it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Naruto looked away from the house he had been inspecting and saw the question written on his compatriot's face. Right, he hadn't even told her what he was searching for. Well, that was a breakdown of communication on his part. Seriously, had he gotten so bad at being around people that he forewent even talking to them? He scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that. I suppose I forgot to mention it. I've been looking for houses a bit more of the traditional style. While a modern house is fine and dandy, I'd like to be able to get away from all the hustle and bustle of the corporate status quo. The more natural, the better, I always say. You agree, right? Eugen hummed thoughtfully, mindlessly nodding along. She definitely agreed with that. She was never a fan of the urban jungle and its mechanical soul. Taking that as her answer, Naruto started walking down the road to the next house. Snapping from her thoughts, Eugen jogged to catch up to him. A few solid thuds could be heard and shortly after the sounds of sirens blared in the distance. Just as Eugen reached Naruto and opened her mouth to speak, they were interrupted rather viscerally. A loud roar like a bear assaulted their ears, making both whip their heads to the origin of the sound. A hulking mass of a man came running from an adjacent street with his fist cocked back, screaming at the top of his lungs. Eugen's eyes widened and she tensed, prepared to let her weapons loose at a second's notice. Just in case he wasn't after them, she didn't want to be too hasty. As he got closer, his target became apparent. He was charging straight at Naruto. Eugen threw her hand out in front of her, shouting at the blonde. Naruto, watch out. Her words fell on deaf ears as Naruto cocked a fist back and charged straight at the hulking brute. The two collided with each other, punching the other squarely in the jaw, resulting in them both being pushed back several inches. Cocking their fists back, they launched another hook in unison. Eugen was starting to panic by this point. Shrapnel roiled around her as more shards of metal slipped out from under her sleeves. She needed to back him up. Wah. As their fists neared their targets, they suddenly shot in a different direction and the two men clasped arms, grinning madly. The larger man laughed heartily and gave Naruto a full-on hug. It's good to see you, my friend. Has been a while since you come to ring, no? With a bit of effort, Naruto extricated himself from the man's grasp, chuckling quietly. Well, he wouldn't need to see a chiropractor for a bit. You hit hard as a brick, like always. It's good to see you too, Zerov. I forgot you lived up here in the north. I was planning on coming by soon, but I've been busy getting ready to move. The now dubbed Zerov's face widened with comical horror. It somehow managed to look so wrong on the burly man's face, but so perfect at the same time. No, you are not leavings forever. Yes, Naruto? You are stayings here in two. Token, right? The large man's fretting had already scared everyone on the street block away, leaving only them on the road. He shook his head in the negative. I'm not leaving. Actually, I'm moving closer to your house. It was true. Naruto was looking for a house in Arakawa, and Zerov lived in Adaki, so they would be much closer than they were with Naruto living in Setagaya. Waterfalls poured from Zerov's eyes as the blonde cleared the air. I am glad. Very glad. Haruka would be very sad if you leave, Naruto. And little Erika has been wanting you to visit us all of the times. She begs us every day for you to come play with her. I know. You come to my house right now and we will eat lunch together. Haruka make delicious food as always. Come. We go now. Zerov grabbed Naruto by the arm and began dragging him along for the ride. Thin rubber shavings peeling away from the tips of Naruto's shoes. Wait a second, Zerov. I have someone with me, Naruto said. Zerov stopped and put a hand above his eyes as he looked all around trying to see the person. Eyes landing on Eugen, they lit up and he strutted over to her, momentarily forgetting he was still dragging Naruto. Eugen had been standing frozen in place as her mind utterly failed to process what the hell was going on. Pieces of shrapnel lay in a circle around her feet, long since having been let go of in her shock. Naruto knew that bear of a man? She didn't even know he left the house long enough to meet people. How in the fuck did he even know someone like that? That man was easily almost 7 feet tall with a beard and goatee as thick as an animal's coat, and even his muscles had muscles. Zurov stopped in front of her, bending down to her height. Are you Naruto's friending? Oh, it is gladdening me to see that Naruto has pretty friend with him. Poor Naruto is always lonely and grumpy, so it is very good to see he has friend. You take good care of him. Without leaving her time to respond, Zurov turned back to Naruto, who was allowing gravity to lean him backwards lazily. Why do you not tell me you have pretty wife? We are friends, yes? She come to house as well. Naruto's wife must meet Haruka and say hello. Naruto simply sighed, knowing that when Zurov got on a roll it was better to just let the energetic man do as he pleased. Eugen was still having a little trouble processing the presence of this exuberant man. It wasn't every day you met a man who looked like a bear and yet acted like he was still a young child. Zurov's words finally reaching her brain, Eugen responded. Wife? That's a bit presumptuous just because I'm a female. I suppose that isn't necessarily wrong, in a way. Zurov turned to look at Eugen, studying her with a confused look on his face. All of a sudden his face brightened and he gave a giant smile. Okay, Naruto's wife. If you say so, you come eat with us, yes? This bear man was rather amusing, Eugen decided. It certainly wouldn't hurt to go with them back to his house. The day was still young, so they had plenty of time later, and even if they didn't find a place today, there was always tomorrow. And she would get to try new food, so that was a plus. Sure, let's go back to your house. I'd like to meet some of Naruto's friends. She flicked her eyes to look at said blonde and hit a snort not too sneakily. She got a deadpan look and a single finger salute in return. She was right about the no friends thing, but he wasn't going to let her get away with that comment. Zurov gave her a megawatt smile in return so wide it forced his eyes shut. Good, good. Come, it is this way. Zurov immediately set off the direction he had come, dragging Naruto with him still. With a sigh, Naruto flipped himself out of Zurov's grip and started pacing alongside the man, arms folded behind his head. To Eugen, who was still standing in the same place, they looked like a couple of old friends who had known each other since childhood as they chatted animatedly. It was actually sort of nice to see Naruto interacting with someone besides herself. XXXXXXXXXX. As the trio reached Zurov's house in a small neighborhood, they were greeted at the door by a woman. She was about average height for a female, 5'4", with light brown hair and a light complexion. The woman smiled lightly at them with her eyes shut and waved in greeting. Welcome home, darling. She gave Zurov a big hug before turning to her other two guests. Her smile grew a little wider. And you brought Naru-chan with you. You should have told me you were going to bring him over. I would have made more food. It's a good thing I always make extra. Zurov scratched the back of his head sheepishly and apologized. The woman walked up and hugged Naruto tightly around the neck. It's good to see you, Naru-chan. Erika has been asking for you to come over for some time now. Have you been taking care of yourself? Have you been eating well? You've been outside to get fresh air, right? The woman began looking over him and patting him down, as if she was looking for anything out of the ordinary. Ma, Haruka-san. I've been doing just fine. I promise I've been taking care of myself. My apologies for the intrusion. We bumped into Zurov while we were walking through town and he insisted we come over. The woman waggled a finger at Naruto and chided, Now Naru-chan, I've told you to just call me Haruka. Your family here with us. Taking note of her last guest, Haruka blinked in surprise before smiling at her too. How she blinked with her eyes shut was rather curious. The world may never know, and who might this lovely lady be? A friend of yours, Naru-chan? Haruka said suggestively. Zurov cut in before Naruto or Eugen could respond. This is Naruto's wife. She take good care of him. Very funny. I tell him he has to bring his new wife to meeting you, and here we are. Naruto rubbed his temples and prepared for the storm about to come through. Eugen caught notice of Naruto's tension and felt a sense of dread wash over her. She didn't know what was about to happen, but she didn't like it. Haruka froze in place for a second, a dark look crossing over her face. The air was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. Then all of a sudden she squealed and began wiggling around like an excited puppy dog. Naru-chan. Why didn't you tell us you had found a girlfriend? When did you meet? What did you do on your first date? Is she living with you? What are her 3 sizes? Are you already engaged? Wait. Darling said you were married. When did you have the reception? Why didn't you invite us? Why, Naru-chan? I thought we were family, WH? Haruka-chan. His words fell on deaf ears. Oh, we need to celebrate. I'll call my friends and we'll. Haruka-chan. He said a little louder. Do I have all the ingredients to bake a cake? Let's see, I have eggs, flour, sugar. Haruka-chan. He shouted. She froze, finally snapped out of her little fantasy world. We're not married, Haruka-chan. Zurov got things a little confused. She lives with me, but that's it. You haven't missed out on anything. Oh, I see, Haruka frowned. Almost as fast as it had come, the frown disappeared and was replaced by a smile. I'm sure that will change in time. Come inside, lunch is almost ready. As they all trooped inside, Eugen walked quietly at the back of the pack. Her mind had become stormy as she watched the three interact. Normally, she would have been a bit overwhelmed and equal parts humorous, but something about what Naruto had said at the end rubbed her the wrong way. It was true, but it still bothered her, and she wasn't completely sure why. She knew he hadn't meant anything by what he said, but was that all he saw this as? Two people living together like roommates? She shook her head. Naruto was much too smart to see this as simply a mutual relationship, and he had said it himself that he had been feeling better than he had in a while with her around. She could think about this later. For now, she would just enjoy her present company. Oni-chan. A speeding blur of white came flying through the dining room and smashed into Naruto's chest, nearly knocking him over. Leaning back at almost a 45-degree angle, Naruto wrapped his arms around the human missile that had crashed into him full speed. Prying said projectile off him, he held her out at arm's length with a small smile on his face. Hello, Erika-chan. Erika wriggled around in his grasp, giggling as she beamed brightly at her older brother figure. Naruto-ni-chan, I missed you. You haven't come over to play in forever. She pouted adorably at the end, forcing him to chuckle at the sheer cuteness. Hey, I'm sorry, Erika-chan. Naruto-ni has been very busy lately so he hasn't had the time to visit. We'll play some today, okay? He spun her around in the air once, eliciting a squeal of delight from the small girl before placing her down on the ground. He ruffled her chestnut brown hair softly as she giggled. Amber eyes watched him mirthfully, and he says he's bad with people. XXXXXXXXXX lunch followed shortly after, and everyone took their places at the large dining room table. Eugen sat to Naruto's right, while Erika sat to his left, humming playfully and kicking her legs. Haruka and Zurov sat on the other side of the table. Naruto would call this lunch, but it was really more of a feast. Haruka had made grilled fish, steamed rice, miso soup, grilled sprouts of several varieties, fried chicken, and braised tempura. The myriad of smells from the stocks, broths, sauces, and spices was tantalizing. The sheer quantity made sense. Zurov was a big man, and as such, he ate a lot. That and Haruka's housewife tendency to cook too much meant that every meal was a full course. No one was complaining, the woman was a great cook. As they say, the easiest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. She had even made a bowl of miso ramen just for Naruto, something that couldn't help but make him feel a little lighter. Not the ramen itself, mind you, but that she had made it. He had mentioned once in passing that when he was younger ramen had been his favorite food. It was something he hadn't eaten very much of since Ichiraku's had closed. In honor of their memory, Naruto had learned their recipe and made the dish every so often to keep the memory fresh, but it wasn't a near daily occurrence like his younger years. The broth always tasted sharp whenever he ate it. Not only had she remembered, but she went so far as to make some just for him. Haruka was an incredibly gracious woman. She did little gestures like these all the time, it was just part of her nature. So Naru-chan, you mentioned that you had been very busy lately. What have you been up to? Haruka questioned. Speak of the angel. It had been a while since they had last brought Naruto over, so there was much to catch up on. Like the pretty girl he had brought with him, for example. She still really wanted to know how that had happened. Naruto was always so dark and dreary that she had almost given up hope on him ever finding a special someone. It seemed she had been worried all this time for nothing. I've been preparing to move. Noticing the panicked look on her face, Naruto quickly amended his statement. I'm not leaving Tokyo. Zurov thought the same thing. I'm actually trying to find a place around Arakawa here in the north, so I'll actually be much closer to your house. Haruka placed a hand to her chest and let out a sigh of relief. You had me worried for a second there, Naru-chan. I'm glad you're not leaving. All of us would be very sad if you did. Zurov and Erika nodded at that. Yes, Naruto. I'd be very sad if you do not come to ring anymore. We have many fistings of friendships to do. Naruto's sweat dropped and Eugen snickered at Zurov's awkward choice of words. The Russian man was doing his best to get used to speaking Japanese, but if he hadn't gotten the hang of it in the several years he had been here, he likely never would. It was actually funnier this way. It had become a part of his character. An evil look crossed Haruka's face as she slowly turned to look at her husband. Darling, you wouldn't happen to still be going to that nasty fighting club, would you? Zurov shrunk in on himself as a bead of sweat fell down his face. And no, dearest. I definitely am not going to the club of fighting, and I did not win the tournament last week. Not Zurov, no, he waved his hands placatingly in front of his face as he tried to appease his angry wife. Haruka turned to look at Naruto and began putting the pressure on him. If Naruto was fazed, he didn't show it as he sedately chewed a piece of grilled fish. Naru-chan, Zurov-chan hasn't been fighting again, has he? I would hate so much to hear that either of you had been back to that dirty place. Swallowing, Naruto shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I haven't been there in a while. I'm not sure since it's been a bit, but I don't recall seeing Zurov there recently. It was true, but only because he had been absent the last few weeks, something that had probably caused a touch of panic. He was sure Zurov had been going. He rarely missed any time at the ring. If he wasn't there for several days, something must be incredibly wrong. He knew for fact that the last time he had been, Zurov had been there as well. The dark aura faded away from Haruka and she smiled brightly. I see. That's good. Let's get back to lunch, now. We wouldn't want the food I spent so much time on to go cold. Beside her, Zurov silently clapped his hands together in prayer, thanking Naruto for saving his hide. Naruto snorted lightly and continued eating his meal. Eugen, who once again had been quiet, spoke up. Actually, Naruto, how do you all know each other? Is it this fighting club you all keep mentioning? Naruto's eyes rose from his plate to answer her query. That's right, he affirmed. A while back I became part of an underground fighting ring where people from all over come to fight in the daily tournaments. Lots of money flows through those doors, so it was even better in my mind. I met Zurov in that ring. During my first few days there I managed to beat every single person who challenged me. Then Zurov and I had a match. That was the hardest I had worked to win out of any fight I had so far. We hit it off well outside of the matches, and it sort of blossomed from there. Zurov is a bit of character, so it's never boring. He convinced me to come home and have dinner with him one day, and that's when I met these two lovely ladies. Erika preened and puffed out her chest at being called a lady, while Haruka brought a hand up to her cheek. My, Naru-chan, you're so sweet. I'm a taken woman though. My heart belongs to my darling only. Zurov's eyes became big and watery, and he hugged his wife tight. Ah, Haruka-chan. Zurov is very lucky to have you. I am blessed to have such a good family. Erika hopped up and ran around the table to burrow her way into the hug. Naruto watched the family with a small, sad smile on his face. This reminded him of back when he was young, back when he still had. For a split second, he saw himself in Zurov's place, hugging a woman and two kids, people all around them smiling brightly as they laughed together. A singular tear leapt from the corner of his eye, unnoticed by the bonding family. He jumped slightly when he felt a hand squeeze his forearm gently. Eugen locked eyes with him wordlessly, a sympathetic look on her face. She scooted her chair closer and leaned up against his shoulder in silent reassurance. He mouthed a "thank you" to her and remained with her like that until the family broke apart and returned to lunch. He could see the look in the two adults' eyes, and he knew what it meant. They were going to do some personal bonding. That was something he could help with. Say, how about I take Erika with Eugen and I? We were planning on taking a little walk, so I can take her while you two enjoy a little time alone together. He fidgeted nervously at the grateful, watery-eyed look the pair gave him. Waterfalls poured from their eyes at his words, making the scene highly comical to watch. Naru-chan's the best. Naruto is bestest friend. They shouted at the same time. Naruto couldn't hold it anymore and burst out into actual laughter, the first time he had done so in a long, long time. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto and Eugen walked the streets of Tokyo, simply enjoying the early afternoon sunshine and light breeze in the air. It was still cool in the late spring season, and it wouldn't be long before the heat began to sweep the concrete city. The trees were full of vibrant blossoms, shading the world with pinks and greens and yellows synonymous with the season of rebirth. Birds chirped from tree branches and the insects and squirrels riddled the air in a lively cacophony. Naruto enjoyed the spring and the fall the most. The vernal season was filled with new life and the blossoming of nature, a sight that he found truly beautiful. Nature chakra was at its most pure during spring, and being a sage, he was enveloped in the chakra of the world almost constantly. Any disposition of the energy he too would feel. In other words, if the chakra was lively, he too felt the radiance. As for fall, he just loved the autumnal colors as the departure of the leaves dyed the ground in its hues. The holidays, the atmosphere, he loved it all. Today was a perfect vernal day to simply enjoy the outdoors with no worries on the mind. Erika sat atop Naruto's shoulders with her arms around his neck, a giant smile like her father on her face. She hummed some unknown song to herself as she enjoyed spending time with her pseudo-older brother. Eugen once again found herself watching Naruto and silently thinking about him. He was truly an enigma, one that she was still so far from figuring out. She had remained reticent for the last few hours, unsure of what to do or say around these strange new people. She was sure she would become accustomed to these people with time, but for now she felt uncomfortable trying to be a part of the dynamic. She felt a little bad about that, actually. She didn't want to come across as a bad guest. But that was the thing. Naruto always said that he didn't have anyone, and that he was completely alone. Yet here they were, walking through the street with a little girl who absolutely adored him, and a family who openly invited him to their table to break bread. Naruto always acted like there wasn't a reason in the world for him to stick around, and yet here he was chatting and laughing like any other person. She almost couldn't believe it was the same Naruto she had come to know and love. God, that was still a surreal thought. Despite his moody, aloof, almost abrasive personality sometimes, she still cared about him deeply. A good part of that was the bond, she surmised, but not all of it. She genuinely did care about him. She wouldn't go saying that aloud though. No one better expect her to be all mushy. That wasn't her thing, and neither was it Naruto's. She was going to figure him out one day. It may not be today or tomorrow, but she would eventually. She was going to be with him for a long time, so there was no rush. Naruto's eyes narrowed. There was someone here with a chakra signature that he didn't recognize, and it was too large to be a civilian. His head snapped upwards. Eugen, watch out. A rod of steel shot out of Eugen's sleeve just in time to intercept the blade that had been aimed at her head. A single moment later and she would have been skewered. She immediately snapped to full alert as she searched for the source of the attack. So you blocked, number 66. I suppose I'm not surprised, you always were the best of us. The sudden introduction of an unfamiliar voice brought them to the target of their search. On top of a nearby light pole stood a raven-haired woman in a kimono with unnecessarily large sleeves. The only clothing that adorned her legs was a pair of black stockings and wooden geta, making for an odd blend of two different styles. She leapt down to the ground, giving a free shot of her purple panties, and bent her knees to absorb the impact. The jump from that distance didn't even seem to faze her, but that wasn't impressive in present company. Both Eugen and Naruto were able to do the same. Strutting forward at an eased pace, the mystery woman stopped about 15 feet away from them, a smirk adorning her face the entire way. The woman sort of reminded Naruto of a Hyuga with the attire, arrogant smirk, and measured pace, as well as reminding him of Tenten with the dagger she had thrown. Dear God, is this what would have happened if Neji and Tenten had ever gotten together? He shuddered at the thought. A jerk with a pointy weapon obsession was an unsafe combination. Eugen returned the expression to the woman who had so rudely interrupted her walk. She knew this person very well. Well, if it isn't number 61, what an unpleasant surprise. You know it's rude to show up uninvited. That's an offense that can't go unpunished, you know. The grin on number 61's face threatened to split it in two. My apologies. When I saw you walking so casually down the street, I couldn't help but try to cut you a third eye. I've been waiting so very long to put a knife in that pretty little head of yours. So tell me, how do you intend to stop me? In response, Eugen's eyes narrowed. Number 61 knew that she was the bane of just about every weapon using Sekere's existence. She could simply leech the metal away from their weapons and that was it. If she was this cocky, she had to have something up her sleeve. Eugen had a feeling she knew what that was. Now all she had to do was confirm it. Raising an eyebrow, Eugen incredulously retorted, you do realize what my powers are, don't you? If you've already forgotten from all those beatings I gave you, then you must have lost your sad little mind. Number 61 barked out a short laugh, but otherwise didn't seem to take the bait in Eugen's words. Oh, I'm well aware. I think you'll find that these daggers of mine won't be so easy to control anymore. To prove her point, number 61 withdrew two daggers from her sleeves and charged straight at Eugen, signaling that the fight had begun. In an instant liquid metal poured from Eugen's sleeves, forming into the plate armor Naruto had first seen her wearing and a broadsword in her right hand. She glanced over her shoulder and locked eyes with Naruto. That look said all he needed to know even before the words left her mouth. Take the girl and go. I'll hold the witch off while you retreat. I'll be fine, promise. I won't lose to a punk like her. As she was speaking she matched number 61's hurried pace with her sword poised to remove the offending woman's head from her shoulders. Naruto didn't hesitate to get moving. Turning away from the fight, he took off at full speed, making sure to hold onto Erika so she wouldn't fly off his shoulders. Oni-chan, what's going on? Is the pretty lady going to be all right? Where are we going? Despite the wind ripping by their faces, Naruto heard Erika speak and made sure his voice was loud enough for her to hear in kind. Eugen is just saying hello to an old friend, Erika-chan. Don't worry, she'll be all right. I'm going to take you back home and then come help her, Okay. Erika didn't look completely convinced, but she nodded all the same. Her older brother was the best, so she would trust what he was saying. He was as strong as her daddy, so no one could beat him in a fight. He ran for a solid minute before ducking into a nearby alleyway and looking to make sure nobody could see them. Facing the girl, he put a finger to his lips motioning for her to stay quiet. Erika-chan, would you like to see a magic trick? Sparkles entered Erika's eyes and she nodded her head fervently, showing that she was still very much a kid. Naruto chuckled. Okay, cover your eyes for a second and I'll start the magic trick. Just promise me you won't tell anybody about my trick, alright? Don't even tell Zarav and Haruka. It will be our little secret, nay? He winked at her. She gave him a cute smile and covered her eyes with her hands, bouncing in place with anticipation. Naruto shook his head at her excitement. It wouldn't really matter if she did tell anyone what he was about to do. They would think it was just the hyperbolic nature of an 8-year-old. He was just going to run fast, fast enough to give her a thrill, but not so fast that any passers-by may find it suspicious. They would just think he was a professional athlete or something. Making his signature hand seal, another Naruto appeared next to the original in a puff of smoke. With a follow-up hand seal, he and the clone switched places, with the clone now holding the little girl. Giving each other a quick nod, the real Naruto bolted out of the alley back towards Eugen. He wasn't about to leave her to fight by herself, after all. XXXXXXXXXX Eugen shifted to her back foot as a knife intended for her ribcage sliced through the air with ease. The aggressive Ravenet had been forcing a close-quarters conflict for the last several minutes, doing her best to give Eugen no room to breathe. That was probably the smartest thing she could do, seeing as her weapon choices were limited. While she could use her knives as single-use projectiles, that was a pretty ineffective tactic without a proper setup. Eugen didn't have that problem. An armor-clad foot scraped the concrete as she pivoted with a powerful retaliation, sword only missing the kimono-clad woman by inches when she folded her body away from the blade. That was fine, the attack hadn't been intended to hit. The knife wielder was not delayed for long as she entered attacking range with an overhead swing. Rather than block the incoming strike, Eugen held her blade aloft with the edge facing out. Number 61 was forced to redirect her angle, lest she lose her hand in the process. While the woman was distracted from above, Eugen lashed out with a kick that hit the Ravenet in the chest. As her opponent stumbled backwards from the harsh blow, she chained her counter with several shards of iron from her sleeves. Since she was still off balance, there would be no dodging the quickly approaching shrapnel. The woman ignored her aching sternum in favor of her imminent survival. Gnashing her teeth, she swiftly slipped a handful of daggers between her fingers and launched the weapons, meeting the deadly scraps midair and sending them all to the ground with a series of loud clinks. She drew 2 more daggers from within the folds of her kimono in preparation. Eugen wasn't the only one with a couple of tricks up her sleeves. Thanks to her making use of the weapons at range, she had enough time to catch a slash that would have bisected her in a crossblock between the daggers, creating a shower of steel as they vied for supremacy. Their arms trembled as they put all their power into dominating the exchange, though it was clear that Eugen was stronger as the much larger blade got closer and closer to number 61's neck, forcing the woman to arch her back to keep her skull intact. Using her compromised position, number 61 conceded the exchange and rolled backwards, deftly leaping to her feet and charging right back in at Eugen. Each blow she rained down on the woman was deflected expertly and with little effort, something that infuriated number 61 more and more as they continued. In her anger, her attacks became sloppy, sacrificing precision for raw strength. That was more than enough for Eugen to capitalize on. After one particularly wide swing, Eugen knocked the Ravenet off balance by catching the blade on her guard and forcing it to overextend, punching her square in the face as a consequence. She teetered backwards and held her now bleeding nose, glaring figurative daggers at Eugen. The woman was forced to let go of her damaged nose as Eugen gave her no mercy, reflecting the previous flow of battle on the disadvantaged number 61 with a barrage of swordplay. Have you had enough yet? Neither you nor any of the other 60s have ever beaten me in a fight, and it won't change now. Just because you have stone instead of steel doesn't mean a thing. I don't need to be able to control your blade to kick your sorry ass. She bit out between swipes. Number 61 screamed bloody murder as she did her utmost to eviscerate the green-haired woman, to no avail. Fuck you, 66. I've always hated you and your goddamned arrogant attitude, always acting like you were better than us. Not anymore. I'm going to cut you up so badly they won't even recognize you when they come to pick you up. She was getting under her skin. Good. This was only going to make her job even easier. Eugen smirked. Tisk. Tisk. Just because you're a juster and all the other girls like me more than you doesn't mean you need to get your panties in a twist. I don't act arrogant, I'm just better than you. There's a difference, you see. Arrogance is only arrogance if it isn't warranted. Number 61 jabbed both daggers forward, hoping to shred both her kidneys and put the cocky bastard down permanently. She was going to impale this cocky, no good, cunt if it was the last thing she did. It's over. Her body suddenly and violently met pavement at Mach speed, cracking the pavement and a rib or two for good measure. Her knives clattered to the ground several feet from the crash site and skittered across the pavement far out of reach. Naruto landed on the ground and shook his fist, flexing the digits rhythmically. Thanks. My fingers were a little tense, but they're all loose now. That feels way better. The impact had made her mind go fuzzy for a moment from how heavily she landed. Eyes swimming, she strained to get a look at the one who had sneak attacked her. She was rather bewildered to see that it was the blonde man from earlier. So he had come back after getting rid of the child, huh? For a human, he hit hard. There was no way he was normal. Was he really human? If that was Eugen's Ashikabi, she wouldn't be shocked. Neither of those freaks were normal. Dragging herself out of the wreckage, number 61 spit out a glob of blood and drew another pair of daggers from her sleeves. Damn, now there were two of them. No matter, she would still kill them at all costs. Eugen's eyes never left her opponent as she addressed Naruto. What are you doing here? What did you do with the little girl? I took her back home and made my way here. I figured you had this handled, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Can't have my boredom relief go kicking the bucket on me now. He rolled his neck with a series of satisfying pops and hopped on the balls of his feet. Well, that's certainly impressive. I'm curious to know how you got there and back so fast, but that will have to wait for later. I can handle her. It was more of a statement than a request as she walked out to meet her stationary opponent. All right. I'll be here. This should be entertaining. He walked out of the street and rested against a telephone pole to watch the conflict unfold. Number 61 growled at their banter. They were both insufferable. Just try it, bitch. She leapt high into the air, leaving the Ashikabi, Seker pair behind on the surface. Cocking her daggers and twisting her body, she prepared to let her weapons fly, but never got the chance. Eugen pointed two fingers towards the sky and the street split open as several pipes shot up to meet the airborne attacker. Number 61's eyes widened in alarm. She wouldn't be able to dodge this in midair. The only way out was through. Showing her proficiency with her weapon, she slashed the tips of the pipes to pieces like bamboo, leaving the figurative fangs blunted. Once the direct danger of impalement had passed, she flipped herself over and used the pacified pipes to propel herself forward, blades extended outwards like a human arrow. Hopping back as the enraged female streaked through the air, Eugen stayed just out of range of the attack. Stone shivs met pavement rather than bone, entrenching themselves deep into the earth. Taking advantage of her opponent's momentary pinning, Eugen summoned a wall of metal behind number 61 and thundered towards her. Giving up the borrowed blades, 61 immediately put as much distance as she could between herself, the wall, and the green-haired woman, and not a moment too soon. Tendrils of liquid metal grasped like fingers at where she had been only a second before, searching desperately for their quarry. She knew how adept 66 was with her elemental control. If her foe was anywhere near the material, it was game over. Backflipping several times, she launched knife after knife at the steel freight train that was Eugen, but the blades did little to halt her approach. The only reason they were even a bother was their capability to puncture her armor when thrown. Used as a slashing weapon, they could barely make a scratch, which was exactly what allowed Eugen to remain so calm while under fire. Drawing a stream of metal from underground, Eugen coated her broadsword in the excess and slashed at the empty air. It may have looked insane had scythe-like curves of the material not begun flying off of the European brand, screaming through the distance between the two fighters. Naruto watched the scene with rapt attention as the two danced back and forth. The clashing of steel on steel and blades flying through the air was a bit memorial for him. This actually felt really nice to watch, despite the mortality of it. He trusted Eugen enough to win this. You know, where was Miss Purple Panties keeping all those shivs? It was like an inmate's wet dream. She had thrown so many and yet didn't look at all perturbed about the possibility of running out. Maybe it was one of those secret female pocket dimensions he had heard about. Better than the Uchiha's damn Kamui. Mysteries of the universe, he supposed. Taking a deep breath in, Naruto leaned further against the wooden post. He had to give her credit, Eugen's power was pretty incredible. She could call it from wherever she wanted, make it into anything she wanted, and use it however she wanted. The only limit was the type of metal she could control, but the ones she did have some accord with were some of the most common. And who knew she was so skilled with a sword? She was no master, but she could have made for a decent samurai if she had lived several hundred years ago. It would have probably been more accurate to say a knight of medieval Europe, what with the armor and broadsword. The only problem would have been hiding her identity as a female in both cases. Jeanne d'Arc may have been able to do it, but he was pretty sure she didn't have boobs as big as Eugen. Binding them down with bandages wouldn't do jack shit. He had seen her in bandages firsthand, and they were completely useless against her size. Hottest mummy he had ever seen, and he knew Cleopatra VII before she died. The woman had been almost as kinky with snakes as Anko.
Back to the situation at hand, Naruto knew Eugen was good with ranged and incapacitation attacks, but he may have been wrong to assume that was how she usually fought. He had only gotten to see her fight against electricity, which had forced her to give up her armor and fight at a distance, so he really had no clue as to her capabilities. Between her armor and her close combat skills, ranged techniques, and free-range control to use metal as she pleased, she was formidable.
Naruto watched as Eugen launched another arc of steel from her sword, carving a furrow into the ground. The damage to the environment was going to be hard to cover up, and even harder to explain. Now that he thought about it, this whole situation was really bad. By some divine miracle there had been no one on the street besides them, so there was at least that. He doubted that he and Eugen would be getting out of this scot-free, regardless of their victory and the fight being purely reactionary. They were fighting in the north and within the public eye, both of which were punishable offenses according to what Shosei had told him. Manaka had been rather generous with his leniency, but he was dubious to believe that everything would be waived this time. Naruto himself would face the music when it became a pressing issue. After all, he could have stopped this long before it became a violation or even a proper fight. Might as well enjoy the action while he could. Cutting down the many projectiles bombarding her with ease, Eugen halted her dashing assault. Raising a hand, she streaked 2 fingers through the air, pointing to the street then towards the elusive dagger wielder. More pipes burst out of the ground and flew like bullets at her command, eager to please their summoner. Number 61 dodged them easily enough, spears of iron passing her by harmlessly. She barely got out of the way in time as one of the sewer javelins attacked from behind, forcing her upwards on top of a light pole. Several strands of severed hair floated on the wind, proving just how near a miss it had been. Eyes widening, she let gravity take hold as she dropped to the earth, dodging a coalition of spikes that had nearly cost her her head. As soon as she moved, they changed course, staying hot on her trail. They were tracking her. She whipped her head towards the immobile knight who grinned gleefully at her predicament. That conniving son of a bitch. Tossing 2 daggers as a distraction, the woman hit the ground and instantly sped towards 66. Forced to give up her control lest she be pierced by the sharpened stone, Eugen contorted her body sideways, making use of the minimum amount of motion necessary to evade. She plunged her sword into the ground and swung her hands around like claws in front of her. At first, it seemed nothing had happened, but it became apparent that something was going on when the black-haired woman stopped moving. Suddenly blood erupted across number 61's body, her face set in a visage of pain. Thin wires had sliced into her entire body, chaining her in place. She snarled as she realized what had happened. The durable strings had emerged out of the discarded scrap junkyard littering the road like a giant cage. Her face smashed into the concrete as the wires yanked her down, black spots appearing in her vision. Like snakes the wires slithered across the ground, pulling the battered woman along like a sack of potatoes. Rocks and rugged concrete tore into her bruised body, only exacerbating her wounds. The strings sedately pulled her to the wall Eugen had created and then up it, melding into the surface. She winced as they pulled tight, effectively crucifying her on the surface. What's more, the wall itself had morphed around her arms and legs, trapping her in its embrace. She started struggling with every last bit of energy she had to no avail, causing the wires to only dig deeper into her flesh. While weapon Sekirei were stronger than the average elemental Sekirei, they were still no combat type. She couldn't rip through steel like they could, and she couldn't cut it down without her weapons. She turned to glare at the approaching green-haired woman. Damn, number 66 knew her too well. The wall had engulfed her hands specifically. This was it. Blood welled in her mouth as pain coursed through her entire body. The crimson liquid fell from the corners of her mouth like a waterfall, jumping ship like the Titanic. She could taste the iron. Gods, even the blood that flowed through her veins had her damnable element in it. She grinned through dyed teeth. At least this was one thing she couldn't control. Walking towards the woman at a leisurely pace, Eugen stood in front of her and looked down condescendingly. Eugen deftly sliced both of 61's immobilized legs and then her arms, making sure they wouldn't be able to function until after she was deactivated. She planted an armored knee into the woman's gut and smashed the hilt of her sword into the back of number 61's skull when she hunched forward, sending stars through her vision. Placing her sword at the woman's neck, she ended her brutal assault. Caught in the web like the insect you are. Any last words before I finish you? Damn you. She spat with vitriol, actually spitting out a glob of blood and saliva at Eugen in pure spite. Eugen watched as it fell short and hit the ground, mixing with the pooled blood already present. So be it. With no further discussion, Eugen stabbed her sword clean into number 61's stomach. Naruto started clapping as he made his way to stand beside his partner. Well done indeed. Though I think it was obvious she was no match for you, I have to say that was incredibly entertaining. Nice work, Eugen. He liked the touch with the wires. Ninja wire was just so useful. Nostalgia. She shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and smirked triumphantly. HMPH, what can I say? I aim to please. That was a pretty fun warm-up. A loud cackle escaped Naruto's lips. That's what I like to hear. Number 61 threw up a huge amount of blood as she slowly went unconscious from blood loss. They had already forgotten her existence, as if even as she died she was nothing more than a nuisance. Her last conscious thought was, her Ashikabi is as much of a prick as she is. XXXXXXXXXX. The trio waved at Naruto and Eugen as they left, an action which they returned with equal effort. Take care, Naru-chan. Come back to see us soon, you hear? You are always welcome in this house, no matter what. You too, Eugen-chan. See you, Oni-chan. I want to play again soon. Come back too, pretty lady, we'll all have fun together. Be seeing you soon, my friend, come to club soon, all of the peoples are doing the missing of you. Haruka turned to glare at Zerov as he waved his hands in front of his face, swearing up and down that he wasn't talking about the underground pit. Naruto chuckled jovially and Eugen simply smiled as they left. They were such an odd little family, but one that could burrow their way into the heart of anyone with their antics. I'll be back soon. We'll be sure to invite you to the housewarming party when we find a new place. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto and Eugen walked with a comfortable hush as they returned to their search. They hadn't lost much time with the unexpected skirmish, not anything more than they had been planning on spending on the walk with Erika. It was likely only 4 o'clock or so based off of the setting sun. They were each watching separate sides of the road, only occasionally stopping to point a house out to the other. None had lasted more than a minute or so of discussion, though. They weren't being picky or anything. None of the houses had been particularly extraordinary in their minds. Eugen was the first to break the silence on non-proprietorial topics. You said that the CEO declared fighting in the north forbidden, right? What was she doing up here? I don't think number 61 was winged, so maybe just a random occurrence. Naruto shrugged, probably. I agree about her being unwinged. I doubt an Ashikabi would knowingly risk the penalty. Seemed like she had a vendetta against you, so maybe she was just in the area, but only engaged combat because it was you. She tilted her head in ponderance and nodded. That was probably right. Yeah, that's the most likely case. Though Sekirei were mostly kept in isolation, we did spend some time together. All of the 60s met as a group whenever the researchers allowed us. Most of the time it was for sparring to test our adjusted powers, but sometimes we were left to just test our ability to interact socially. Both of those were required of our exit test. 61 always hated me because I was the best of the 60s and was respected by all the others. When I was the first to pass the exit test, she must have thrown a huge fit. Her movement lapsed when she realized Naruto was no longer walking beside her. Turning around, she saw him standing several feet back with his eyes glued to a house. Following his line of sight, she too paused to marvel at the sight. This was exactly like what they were looking for. It was a large, 2-story traditional Japanese abode, complete with a fence and large yard. The atmosphere here felt regal almost. The place stood out in the middle of this modern district. A standing relic of a dynasty past. Too bad there wasn't a sign out for rent or purchase. If there was another like this one in the area, they would be lucky. Era, can I help you with something, good sir? Naruto snapped from his wonder, catching notice of a woman standing on the steps of the house with a broom. He blinked. What was with him bumping into all of these beautiful women lately? The woman standing on the porch was wearing a white haori and purple hakama held together by a matching purple obi, tied right beneath her sizable bust. Upon her feet were a standard pair of zori. Her attire was reminiscent of the shozoku of a miko, or shrine maiden, but there were a number of smaller differences that separated the two styles of attire. Her long, lavender hair was tied back into a ponytail by a white ribbon, and the bangs that fell in her face brought out the beauty of her features perfectly. Her round, brown borderline scarlet eyes stared at him curiously, gauging his reactions with a level of scrutiny that made him feel like she was no ordinary housewife. Though he couldn't make out much of the rest of her figure thanks to the conservative nature of her dress, he could tell from her perfect, curvaceous hips that she had amazing legs too. All in all, she was an extremely beautiful woman. A Yamato Nadeshiko if he had ever seen one. His analysis had only lasted a second, so his pause seemed like a normal response. He wouldn't throw that conception by hesitating longer. My apologies, Miko-san. My friend and I have been preparing to move from our current residence in Setagaya and have been on the lookout for a house. There has been an increased amount of violent activity there, so we felt it best to move to the north. I just had to stop and stare at your beautiful house. It's exactly like what we've been looking for. My apologies for being a bit peculiar. I'll be on my way. Take care, Miko-san. The Miko brought a hand to her face and closed her eyes in a distinctly, I smile, sort of way. My, how polite. I certainly couldn't let such a nice young man just leave after complimenting my home in such a manner. As it happens, I have plenty of space here at Maison Izumo and only one tenant beside myself occupying it. If you'd like, I'd be happy to have a pair of new tenants. Naruto was caught off guard by her statement. His luck with life had always been rather terrible. Back in the days when he was a young shinobi, trouble seemed to follow him like a puppy dog from the Inuzuka clan. This sounds too good to be true. A beautiful house and a beautiful landlady to match. I think my terrible luck may have finally changed. We would be most grateful to stay here, Miko-san. The woman giggled from behind her hand, seemingly taking his words in stride. I see we have a flatterer here. Whatever is a poor housewife like me to do around such debauchery? Please, come in. I'll start a pot of tea and we can discuss the rest then. She slid open the front door and walked inside, likely on her way to the kitchen as she had said. Naruto turned slowly to look at Eugen with a wide grin on his face. Well, would you look at that, Eugen-chan? You can admit it, I'm the best. Rolling her eyes at his idiocy, she passed right by him and made her way to the door. Just get your ass inside. I'd rather not have your tomfoolery cost us this opportunity. He only smirked harder at her words, acquiescing nonetheless. XXXXXXXXXX. Several minutes later, the woman returned from the kitchen carrying a tray with 3 cups and a kettle containing the refreshing liquid. Her guests sat waiting at the dinner table in Seiza, giving their undivided attention as she walked in. She received 2 grateful nods and a muttering of appreciation as she distributed the cups and poured them both tea. Thank you for waiting. I hope the tea is to your liking. Naruto smiled at her as he gingerly picked up the cup with his right hand and placed it in his left palm. Rotating it 90 degrees so that the front was no longer facing him, he took a sip and sighed in contentment. She had brewed a pot of green tea, which was standard, but the flavor was anything from ordinary. It tasted wonderful. Naruto savored the taste as it spread across his tongue, the heat of the beverage only adding to his opinion. He hadn't had a cup of tea this good in a very long time. He could brew it just as well if not better, as difficult a task as that may be, but he had been around for a very long time and had had a lot of practice. This was a normal woman as far as he could tell, so it was incredibly impressive. Though he was already starting to believe that that was not the case. How she had studied him earlier, how she spoke, and how she held herself were all not that of an average civilian. No, she was much too elegant and poised for that. He knew all the nuances of people much too well, and she was too perfect to be human. She was like that silver-haired woman he had bumped into a few days ago, a warrior. And maybe, just maybe, she was not of the mortal coil just as he was. The morbid thought actually sent his heart fluttering with a slight twinge of something he had not felt in many years, hope. This is an excellent cup of tea, Miko-san. I haven't had tea this good in a very long time. Eugen nodded her head in concurrence, agreeing with his statement wholeheartedly. She giggled in the way Naruto was already starting to recognize as her signature. I'm glad you like it. There's no need to call me Miko. I'm no shrine maiden. My name is Mia. Asama Mia. May I ask for your names? Scratching his head, Naruto realized that once again he had forgotten a big part of social interaction. Telling someone your name was a big necessity. He really needed to get readjusted to this. Oh, my apologies, Mia-san. My name is Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please look after me. Mia nodded at him. The pleasure is all mine, Naruto-san. Turning to look at the other woman in the room, Mia waited for her response. Eugen put down her cup of tea. Locking eyes with Mia, she gave her opening. My name is Eugen. No family name. Nice to meet you. Mia smiled. Likewise, Eugen-san. Introductions out of the way, Mia turned back to Naruto and addressed something that caught her eye. She had been watching his every movement thus far, and he had already started making a favorable impression. He was meticulous with his drinking of the tea, his posture, and his polite way of speaking. Not many people nowadays even knew the proper ways, let alone use them. She was already starting to like this young man, and they had only just met. Naruto-san, you seem well versed in Japanese tradition. I'm impressed with your knowledge of formality. A smile gracefully danced onto his face as she made her observation known. Of course she had noticed, he knew she would. Any warrior worth their steel would be able to see the subtleties of his motions with little trouble. Being aware of your surroundings was a must on and off the battlefield for them. I've been around the block a few times. That this day and age has come to the point where practicing tradition as a commodity is a true tragedy. Traditional values were one of the few things he could carry with him from the past. There was a certain appeal to archiving the historic ways of life, and Naruto considered himself the ultimate archivist of such knowledge. He knew traditions that even the most formal of individuals would have no inkling of. Most times he didn't make use of them, but then again he was seldom in contact with other people. Formalities were not a necessity in the sanctity of your own home. Mia was amazed. The young blonde got more intriguing with every word he said. I agree, Naruto-san. I must say it is rather heartening to find someone who shares the sentiment. She laughed and amended, though, you sound like an old man when you speak like that. Something about him made her just want to tease him. It was rather odd, considering she had never been one to do so, even when her husband was alive. She had not been close to another man in any manner since then, so that she already was starting to relax around this man she had only met minutes prior was alarming. Mia couldn't say that it was a bad thing. In fact, it might be nice to have someone like him around. His personable and easygoing nature, from what she could tell, made interacting with him a relaxed event. Glancing at the stifled green-haired woman, Eugen, she found herself wondering about her as well. Judging off of their interaction and what she could gather of their relationship, Eugen was likely a Seker. She knew enough about their kind to recognize one when she saw one. Mia didn't know what to make of her yet, seeing as she hadn't spoken much, but her intuition told her she was good as well. If they truly meant to escape the violence of the Seker plan as they had said, then she was more than happy to aid them. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto pouted and hunched over. Well, when you get to be old like me, you find yourself often reminiscent. You should enjoy your youth while you're young and pretty. His eyes roamed between Mia and Eugen while playing the part of the stereotypical, wizened old man perfectly. It was true, no matter his looks. Mia giggled at his words. My, Naruto-san, maybe you should be moving into a retirement home instead. Eugen crowed in satisfaction. Ha, see, I'm not the only one who thinks that. She grinned cheekily at her fellow female. I think we'll get along just fine, Mia-san. I think we will, Eugen-san. The blonde sighed in defeat. Now there were two people he had to contend with, and what's worse, they were tag-teaming him. He began muttering about mean women picking on poor defenseless old men and how he wished he had stopped Boredom-chan before she got him into troublesome scenarios. Alright, let's get on to business now. Here at Maison Azuma rent is 50,000 per room a month. I will take care of preparing meals and a number of the household chores, but I would appreciate help. The only rules I have are no violence and no lewd activity. Naruto looked utterly taken aback. That was it? He could easily pay for the entire inn and not even be bothered, so money was no concern, but that was still a startling price. And if those were her only rules, then this would be a pretty easy place to live. They really had struck jackpot. Are you sure that's all you need? That price is incredibly generous. You can't find a place anywhere for that amount. I can easily pay you more than that, it would be no trouble at all. Both of the women in the room were astonished, neither expecting those words to come out of his mouth. For Eugen, it was because he had never struck her as the type to do such a thing. As my grandparents always say, honest we are, stupid we're not. She knew he was thoughtful, but this was new even to her. Though to be fair, it could be because they had not been in such a position before. Mia's eyes were wide and she found herself momentarily speechless. Out of anything he could have said, she had not been prepared for that. He was actually offering to pay more. What was with this convoluted blonde? Most anyone would have kept their mouth shut and their money in their pocket. Him? He offered to pay more. This man was of a different breed. There was a certain air of mystique, wisdom, and something else she couldn't place about him. The feeling was exotic, like the first visage of something completely foreign that surrealistically shocked the conscious with its arrival. In a way, it was alluring. I'm going to have to keep an eye on him. Leaving her thoughts for later, Mia smiled beatifically. There's no need, Naruto-san. My husband always believed in never turning someone away in need, and that includes monetary reasons. Though I'm very grateful for your offer, I won't change my standards even for that sort of benefit. Naruto nodded to her and addressed Eugen. Would you like to have separate rooms, Eugen? I don't mind covering an extra room if you would prefer that. Now it was Eugen's turn to be astounded. Seriously, what was with her Ashikabi? One moment he was moody and abrasive, the next he treated her like his wife. No, I'm fine with staying in the same room. There's no need for pointless excess. All right. I'd like to rent one room, Mia-san. I can pay you rent for the month right now. Proving his point, He pulled his wallet out of his pocket and began rifling through bills, exposing the nature of his wealth. Did he have a book hidden in his wallet? Bowing slightly, he presented the money to Mia. Gracefully, she thanked him and took the offering. Thank you, Naruto-san. I'll have your room ready in a little bit, I just need some time to prepare it. The room number is 202. It's the first door on the left once you go up the stairs. Are you going to stay the night here, or return home and move in tomorrow? Before he answered, he looked over at his partner, the look in his eyes telling her that he was deferring the choice to her. Eugen thought about it for a moment, coming to her decision without much deliberation. We'll stay the night at our current residence, and move everything tomorrow. We still need to pack, since we hadn't been expecting to find a place so soon. Naruto agreed with her statement. It would be nice to stay one last night in his old home for sentiment and nostalgia's sake. He had been living in that apartment for years now, almost since the establishment was built.
He had been living in Tokyo under different henge forms since it was called Edo, so he had to relocate every so often when the city was renovated. It hadn't been a particularly difficult feat to hide within the walls over the years, seeing as it was so large.
Though when the modern age had rolled in, he had moved away for several decades, deciding instead to live in Germany for a bit. It had really been awkward when World War II broke out. He was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and living in Germany. Keeping his Japanese nationality under wraps and going with the flow had been a really good idea at the time. He had returned to Japan in a hurry, making his home in the highland range of the Akitsu Mountains as a sage. Nostalgia. When he finally departed the mountains for Tokyo once more under his normal guise, he had found that housing complex. It was right around the turn of the millennia then. You would think someone would have noticed him, but that wasn't the case. No one was paying that much attention for supernatural events, such as an unaging man. He kept himself mostly uninvolved from the public, so he went undetected. If the government ever did notice, he would simply disappear. He had hideouts all over the world and nothing but time. If it ever came to that, he was sure Eugen wouldn't mind getting out of the plan. That sounds fine with me. If it's no trouble, we'll stay here for a bit until we need to retire for the night. Mia hummed in acknowledgement. I see no issue with that. It would be nice to have you stay for a few more hours. We can use that time to get to know each other a little better. Unfortunately, our other tenant is out working, so he'll have to introduce himself some other time. Naruto smirked at her mischievously. He couldn't keep his nature at bay for long. What? I'm in a room with two pretty ladies all by myself. I must be a lucky man indeed. Eugen grunted and stared out the window unabashed, but if you looked closely you could see a bare dusting of red on her cheeks. Mia brought her sleeve to cover her mouth and returned fire. Oh, my. Making a move on a poor widow like me when you have Eugen-san already. How indecent, Naruto-san. I think I may need to be careful in the future. The dark look on Naruto's face sucked all the life in the room instantly. Corpses looked more alive than he did. You're a widow, huh? He spoke in a cold monotone so empty that it sent shivers up their spine. My apologies, I'll stop now. Eugen had frozen completely in the face of his reaction, mind racing a mile a minute trying to figure out what was going on. A bead of sweat rolled down Mia's face as she stared deep into the void of his cold, lifeless eyes. This wasn't normal. A normal person would react with maybe a bit of morose and apologize empathetically, but this, the only thing that could explain his reaction was that it hit close to home. Please, it's all right, Naruto. There's no need to be like that. You couldn't have known. I did lose my husband, but it's been long enough that it isn't an open wound. Please don't beat yourself up over it. You've experienced it too, haven't you? The rictus of death remained on his face as he nodded slowly. I lost my wife and children a long, long time ago. They were killed right in front of me as I watched helpless, unable to do anything to save them. I watched them be torn apart piece by piece as they struggled. I see it every time I close my eyes. I remember the echoes of their screams. I hear them in my dreams. I can feel their blood staining me. It never washes away. The regret has never left me a day since they died. No matter what I do, it is always there. I apologize for bringing those memories up for you. I know it can't have been easy. Mia's gaze fell away from his morbid visage. He was a kindred spirit. He knew the pain of losing the most important people in your life and being powerless to do anything about it. He knew the unwavering guilt, pain, and regret that was absolute. What was worse was that he had been forced to watch them die. Gods, he had been forced to watch his family die. Sobs racked Mia at the thought. At least with Takehito, she had been informed rather than a witness. She could feel all the emotions of her loss trickling back as she too was caught in traumas of the past. Eugen's heart wrenched painfully as she cried through clenched teeth. She had wanted to know more about her ashikabi, but this wasn't what she had expected. She hadn't wanted to know this, she didn't want him to have experienced something so awful. She had always known it was going to be something like this, but she had always pushed it away, ignoring the thought. And she absolutely loathed herself for her first reaction being a pang of jealousy at Naruto not only having been married to another woman, but having kids with them. She was disgusting. But now wasn't the time to allow her self-loathing. If she really cared about him, then she would console him in his time of need. Scooting closer to the blonde, Eugen wrapped him up in a hug, resting her head on his sternum as Naruto stared straight ahead. Naruto slowly started to come back to reality over the next minute, foggy eyes once more becoming cognizant. They never lost the dull look they always had. Shifting in place, Naruto was made aware of the person tightly clinging to his chest, occasionally shaking slightly. He grimaced. He had done it again. What was with him getting all sappy and messy lately? It had been so long since he had lost his cool like this, and yet he had already managed to do it 3 times in the last several days. Was it the bond making him this way, or was it her? He hated this feeling. It was scaring him, this vulnerability. Why was it becoming so much harder to keep up his walls? Tapping Eugen's arm to let her know he was fine, he pulled away from her grasp. When he did, he clenched his teeth sharply. Her eyes were red from crying and full of so much grief. Directed at him, his chest lurched with a feeling he couldn't place. It was even more uncomfortable than before. He would do anything to get away from this situation. He would have to do everything to keep his walls even higher. It was unbearable to experience these things. It needed to go away. He felt like he was going to throw up. Stop looking at me like that. Stop it. Stop looking at me like that. Stop looking at me with those eyes. Stop looking at me, stop looking at me, stop looking at me, stop looking at me like that. Stop. A tiny smile worked its way to his face and he squeezed her hands lightly. I'm sorry about that, you too. I didn't mean to get like that. It usually doesn't bother me, but when it hurts, you know. I'm fine now. And Mia, I truly am sorry, that was awful of me. As soon as Mia heard him say her name, she too returned to the present. She shook her head. That's enough, Naruto-san. I'll get angry if you keep apologizing, you know? Let's just call this water under the bridge and move on. The tea will taste bad if the atmosphere stays this dreary. Naruto gave Eugen a brief hug and muttered a quiet, sorry, his demeanor shifting in an instant. For those who had not been present, they would have no idea that anything had been amiss. Standing, he bowed to Mia and made his way towards the hallway, stopping just long enough to say, I think it would be best if we went ahead and returned home. Thank you for your hospitality. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow, Mia-san. Let's go, Eugen. At his words, Eugen rose sluggishly and gave Mia a polite nod as she left. Mia herself made no movement to acknowledge the situation, maroon eyes trailing their figures as they walked out the front door. She had no idea what to think of what had just occurred. Collecting the empty saucers, her hand froze when she reached Naruto's spot. Where was his cup? That was quite strange. He may have been off as he left, but he didn't strike her as the type to be so careless as to leave with the cup still in hand. No, she hadn't seen it in his hand, so that wasn't it. Sighing, she stood and went to the kitchen to wash what cups she did have. Placing the tray of dirty saucers down by the sink, her eyes widened. Sitting on the counter was Naruto's teacup, clean as a whistle. When had he, at this point, Mia was already becoming desensitized to the many confounding things about the blonde. My, he was mysterious, though. In time, she wanted to unravel the secrets of the worn, disparaged soul that had washed up on her shores. Grabbing the dishes, she set about cleaning. XXXXXXXXXX. The walk to the subway station was done in silence. Naruto wasn't bothered by the ambiance, and in fact seemed to be notably grateful for it. Eugen abstained from conversation because she had no idea what to say. What could she say after that? This infuriating man kept making her lose her cool in the worst ways. She was just as uncomfortable as he had been now that the event was said and done. This wasn't her. This sappy, sobbing, emotional mess that he had made her. It had to be the bond. The damn bond that messed with the head of every Sekere that felt its whims. She had never, ever been like this prior to her winging. She had fallen prey to the very thing she had hated her entire life, and she didn't know what to do. There wasn't anything to do. The best she could do was to be more resilient. To overcome the pressure of the bond. She would be here for him, but as Eugen, not as a bonded Sekere. She was stronger than this, damn it all. They rode the half-hour subway journey from Arakawa to Setagaya in silence still, neither finding the words to breach the subject. As they got off the train, Naruto finally broke the terse atmosphere. Are you sure, you want me to be your Ishikabi? What? was Eugen's brilliant response. I said, are you sure you want me as your ashikabi? I'm probably one of the worst people you could have as a partner. You'll only be held back if you stay with me. I can break this bond if that's what you want. Shadows danced over Eugen's lowered face. She started walking towards the stairs of the station, leaving Naruto standing there nonplussed. Let's go. You've had your time to be mopey already. We have a lot of packing to do, and I'm not going to do it by myself. Naruto was absolutely flabbergasted. He scoffed, tossing his head to the side as his fingertips framed his face. She was right. There were better things to do than wallow in misery. This time, he was the one moving to catch up with her. XXXXXXXXXX. The front door swung open, allowing the two occupants to walk through its premise. Both of them immediately set about compacting their belongings. Naruto had called a moving company on the way home and gotten a truck scheduled for the next day. It was late, so they wouldn't get much preparation done tonight, but every little bit counted. Luckily, there weren't a terrible lot of things in Naruto's possession. Packing was always unexpectedly arduous, no matter the amount. You don't realize how much you have until you're forced to go through it all. They worked laboriously for a time, putting a number of non-essentials into cardboard boxes and putting them neatly to the side. Naruto hadn't decided what he would do with the furniture just yet, but he had the truck tomorrow no matter what he chose. Naruto cracked his back as he stood up from his last box, sighing happily at the sound of his vertebrae popping. His back was killing him. A hot shower sounds great right about now. After a hard day's work, there's nothing like it. I wonder if Eugen is still working in the kitchen. Checking said room, he found it devoid of life. The boxes she had been filling were tidily kept in the corner of the kitchen where they wouldn't interfere with the room's function. There wasn't as much to do in the kitchen as the living room where he had been working, so chances were she had started one of the other rooms. Maybe she had had the same idea as him and called it quits for the night. As he walked in, he could see the light seeping under the bathroom door, solving the mystery of her whereabouts. That was fine, he would wait until she was finished. Sliding open the door to the balcony, he leaned over the rail in his usual spot. The twinkling lights in the inky darkness were like the sky had been made perpendicular and the lights themselves had become artificial stars. He scoffed at the notion. He missed when the world had been filled with nature and the city had been modest at night.
He could see the stars clearly then, in those quiet days. As all things do, the world changed, and he too had come to accept that.
He didn't hate the sight by any means, it had just come to represent something new. That was one thing that had been a constant of humanity. Evolution. They were always striving to become better, and that was something he could respect. Among the many things he despised about humanity, that was a shining beacon. He had seen the best of humanity, and the worst. Times when the unconditional love for your fellow man was beautiful, and times when the depravity of humankind bled the world dry. It was funny, some of the best people he had known in the ancient age had been those considered villains. The Akitsuki and Madara Uchiha had been people he respected deeply, for what it was worth. They had visions and a hope for something better. For some it had become contrived, for others it had been simply misunderstood. They had become the way they were through tragedy, and had all changed for it. They weren't bad people. Sasori had allowed himself to die in peace, after waiting years for his family to return home. Pain had wanted people to understand the pain of depravity. Madara had wished for an ideal world for everyone, the list went on. Don't get him wrong. Madara had killed many of his friends, and he would always hate him for that. He still could respect his ambitions and the fact that in the end, he had been the puppet of another's game as well. He shared the Nidaim's sentiment. Damn Uchiha. Except Itachi Uchiha, if there was ever a man he believed deserving of the title Hokage, it was him. He had been an amazing man, an unfortunate victim of life.
And then there was his dear friend, Kurama. The legendary nine-tailed fox, strongest of the Biju. Vessel of eternal hatred and vengeance. At least, until Naruto had broken through to him. Once Naruto had reached him, every terrible thing about Kurama became untrue.
The tailed beast was genuinely good. They had been the closest of friends and partners, fighting through the Great War side by side. Out of everyone he had lost, the loss of Kurama had been the most painful. Kurama had been with him for a long time into his wandering, a constant companion through thick and thin. The only thing he had to keep his sanity. Kurama had quite literally been his light in the dark. And then one day he simply disappeared. No sign, no goodbye, nothing. After his disappearance, Naruto had spent nearly 20 years trying to find Kurama and contact the toads of Mount Myoboku with no success. He had truly lost everything. Naruto hated boredom because it meant he had to be alone with himself, something that tortured him to no end. Things were so simple then. Beat up the bad guys, protect the innocent, become Hokage, eat ramen, and that was it. Ignorance truly was bliss. Fools and those seen as insane are often the purest of intention when everything is said and done. At least, that was how it was in my time. What are you doing out here? His eyes cast backwards to catch sight of the voice's owner. Eugen stood with a towel around her neck and a sheer nightgown over her gorgeous frame. The slight dampness of her body made the gown almost see-through, something that would have been a lucky sight most times. Now was not that time. Taking in the view for old time's sake. It's a sight that I've spent many hours on, but I never tire of it. What makes it so special? That's a bit of a tough question. I wouldn't say it's the view so much as the thoughts that always come from it. Enough about that. Let's call it a night. He slipped by Eugen, who remained in place as he left the balcony. As he passed through the room, her voice stopped him. Wait. Yes? You should stay in here. It's your last night in your home. You should at least enjoy your bed. I've used it for the last 2 weeks while you've taken the couch. I'll switch with you. Naruto remained silent, mulling things over for a second. All right. Only if you join me though. I wouldn't feel right making you sleep on the couch. That really isn't necessary. Take it or leave it. Eugen sighed at the stubborn, maddening blonde and his equally abrasive attitude. Okay. I'm tired. Good night. She flopped onto the bed and rolled over, leaving only her viridian hair poking out. Naruto made for the bathroom, ready to take his long-awaited shower. Minutes later, when he returned refreshed, he quietly slipped into bed beside her, sleep following shortly after. You let us die, Naruto. We're all dead now. You abandoned us. Our kids are dead because you were too weak to save them. I don't know why I married you. What happened to all your altruistic ideals? Look where they got you. It hurts, Daddy. I feel so cold. I'm glad you didn't die. At least that way we don't have to see your face in heaven. They called me the villain, but that was really you all along, Naruto. She's just going to die too. Everyone around you dies, and it's all your fault. The voices all chanted in a haunting cacophony. Damn you, Naruto. Damn you, Naruto. Damn you, Naruto. Damn you to hell, Uzumaki Naruto. He shot awake in a cold sweat. Panting heavily, Naruto looked around the room in a frenzy. He couldn't move his body. And the voices. Taking a deep breath, he stilled himself, his mind coming to heel. It had all been a dream. Naruto wouldn't be going back to sleep tonight. He had dreams like these every so often, usually 2 to 3 nights a week. Every time they happened, he could never return to his slumber. Most of the times he would stand over the balcony and watch the rising sunset. The first golden rays of light were peeking through the curtains of the room, so it was likely between 5 and 6. Good, he wouldn't have to wait a long time to get his day started. As his adrenaline ran out and he was able to feel the sensations in his body once more, Naruto felt a familiar weight pressing into his torso, meaning sometime during the night Eugen had clung to him in her sleep. Verdant locks brushed his face and tickled his nostrils as he rotated his head to glimpse her sleeping form. His nose twitched and he blew lightly to get the hair out of his face. Eugen herself was laying on her side with her head resting in the crook of his shoulder, the slight coolness of her breath raising goosebumps from the tingling feeling. Her left arm was draped loosely across his entire chest, the result being it pillowing him tightly against her own. Speaking of, her enormous bust was pushing into his side, conforming to his shape perfectly. The soft mounds rose and fell in time with her breath, gently caressing him with the motion. A feeling he couldn't quite describe arose in his chest at the sight. As she inhaled, the slight stiffness of her nipples lightly grazing his skin through the thin fabric of her shirt sent a slight jolt in his nerves like static. The perfect pillows bounced gently when his muscles twitched, sending some electric signals the wrong direction. To top it off, the shirt itself had been pulled low, trapped against his body, exposing a generous portion of said breasts to the open morning air. His eyes lingered for several long seconds as he admired them. It wasn't his fault. It would be a crime to not stare at such an amazing pair of boobs. He wasn't a pervert. His eyes floated towards her chest against his will before he snapped back to the ceiling above. Nope, not at all. That was Jiraiya and Kakashi's thing. Wrenching his focus away from the very distracting features, he tried to focus elsewhere, only to be distracted by another part of her. It was hard to miss that her left leg had locked around his, rubbing her groin right against his thigh in a measured rhythm conducted by her inhalation. If he didn't know that she was easily flustered by such a thing, he would have sworn she was doing it on purpose. Was Eugen maybe the clingy type while sleeping? Either way, he certainly wasn't complaining. This was a nice feeling. Jiraiya must have been throwing a fit up in heaven at Naruto's luck. At least before Tsunade punched him in the face for his perversion. Letting out a breathless chuckle, he settled back into the mattress and the dual embrace. He may not be able to sleep, but he could just lay here for a bit until it was time to get up for the day. The mover would be here at 9, so he had at least 2 hours before he would need to start getting ready. The only problem would be dealing with his thoughts until that time. XXXXXXXXXX, this had to be the most boring thing he had done in ages. Seriously, this was about as interesting as watching paint dry. He had only been able to hold out for half an hour before he had been driven stir-crazy. No matter how good it felt sleeping with a beautiful woman snuggled up to him, there was only so much time he could spend staring at the ceiling or her unmoving, sleeping figure without going out of his mind. Holding his fingers in a cross position, he summoned a clone in a puff of smoke. Performing the basic academy substitution jutsu, he switched himself with the clone as he had done with Erika, allowing him to sneak out of bed freely. As Naruto made his way to the bathroom, the clone dispelled itself, leaving the bed empty of his presence. Inanimmately brushing his teeth, Naruto groaned and tried to blink the sleep out of his eyes. While he had been physically awake for a while, he could feel in his eyes that he wasn't. Until he had his morning caffeine, he would remain like that. Wetting his hair down did help a little, but that would really only supply him long enough to bring in the big guns, i.e. coffee. He slipped into a set of his usual casual attire and made his way to the kitchen. A gleam reached his visage filled with anticipation as he laid eyes upon his savior, the coffee maker. With how much he loved the beverage, he would never settle for some cheap-ass machine that could barely manage hot water, or one of those hand-press machines that a lot of reception rooms had.
No, his was top of the line. It had been incredibly expensive, but money was no concern.
Why bother having money if it never went to use? Needless to say, a lot of charities were grateful for the donations made by the pen author Jiraiya Sanin. The mysterious author's only request was that they keep it on the down low so that word never got out. As long as they kept it top secret, they would continue to receive the generous gifts. They had much more of a need for the funds than he needed the excess. The coffee maker had just about every function you could ask for. A built-in mill for grounds and another for espresso, a fold-out spiral storage space that held small jars of grounds, whole beans, espresso beans, those newfangled coffee pods, and blends for various specialties like Americanos, chai, or lattes. In a compartment towards the back it stored several types of his favorite extracts, as well as powdered, cinnamon, and brown sugars. On the side was a tank for water, and beneath the water tank was a separate refrigerated unit for creamer. If that wasn't fancy, he didn't know what was. The device also had a dispenser for drip, specialty, and pod coffee individually, all managed by a small touch screen that could be mix and matched. If he so desired, he could set custom brewing times or temperatures, and the machine even remembered his favorite selections. He didn't often make use of the custom auto brewer though, since he woke up at different times every day. Most of the components had been packed away last night by Eugen, so simple coffee it was today. That was fine, seeing as most days he was so out of it when he woke up he was in a press button make coffee mindset, so the fancy stuff only was put to use if he had an urge later in the day, which was actually most days. Had he mentioned that he really liked coffee? As the darkened brew poured into his cup, his mind drifted off into space. The blonde had gotten caught up in so much lately, something that he seldom sat down and processed the entire reality of. Most everything so far he had simply taken in stride, not allowing himself to be off-kilter. That was how people got you. No, what he had avoided all this time was what he wanted with the Seker plan.
What did he want out of this? In fact, he wasn't even truly sure what happened when they reached the end of the game. Were the Ashikabi and Seker permanently separated?
Were they killed? No. Manaka had forbade killing, so that probably wasn't it. Maybe they were kept for testing. There were still so many questions. What was his plan for after this game? Were he and Eugen going to stay together? Would they even be allowed to stay together? Naruto didn't even know what he wanted. As it stood, he couldn't say for sure if he wanted to stay together after the game, and he wouldn't be surprised if Eugen felt the same. Eugen hated the bond, so the day they broke their bond would probably come to pass. That was fine. She should have the opportunity to choose someone of her own volition, someone who would grow old with her and die with her when the time came. Not an ageless, jaded fool who was lost in the stream of time, magnetized to her because of an uncontrollable fate of her race. He froze as a mind-boggling idea came to him. How long did Seker live? He had just assumed they were defined by the same longevity as a human. It would be incredible if they lived for a longer span than the average human being. He sighed, momentarily overwhelmed by the vast possibilities. There was just so many variables to deal with. Maybe it was time to give Shosei another call. A ringing of the doorbell cut off that plan of action. Shifting to look at the kitchen clock, Naruto blinked when he read the time. 9:29 a.m. How long had he been standing here? Wait, that also meant that the mover was late. Oh, that wasn't going to fly. Cautiously moving to open the front door, he looked through the peephole. On the other side of the door stood a man with shaggy black hair. Judging by the unkempt, scruffy look of his face, he was in his mid-20s if Naruto was guessing accurately. He wore a white undershirt and torn, beaten-up jeans, really building the manual laborer look. He stood there grinning casually with all the confidence in the world, or no, more like an extremely carefree attitude. Oh, that was really not going to fly, what with him being so late. Assuming that this was the man he had hired, it could be an agent of some kind. Maybe a more discreet MBI agent this time. Slipping a kunai loose in one of his many secret pockets, Naruto opened the door. Better safe than sorry. The man waved at him, grin still on his face. Heya. You Namikaze Naruto? The man said in a casual tone. This is he. And who might you be? He knew who he was, or should be, but he wanted to be positive that this was the right man. The scruffy worker looked confused. I'm the guy you hired to help move. You did call me, right? Had to be sure. You're late, Naruto said flatly. The man's grin shifted to sheepish and he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, that's my bad. Got a little caught up on the way over here, you know? He started to laugh nervously, hoping he was off the hook. The door began closing in his face. Wait, I'm sorry, don't close the door on me, the man begged frantically. Naruto sighed and slowly opened the door, motioning him in. The scruffy man let his body go slack and heaved out a calming breath. Muttering a quiet thanks, he stepped into the apartment, spinning in circles to look around the place. Recovering his upbeat disposition instantly, he whistled. Wow. Nice pad you got here. Pretty sweet place for a single guy. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and snorted amusedly, something that confused the man but ultimately something he didn't speak up about. You never gave me your name. I'd like to know with whom I'll be working. Once again he scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, right. My bad. Name's Seo Kaoru. Best freelancer around. The blonde scoffed indignantly at him. Hard to believe a man half an hour late is the best contractor around. Though I suppose the agency I called did subcontract you, so maybe you're not completely hopeless. Seo's sweat dropped and chuckled abashedly. This guy was harsh. Ah, right, well why don't we get started? Are you planning on taking your furniture? We'll need to get the big things out of the way first. Naruto grunted affirmatively with a single nod of his head. The blonde had temporarily rented a storage unit with the plan being to store what couldn't be taken to Maison Izumo there. He would see if Mia wanted to upgrade her refrigerator or other communal appliances to his. Not that hers weren't good, but his were all newer, so that could be a nice thank you present to the landlady. If she said no, it was no sweat for him. He would either donate them or keep it stored for the time being. That's the plan. We may need to make a stop by my storage unit depending on what I'm able to move into the new place. After settling their order on what to move, the pair went to grab the couch from the living room. Naruto had hoped to get this done quietly to avoid waking Eugen, but ultimately that plan failed before it had begun. As they were passing through the front room, Eugen emerged from the bedroom, rubbing at her tired eyes and still half asleep. That deadpan face was kinda hot, in Naruto's mind. Seo whistled out a catcall, seriously thanking his lucky stars for this sight. That had to be the largest rack he had ever seen, and that figure, hot damn. He drooled lightly. If only that gown was a little thinner, he would be able to see. In his perverted ogling, Seo forgot he was holding the couch and dropped it to the floor, wooden foot landing right on his very much human foot. The shock didn't register in Seo's brain for a moment as he stared dumbly at his pinned foot. Then his face lit up with pain and he began flinging curses like arrows while hopping around clutching his hurt extremity. Naruto deadpanned at the idiot hired hand. He was really starting to regret calling that company. Serves you right. You're just lucky it hit your foot instead of the floor. Paying to fix the dent would have gone straight to you. This guy is mean. Seo was unable to respond verbally amidst his agony, still flailing around while holding his foot in pain. It made for a strange scene to anyone walking in, or to Eugen, who was only just waking up. What's going on out here? This moron is the mover here to help us. I was doing my best not to wake you. A mischievous grin split his face. Dear wife. Eugen wasn't even fazed, too sleepy to bother with his foolery. She wasn't the intended target though. Seo froze mid-hop in comical horror at the spoken words. Wide-eyed he turned like creaky clockwork to stare at the blonde, wife? Shit-eating grin on his face, Naruto stole a page from Mia's book and cupped a hand over his chin, his expression peeking out between his fingers. Oh my, you didn't think this was a bachelor's pad, did you? I live oh so happily with my dear wife, sharing a bed beside her every day. In fact, when I woke up this morning, she was snuggled up against me so tight I could hardly move. On top of the clothing, it was just, he left the reply open-ended, purposefully baiting Seo into drawing his own conclusions. Perverts were some of the most creative people ever, especially when it came to the raunchier things. It began showing on Seo's face, and Naruto's grin turned Cheshire. Hook, line, and sinker. Seo was glowering jealously at the blonde and crying waterfalls as he clenched his fist in front of his face. This lucky son of a bitch, why does he get a smoking hot babe with huge tits while I'm stuck at home by myself? The smirk on Naruto's face somehow grew even wider as Seo was completely unaware he was actually muttering his thoughts out loud. Perverts were so easy to get to, and their reactions were always the best. No matter how hard they got beaten down, they always got back up like nothing happened. A knife embedded itself in the wall beside Seo's head with a thunk. He stopped his ranting cold. Eyes off the merchandise. Why yes ma'am, they were both scary. Eugen dear, do try not to damage the house too much, we're trying to leave here, after all. She grunted noncommittedly. Bemusedly, Naruto had to wonder where the temp agency had found this clown. While he could appreciate the man's open nature, he really hoped that this wasn't going to be the dynamic until they were out, otherwise it would be a long day. XXXXXXXXXX it had been. You would think after the first time, Seo would have thought twice before letting his lecherous stares get caught, but nope. No matter how many knives or pieces of shrapnel got thrown at him, he would start misbehaving within minutes. The man had more whisker marks than Naruto himself did now, and he looked disheveled from head to toe. The knife to the cheek sort of reminded him of Anko. Sexy, kinky woman that she had been. Such was the way of perverts. When they finally arrived, Mia had been waiting for them out front while leisurely sweeping the front steps, almost as if she knew they were coming. How curious. It was sort of funny that she was sweeping again, seeing as she had just swept yesterday. The steps certainly couldn't have gotten that dirty in just a day. Maybe Mia was just overly diligent like that, Naruto surmised. The trio stepped out of the truck, greeting the landlady politely as they approached. Though it wasn't obvious, he tepidly approached the Lavendrette, unsure of how she would feel after yesterday. She seemed to be in good standing at the moment, as far as he could tell. He forced his eyes shut and gave her a vulpine smile. Hello, Mia-san. I'm glad to see you again. I hope you're well. She returned his gesture near identically with a decidedly softer smile. Likewise, Naruto-san. I'm doing quite well this afternoon, thank you. That's good to hear. She and Eugen greeted each other politely with a knowing look, one that set Naruto on edge. They were up to something, he just knew it. Time to remain on full alert, or they would get him. Namikaze Naruto would not fall today. The last greeting was rather surprising. Mia stood in front of Seo with her usual smile on, but the words that followed did not match the pretty lips they came from. Hello, Scum-san. Hey Mia. Did Mia really just say that? The graceful, polite, kind landlady? This was highly unnerving. Do you two know each other? Naruto questioned. Mia was the one to answer. Indeed we do. Scum-san was my husband's best friend when he was alive, but the only times he visits nowadays is to take advantage of that and mooch off of this poor widow. She feigned remorse, throwing a hand to her forehead and everything. Now hold on Mia, it isn't like thaw, he was unable to finish his sentence as he spotted the blonde's reaction. The upper half of Naruto's face was cast in shadow and he tried to cast a fire jutsu in the man's head with his eyes alone. He could just about do it too. He didn't need hand seals for most of the middle or lower ranked ones. Naruto absolutely could not stand people taking advantage of the weak, helpless, and disadvantaged. He had a bit of a hero complex, one that had been with him since he was incredibly young, though it was very diluted by this point. It was how he had met his wife, actually. No matter how much he changed, if he saw something like that happening right in front of him, he would step in. He didn't actively seek out injustice like he did when he was a shinobi, but any that crossed his path never lasted very long. Though he rarely left his house, so it was seldomly an issue. That and he just wasn't as obvious about things in general as he used to be. Beads of sweat poured down Seo's face as he shrunk backwards nervously. He desperately waved his hands in front of his face in hopes that he could keep the madman away. Wait a second. While that may be true, I don't do it that often. I mean it's not like hold up not the face. He screamed like a little girl as Naruto cracked his knuckles and stalked towards him. To the mangy man's luck, Mia saved him at the last second. Placing a delicate hand on Naruto's forearm. Ufufufu, that's enough, now. Scum-san may be trash, but he was my husband's best friend, so please try not to kill him. I allow him to come over, so he isn't forcing his desires. Thank you for your concern, Naruto-kun. The shadows left his face and he relaxed his posture back to normal. Seo immediately started crying on his knees thanking Mia for saving him from the scary man, causing the other two to share a mirthful look and snicker quietly. Eugen raised an eyebrow in Mia's direction. They were getting along rather well rather fast. She shrugged her shoulders, it probably didn't mean a thing. Mia struck her as the type to rapport well with everyone, regardless of circumstance. The blonde halted his laughter suddenly, struck by a passing notion. Now that Naruto thought about it, if the two knew each other, that was probably how she had known they were coming. Coincidences like these were surely a strange thing. Out of anyone he could manage to hire, he got the one person who knew the owner of their residence. Seo had made a call on the ride telling someone they were on their way, but he had just assumed he was reporting to his manager or something. That was a point in the man's favor. After yesterday's events, Naruto had forgotten to get Mia's number, so he wasn't able to call her himself. He was lucky Mia had been expecting them over around this time. Once again the blonde cursed himself for his failure to be socially polite. This really wasn't doing great things for his image. They were small incidents, but small things add up. XXXXXXXXXX. The four sat at the dining table enjoying a lunch Mia had prepared for their arrival. Mia's elusive final resident was once again missing, so they would have to be introduced at a later date. Thank you for making food for us, Mia-san, it's delicious. I'm seriously impressed by your cooking prowess, the blonde complimented the resident landlady. She had proved that she was not only good at making tea but at the culinary arts in general. He may have to have a cooking contest with her to see how they matched up. He hadn't ever gotten the chance to do that before, and it just so happened that the perfect competition fell straight into his lap, figuratively speaking. It would be strange for her to fall into his lap literally. That would be like something from an anime. Filing it away for later under a mental folder labeled, How to Beat Boredom Chan off with a stick, he returned to present company. Ufufufu, why thank you Naruto-san. The purple-haired woman turned to Seo, who was too busy scarfing food down like he had never eaten before to be present in the conversation. See, Scum-san. If you were polite like he was, then maybe you wouldn't be a bottom feeder of society. Sometimes I wonder what Takehito ever saw in you. Seo started choking on his food. That had caught him completely out of the blue. Pounding his chest with a fist to dislodge the food that got stuck, he sucked in air like a drowning man. That's a little harsh, don't you think, Mia? You make it sound like I'm some major criminal. And why does Blondie get off scot-free? He's been doing all kinds of stuff with the busty babe over there every day. Mia spun to look at Naruto with a sharp gleam in her eye. While that look would have been pretty intimidating for most, he had seen far scarier looks during his time in the service. Is that so? I hope that won't be a problem here. You do remember the rules, right, Naruto-san? I do. But I think there's been a misconception, Mia. Seo in his dirty gutter of a mind believes that just because Eugen and I slept in the same bed last night that we were up to something. That was actually the first time she and I had slept in a bed together. Naruto's smile turned devious, something that sent a shiver down Seo's spine. Oh shit, what was the blonde about to do? If anyone was up to lewd activities, it was Seo. The number of times he ogled Eugen's body and made comments about her having nice tits was more than numerous. In fact, I think he looked at her chest more than I ever have. By this point, Seo was cursing Naruto with every word he could think of. The man had no idea what Mia was about to do to him. Seo nervously tried to excuse himself from the table to escape, but was stopped long before he could get away. A malicious aura surrounded Mia as she smiled a little too sweetly at Seo. I see. Do you have anything to say for yourself, sewer scum-san? Now he was lower than scum. Seo could have cried if the situation wasn't so dire. And now let's not be hasty Mia. I wasn't, I swear. Please don't bring out the Hania. Too late. From amongst the shroud surrounding Mia demonic masks emerged like the kind used in kabuki plays. They had unkempt, greasy black hair and large, cracked and rotten predatorial teeth. Their faces were misshapen and warped in the most awful ways. Everything about these things was just devilish. The worst part was their jaundiced, devilish sunken-in eyes. Or maybe the blood pouring from the eyes of one of the masks. They were fucking horrifying. The effect on the entire room was immediate. Seo was shaking like a leaf. His face had gone pale and he looked to be on the verge of passing out where he was sitting. The only reason he was even sitting up was because his hands had seized up gripping onto the table. His eyes fluttered in their sockets as they began to fail in the presence of the masks. His mind started shutting down in pure mechanism to escape reality and he looked like he might start frothing at the mouth. Eugen was hyperventilating almost to the point of asphyxiation. She sat wide-eyed and if one were to look closely they would see the scraps of metal she carried floating around her protectively. What in the fuck were those masks? They were the most terrifying thing she had ever seen? Did Mia make those? Naruto had disappeared from his spot at the table. Unlike the others who were trying their best to hide away from the horrifying image, he stood almost nose to nose with one of them, studying it enraptured with a hand to his chin. He tilted his head to look at every angle of these fascinating masks. They seemed corporeal. Were they a genjutsu? Maybe a summon? Potentially a jutsu essence? It was damn cool regardless. The mask that he was observing watched the odd man in obscurity. Its glowing red eyes tracked his every movement, not quite sure what to do. Mia blinked nonplussed. How was he not affected? No one had ever been unaffected by her Hania, with the sole exception being her deceased husband. He had been the one to teach her, so it made sense. The Lavendrette had no idea what to do with this perplexing man living in her house. Was there going to be anything conventional about him? Just as Naruto reached out to touch the mask, they disappeared without a trace. He whipped his head around desperately trying to find them, to no avail. Gloom lines formed above his head as he muttered about the funny faces being gone. Eugen and Seo mutely thanked Naruto with absolute gratitude, glad that he had managed to distract Mia enough to make those things go away. Mia coughed to get everyone's attention and calmly said, "There will be no illicit activities in this household. I hope I've made myself clear." She aggressively grabbed a bite of the fish on her plate and chewed it slowly. Seo nodded his head so fast Naruto had to wonder if he was going to go airborne. An evil smile crossed his face. Now he had a new way to fuck with people without even having to do the dirty work. He was going to have to cause a little trouble to get Mia to summon those masks again. He was going to copy that technique with his Sharingan if it was the last thing he did. Oh wait. He didn't have a Sharingan. Right. Oh well, he'd get it eventually. Yosh, hard work will always prevail. Eugen shook her head to get the last remnants of that nightmare out of her head. She was going to have a heart attack with all of the crazy shit that was following her. It had to be Naruto. Her life was normal up until he showed up, and now all kinds of things were happening left and right. She sighed lowly, might as well get used to it now. The rest of the meal passed without incidents. XXXXXXXXXX. After they had finished eating, Mia collected all of their plates and headed into the kitchen. Before she could get started, a familiar golden head of hair peeked around the corner and interrupted her task. "Sorry to interrupt you so soon, but I have a question for you." The landlady put down the sponge she had been holding and turned to face him. She quirked her head slightly to the side. "Era. What might that be, Naruto-san?" "Okay, that's actually kind of adorable." The little head tilt, he meant. She made the look work, for some reason. Maybe it was because it matched up with her elder sister sort of demeanor. Mia got the sudden urge to give Naruto bonus points before shaking off the random thought. "I was wondering if you wanted to make use of any of the appliances from my old apartment. They're all relatively newer models, so I wanted to know if you would like to use them." She replied with little deliberation, "While I appreciate the offer, I'll have to decline. Everything in this house was put here by my husband, so I'd like to keep it like that." A discerning smile reached Naruto's face. He really did understand. While they may seem like odd things to keep as memorials, they were keepsakes nonetheless. The house had remained untouched by modernization, and to have something replace their presence would be akin to replacing the memory of her husband. He had been like that for the first couple hundred years of his immortality. It had only been when he reminded himself that his friends and family would kick the shit out of him if he remained stagnant that he had gotten moving again in life. To this day he was by no means over them or ready to move on, but he wouldn't lose his time. There was a difference between being unwilling to change and clinging onto the past unmoving, and being unwilling to let go of the past but not letting it stop his time. Looking to the past versus looking to the present, that was how he was now. "I understand completely. I figured that would be the case, but I wanted to ask nonetheless. I'll leave you to it." He ducked back out of the house to relay the information to Seo. Mia stared after him for a moment before turning back to the dishes. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was because he was familiar with the pain of loss. That was the only thing she could think of. XXXXXXXXXX. Once they had finished everything and gotten ready to see Seo off, Mia launched a 20-pound bag of rice at his head and told him to take it and not come back anytime soon. Naruto and Eugen had both sweat dropped and settled that Mia was actually quite spiteful when she wanted to be. As long as it wasn't directed at them, that was fine. They were already beginning to get attached to this house. The pair had finally found a new home in Maison Izumo, one that they hoped would bring many good memories ahead. XXXXXXXXXX. The couple inspected their newly minted room with satisfaction. It actually looked quite nice, much better than they had been expecting. Ultimately they had decided to keep Naruto's couch, bookshelf, bed, bedside and coffee tables, and that was about it. The rest of the appliances had been taken to storage as they had said, and anything else furnishing the room were of the smaller, decorative type. Curtains, a couple of plants, etc. Eugen had actually been surprised by that. Who knew Naruto of all people would have a green thumb? She had given him a bit of hell for it, joking that he was so lonely that his only friends were plants. He had threatened to trade her for plant seeds if she kept talking. Ino had become very interested in him back in the day once she learned he had a bit of talent and interest in botany. He had also found out, among other things, that her head had some other talents besides the Yamanaka knack for psychology. Good times, good times. Well, we did it. We have a new home now. Yeah, and I think we can both agree that it was a great choice. Oofufufu, I'm happy to hear that. I'm looking forward to our time together. While Eugen looked mildly startled to see the new addition to the conversation, Naruto wasn't in the least. She had been quiet as a mouse walking, but he had felt her coming long before she had reached their doorway. Perks of being a shinobi with chakra sensing capabilities. Her signature wasn't particularly hard to find, either. It stood out like a sore Hania mask amongst the civilian population surrounding this place. As am I, Mia-san. He placed his hands on his hips. What should we now? The green-haired woman retorted, we have a deck of cards on the bookshelf. We could play a game. Mia hummed lightly in agreement. That sounds like a good idea. We can play at the table in the living room. After finding the cards, the trio trekked down the stairs to engage in a heated, intense game of strip poker. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto. Do you have any fours? Naruto smiled. Nope. Go fish. Eugen grimaced and drew a card from the deck. Or go fish. Eugen. Do you have any tens? She scowled and handed him the card she had just drawn. Mia. Do you have any sixes? Go fish. Naruto drew a card and chuckled. What do you know, I drew a 6. Eugen. Do you have a 3? She grumbled and handed him the aforementioned card. Seriously, how are you both doing that? You better not be cheating. Both Naruto and Mia already had 4 pairs laid down, and they were only on the 3rd turn. The pair flashed a meaningful look to the other and said in unison, I have no idea what you're talking about. In the corner of the Kajizuru a camera lens gleamed lightly, and a fly droned on the wall faintly. Eugen didn't look completely convinced, but took them at their word, mainly because she couldn't prove that they were lying. Unbeknownst to the pair, an audio receiver crackled quietly within Mia's clothing. Needless to say where it was hidden. The usefulness of the female pocket dimension was boundless. The ringing of a phone broke the ambience. Mia and Eugen stared at Naruto, who sighed and excused himself for a moment. The time had come. Once he was outside, he flipped the burner phone open and hit the accept button. Hello Manaka-san. The familiar deep voice responded from the phone. Greetings Naruto-san. I'm guessing you're aware of why I'm calling judging by your reaction. Indeed I am. What's the damage? Straight to the point. I like that. Usually, fighting in public and in the north would result in dire consequence, but I'm willing to make an exception. I'm quite aware that you took action to avoid any witnesses, and that the attack was instigated. I've taken a liking to you, so I'll make you a deal. A certain someone under my employ has taken an interest in you and has requested that you have a duel with her. Do so, and we'll forget about this incident. Naruto wondered who that might be. The only people who ever wanted to fight with him were the junkies, but they wouldn't need to go out of their way to do so, and he was almost positive none of them worked for MBI. An image of the silver-haired woman he had bumped into several days ago ran through his mind. So it was her. That was fine, he wouldn't mind seeing a pretty lady like that again. I can live with that. When and where, I'll give you the details at a later date, but I assure you that it will be several days from now at the minimum. Oh, and congratulations on your move. I'll be sure to send you a housewarming gift. With a click the phone call was ended. Naruto exhaled amusedly. It hadn't been more than a few hours and they already knew about his new whereabouts. MBI was a large presence within the city, so it wasn't a harrowing revelation. It was fine, they wouldn't learn anything incriminating about him from watching. They couldn't slip anything into the house under his watch, and he doubted the Hania of the North would take too kindly to her house being surveyed anyways. Oh yes. He was aware that Mia was the scary Hania of the North. It hadn't been hard to deduce that conclusion. She was an unnatural presence to begin with, and the Hania she had summoned somehow may have been a slight tip-off. Just a little. They had truly hit the jackpot finding this place. XXXXXXXXXX. When Naruto returned to the living room and sat down, he was the recipient of 2 separate stares that were almost palpably asking him for an explanation. That was a call from Hiroto Manaka. He and I had some business to discuss. At his words, Mia's eyes narrowed. What business could you have to discuss with that man? What did he want? She bit sharply. Seems Mia had a little bit of a grudge against MBI and Manaka. Or maybe just Manaka, he didn't know. Now did not seem like a good time to ask. That was probably a question best left for when they got to know each other a little better. Mia had taken the words right out of Eugen's mouth, though a bit more vehement than she would have been. Why would the CEO of MBI possibly call Naruto? How did he even know how to contact him? She was going to grill him for details later in private. It's nothing important, he just wanted me to meet a colleague of his. It's a bit of a story as to how I know him, so I won't go into that. Long story short, he's been helping me out with a few things, so he asked me to meet a request of his. That was rather suspicious. She wouldn't push her new tenant for details if he didn't want to disclose them out of respect for his privacy, although she very much wanted to know that information. Anything that MBI was involved in couldn't be good. If Naruto was in Manaka's pocket, that would be unfortunate. She was starting to warm up to the blonde, and it would be troubling to have to ask him to leave. Naruto could read the look on Mia's face and knew she wasn't satisfied with that answer. Seems he would have to clarify some things around the situation. He didn't particularly mind doing so if she requested that of him. None of the information was sensitive, besides maybe the Seker bit. Naruto was still a bit unclear as to how much Mia knew about the plan. Now that was something he would like to know. In the event she was cognizant, the effort expended trying to keep inconspicuous would be liberated. That was a serious load he would appreciate off of his shoulders. Naruto doubted worrying about the other tenant finding out was problem, considering his consistent absence. Luckily his Seker was intelligent enough to keep discretion as a priority. Naruto had no idea what he would do if he had a clueless Seker. Somewhere in the city a brunette Seker sneezed, wondering why people were staring at her funny. Right, do we want to continue our game, or are we calling it quits? I need to start preparing dinner, so we'll have to end it here. I'll make something special to celebrate the arrival of our 2 new tenants. That would be great. Eugen, anything you want to do in the meantime? I can think of a few things. The forest-haired woman replied. Though she said that, she really only meant one thing. They would be having that talk now. Naruto picked up on the unspoken message. Alright. Why don't we go up to the room? Still need to see how we like the placement of everything up there. He could keep things subtle when he needed to. XXXXXXXXXXX Naruto could feel the eyes on the back of his head as he slid the door shut. Ask your questions. How do you know the CEO of MBI? Eugen stood with her arms crossed beneath her breasts, pushing them together very appealingly. Once again, right image, wrong time. He contacted me one morning not too long before I winged you. My inclusion into the Seker plan was a bit of an abnormality since I didn't wing you right away like all of the other new Ashikabi. He asked me if I would officially join the Seker plan with you as my partner. What did you tell him? She said with a frown. It was expected that a new Ashikabi would receive a call, but to get one from the phantom-like head of one of the largest corporations in the country, nay, the world? That was highly unlikely. When Naruto had told her about the call with Katahara, she had thought nothing of it because of that expectation. It had never occurred to her that he may have gotten another call. Now that she thought about it, it must have been the call he answered during breakfast that one day. Since Naruto had said it was an issue with work, she had assumed he meant his editor. Turns out he was calling the Seker plan work. More like an unwanted chore. According to their data, you were showing signs of a reaction, which they thought was to me. I agreed to join only if you wanted me as your Ashikabi. I told him I would leave the choice up to you, and that my answer would come through their bio scanner. The next part of the conversation could be tricky. He had no idea if she knew about their implanted tracking device, or how she was going to take the knowledge of it. So you really had no ulterior motives, just like you told me. Well, I suppose that's a bit of a relief. I can't really tell what's on your mind or if the words coming out of your mouth are true lately. The eternal shinobi winced at her words. He himself was just as frustrated as Eugen about the chaos ensuing. His emotions, thoughts, and actions had all been a jumble ever since she had come into his life. He was to blame for that in its entirety. Undoing thousands of years of isolation was going to take more than a few weeks, he knew that. Didn't make the strife in the meantime any easier. Sighing, he beckoned Eugen to take a seat on the couch with him. They were going to have to breach the subject at some point, so it might as well be now. It was likely to be a long, open-hearted talk, and he wanted to prepare himself mentally. Naruto stared at the floor, gathering his thoughts as best he could. I haven't been around people for a long time. He tested the words out slowly, hoping to convey what he meant properly. When you came to live with me, it threw my entire life out of orbit. I haven't had to worry about anyone but myself for ages, so suddenly being a part of a bond like this, I'm still not sure what to do. I don't understand what I'm feeling or why. Every time I think I might finally be starting to accept things, all the reminders of my past latch on and drag me back down again. I'm not even sure I know who I am anymore, the past or the present. I just don't know what to do. Everything jumbles all together and swirls around in a torrent, and the only thing I know for sure is this hurts, but at the same time I like it. I enjoy our time together, for whatever that's worth. Eugen scoffed venomously. They weren't going to play this song and dance again. When she spoke, her voice came out with an animalistic aggression. Don't give me that shit. You've got one foot in the door and one foot out. I know you've had a rough past, but this constant cycle of being dragged back into it isn't doing anyone any favors. And you're not the only one. I let the bond we made play me like a fiddle and start messing with my head like every Seker I hated for it. I'm not going to let it do that to me, and you don't get to let your troubles engulf you either. Otherwise this eternal cycle of self-loathing will repeat over and over until it tears us apart. I'm your Seker and you're my ashikabi. I'll stand by you and help carry your burdens and you'll do the same for me. That's what it means to be in this bond together. To hold each other high, not drag each other down. It's time to start acting like it. The words made him feel sick, but only because of how true they were. He had avoided acting like an ashikabi, simply because he was too afraid to accept the bond. To accept her. To accept that someone would be close to him again. And more than anything, he was afraid to stand tall and face the world as he once had. To face the future with a grin on his face and without a doubt in his heart. Why worry about all the what-ifs? I'll do everything I can to make it a reality, and when I fall, I'll stand up and do it again. I won't stop until I'm dead. I never go back on my word, that's my shinobi way. He started to chuckle, barely audible. It got louder and louder until it reached a full-blown laugh so boisterous the neighbors might have heard him. He began to go quiet. You're right. You're absolutely right. I was acting so selfishly that I hadn't even thought about how you felt. I haven't been a good partner to you, and I'm sorry. I won't make any excuses about it, so I'll just say this. Let's make the best of it going forward, Eugen. She wasn't convinced just yet. I want to hear the words from your mouth. A bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's cheek, and what words might those be? Eugen's eyes narrowed. He was trying to play dumb. Say it. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. Why did she have to go and corner him in this position? The words she wanted to hear were words he wasn't ready to say. Not yet, anyways. I'm your ashikabi. Eugen stared at him long and hard, only increasing the tension in the room. All of a sudden she let out a deep sigh, seeming to accept his answer. It was true that he hadn't openly called himself that. Progress was progress. Guess that's the best I'll get out of him for now. And I'm your Seker. Try to keep that in mind before you go getting all dumpy again. That stupid smirk that only Naruto could manage crept its way onto his face. Yes ma'am. Anyways, wanna make it official? Amber eyes rolled at him. You just couldn't resist, could you? You kidding? If I did IWOU, he never got to finish his sentence as he was pulled roughly into a kiss. The room was bathed in the low gray light emanating off of Eugen's wings as their lips connected. Naruto could feel her soft lips against his rough ones, and on instinct he almost pulled back. Catching himself, he hesitantly eased his way into the kiss, shakily telling himself it was all right. Looping his arms behind her back, he pulled Eugen in closer, her breasts squeezing against his chest as they deepened their contact. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him even more passionately, seemingly pleased that he had taken her words to heart. Now that he had actually allowed himself to open up a little, he could feel the difference. As they kissed, he could feel the energy coursing through his body and hers in a whirling exchange of chakra. So this was its true power. The act that unleashed a Seker's Norito. Through his senses he could feel that the chakra being pulled, while not much larger, was a bit more than when they had first bonded. Was it because it was the second time, or because they were more trusting now? Eugen slid herself into his lap and pushed him down on the couch, falling with him. She straddled his waist and grinded against him, causing Naruto to moan deeper into her lips. Their hands began to roam and explore each other sensually. Eugen's hands slipped beneath his shirt, tracing his sculpted muscles deliberately while Naruto's hands caressed her sides, soaking up the feeling of her smooth, creamy skin. Suddenly Eugen broke their contact and sat up, her wings fading away. I think that's enough for now. She rose off of him in the couch, leaving behind a slightly panting, semi-aroused Naruto to stare after her retreating figure. He could swear she was putting extra sway into her hips on purpose. You are evil, and don't you forget it. XXXXXXXXXX. When the pair returned from upstairs, Mia was still toiling away in the kitchen, leaving the two of them to wait patiently. Or at least one of them. I'm going to see if Mia needs any help in the kitchen. The Verdinette was too busy watching television to respond. She probably hadn't even heard him speak over the sounds and sights on the screen. Naruto had to wonder if they had television in the labs. Was this her first time seeing one? He himself had never owned one, but he had at least used one before. Amazingly enough, the shinobi had had the technology back in the olden age. Television, radio communication, and even the trains of Yuki no Kuni. Kumogakure had been the technological hub of the elemental nations with their penchant for lightning and electricity, but Konoha had been no slouch either as the greatest of the 5 villages. Despite that, Naruto had never had any of the more innovative tech. When he was young, He couldn't afford a television, and when he became a shinobi, all his money had been spent on tools and other necessities. Then he had left for 3 years on his training trip with Jiraiya, meaning he hadn't been home. Probably didn't help that every time he was home, the village got destroyed. First with the Suna invasion, then Pain had destroyed it, and then Madara had permanently ended it along with all the other nations. Madara had destroyed everything. All of the shinobi nations had fallen, and most of their shinobi with it. The remaining shinobi had gone extinct with time succeeding his and Kaguya's defeat as there was simply no one to fight anymore. It had been the same way with the samurai of the Tokugawa shogunate, who had become antiquated at the end of the Edo period and abolished at the start of the Meiji Restoration in favor of modernization. Though they had lasted from the 1100s with the Kamakura shogunate to 1868 with the Tokugawa. Nearly 700 years in all. Within the span of 200 years the shinobi had been born, peaked, and fallen, never to be seen again. The elemental nations had been replaced by a technologically regressed Japan, who had no idea of the suffering of their forebears. It made him nauseous. Hell, the best they had managed for several hundred years were rice kingdoms. Sighing and shrugging his shoulders, he went to see what his favorite landlady was up to. She didn't have any competition for the spot, so it was technically true. Mia stood over a large boiling pot, stirring it periodically as a thick cloud of steam rose from the water. She was humming a jaunty tune as she worked, presumably to pass the time, though Naruto could swear he recognized the music from somewhere. Naruto tested the air with a sniff and immediately picked up on the unique scent of curry, so that was what she was making. The sweet and spicy flavor profile in general was one of his favorites, and curry was encompassed within it. Whether it be the more mellow flavor of green curry, the sweeter blend of yellow curry, or the tongue-burning sensations of red curry, he could say he was a fan of them all. "You need any help in here, Mia?" said woman jumped at the unexpected voice and turned to see exactly who had broken her focus. "You really shouldn't go scaring people like that, it could cause an accident. What did you need, Naruto-san?" He scratched his head with an apologetic look. Ma, sorry about that Mia-san. I just came to see if I could help." He knew as well as she did that his sudden arrival wasn't really all that sudden. That reaction of hers was more to let him know to announce himself rather than because she had truly been alarmed. I think everything is set in here, though if you would like to help after dinner that would be appreciated." "Of course. I was going to do that anyways, whether you asked or not," he said with a grin. "Thank you. Go wash up and have a seat at the table. Dinner will be ready shortly." "Okay." Naruto ambled out of the room and down the hall presumably to do as she said. As she turned back to the boiling pot and was just about finished she heard the distinct sound of dishes clinking. There rifling through the cabinets was Naruto. He was pulling out dishes and cups and utensils and everything else for the meal. "Naruto-san, I thought I told you to get ready for supper." He nodded while grabbing several plates. "I did. Then go sit down. I'll take care of setting the table." "I insist." B-, I insist." Mia sighed at the stubborn blonde, realizing that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. "All right, please be careful carrying the dishes. We've had them since this house was built." "You got it, Mia-chan." Mia-chan? She got the distinct feeling that he was messing with her at this point. Her eye began twitching. "Naruto-san? What did I just say?" Naruto had managed to balance the plates running up his arms, the cups on his head, and the utensils between his fingers, all while carrying the serving dishes in his hands. To be careful. And what might you be doing right now?" "Being careful," he ventured. A thin purple miasma surrounded her pretty frame, giving her an almost ethereal appearance. "That isn't what it looks like to me." He stood there like it was an everyday occurrence despite looking more like a circus performer. "Don't worry Mia-chan. I do this all the time." He shouted into the other room loudly, "Eugen, cream and sugar?" He got an equally verbose response back. "Yes please." Looking pleased with himself, Naruto returned his focus to Mia. "See? See what? All I see is a somewhat irritating clown horsing around my kitchen." Dexterously Naruto scanned the room without any of the dishware even slipping once. "I think you're seeing things Mia-chan. There aren't any clowns in the kitchen. Maybe you need to go lie down. I'll bring you dinner on a tray if you want, and then I can spoon feed you, and it'll be great." Her eye was twitching fiercely at this point, and she was seriously considering offing the blonde buffoon. "Namikaze-san, you have about 3 seconds to leave the room before you get no supper." The blonde jerked violently, taken aback by her words. Dramatic tears poured from his round, watery eyes. "Namikaze-san. So cold, Mia-chan. I thought we had something special, but now you're throwing me away like garbage. No, like I'm Seo. You've broken my heart, Mia-chan." 1. Naruto put his plate-bearing hands up placatingly. All right, I'll get going." Mia let out a long sigh and shook her head. He was certainly a character. Those masks that occasionally popped up around the house were probably going to see their fair share of use. XXXXXXXXXXX. Mia studied the two people sitting at the table. There was a noticeable difference in the both of them. Naruto, now that he wasn't making a scene, appeared, refreshed. Like a huge weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. She was more perceptive than the average person, and she could discern that underneath it, ever so subtly, something was still eating at him. Sitting beside him, Eugen looked mildly satisfied, like she had finally cleared something that had been bothering her. It wasn't the after-sex glow, more like the cleared conversation type of look. That was good for them. She would hate to have to remind them of the rules around the house yet again. You two certainly look relaxed. Did something good happen? We had a much-needed talk. Cleared the air, and I believe we're both better for it. Eugen shot a glance at Naruto, who continued eating unabated by the conversation. The curry is quite good. I think I could get addicted to your cooking, he butted in. While I'm certainly happy to hear that, making advances on a poor, defenseless housewife like me when your pretty girlfriend is sitting right next to you is awfully bold, she teased. He just about choked when she called Eugen his girlfriend, but managed to keep it from being obvious. Mia was seriously taking his compliment the wrong way. Was everything a saucy ploy to her? Oh, I have no worries around that. Naruto couldn't get another woman even if he tried. He had to use every aligned star and scrap of luck he had to get me. He's really quite fortunate, Eugen quipped. Naruto was huddled in the corner with a cloud of gloom floating above his head in an instant as he traced circles on the floor with his finger. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces. Don't worry everyone, I'm coming to join you soon. Eugen and Mia watched him humorously. Was that a mushroom growing on his head? Ah, that's more like it. The meal suddenly tastes a lot better, don't you think, Mia? A large arrow pierced Naruto's back. The Lavendrette tested the curry and expressed mild shock. Why, it certainly does. What a stunning discovery. I wonder what has changed that is making the curry so delicious. A larger arrow joined its compatriot. Wails of agony emanated from the corner as the mushroom farm was besieged. Ahahaha, what did I ever do to deserve this? I'm going back to living in the mountains. Fate-chan, don't you care about me anymore? Why would you leave me with these harpies? One of the things he said piqued the metal Sekere's interest. You used to live in the mountains? In a flash Naruto was back at the table eating calmly as if nothing had happened. One of Jiraiya's secret techniques that he had passed down to his disciple. I did. There was a period of time where I lived outside of Tokyo in the Akaishi Mountains as a hermit. It was always serene and tranquil there, so I sort of regret ever leaving. Plus I didn't have any mean, busty women to pick on me. It was the best. Mia ignored the slightly lecherous comment about herself and Eugen in favor of a bigger question she had. You don't seem that old to me, Naruto-san. How have you lived in all of these different places in such a short period of time? She made sure not to mention the fact that he had been married and had kids, as well as that they had departed apparently some time ago. It was an underlying thought that she was sure he would pick up on anyways. Morose crossed his face. I'm a bit older than I look. Perks of good genetics, I suppose. A smile graced his visage, the sadness disappearing almost as soon as it had come. How old are you? Asked the other member of the table. Naruto waggled a finger at her disappointedly. Now, you should never ask someone for their age, it's quite rude. Eugen rolled her eyes. I'm pretty sure that rule only applies to women. Guys don't usually care about sharing their age. Naruto hummed contemplatively and rubbed his chin idly. While I suppose that's true, I couldn't tell you my age even if I wanted to. I'm not actually sure how old I am. I stopped counting birthdays a long time ago. It was true, just not for the reasons they probably thought it was. Mia frowned at the puzzling blonde. How could he not know his own age? Every citizen had an identification card that supplied birth information, and everyone knew their birthday. It was just common sense. Except this man apparently. Well, and, never mind. But he couldn't be that old. Oh, how wrong she was. The blonde continued, seemingly aware of the confusion his words had sowed. While I understand that that might seem amiss, I grew up in a place far from modern civilization, where information like date of birth was trivial. I've really only lived a short time in urban Japan. Again, technically correct, but for a non-obvious reason. That and his conception of time was a little screwy. They both nodded. That made sense. If Naruto had spent most of his life living in rural areas like the Akaishi Mountains as he had said, then the Japanese government wouldn't be able to find that information even if they wanted to. The information couldn't be obtained from his parents, seeing as they were dead, and his other family. The fact that they had been killed in such a way suddenly made more sense. It must have been a bear or another predator that was the culprit. Eugen scowled lightly, not exactly pleased with the information. For everything she discovered about him, 2 more unknowns appeared. He was like a knuckle-headed hydra. So you don't know your birthday? Naruto shook his head in the negative. I do. I told you that I'm not sure how old I am because I stopped celebrating birthdays. Couldn't do that if I didn't know when it was. It's October 10th. Well, that was easy to remember. 10-10. Not to be confused with the cute bun-haired weapon mistress. Not that they would know that. The busty green-haired Seker filed that information away for later. His birthday was about half a year away, so there was plenty of time to plan for it. Of course, that was assuming it was an event he wanted to commemorate. Regardless of whether he wanted it turned into a celebration, she at least would like to do something for him. It would be entertaining coming up with a random year to celebrate. Congrats on your 41st birthday, or something like that. Or 41st century. That would be more accurate. Mia still looked troubled, as if the pieces just didn't add up. If you lived in the country for so long, why did you decide to move to the city? There couldn't have been much to bring you here. Ah, good question. I moved here because of my job. My colleague asked me to move to the city to make meetings easier, so I obliged. Just as she was about to ask about his occupation, the sound of the front door opening reached the dining room, causing all 3 heads to turn. Mia, I'm home, came a distinctly male voice. Naruto squinted as he tried to recall where he knew that voice from. A man with a long coat folded over his arm came into frame, allowing the other residents to get their glimpse of the elusive second tenant. The first thing to be noticed about him was his light gray, almost white hair that fell just below the nape of his neck. Naruto had to wonder if that was his natural color. Most Japanese people didn't have the eccentric hair colors that the shinobi of his day did, so it was actually a little bit novel. Naruto surmised it had something to do with the chakra reserves of the person, seeing as Eugen, Karasuba, Mia, and now this man all had unnatural natural shades. The man was of a slight frame and had a handsome face with sharp, brown eyes. In combination, he very much had the Bishonen look down pat. The man must be popular with the ladies. Hopefully he wouldn't be like Sasuke, who had been considered one as well, but was a complete douche canoe. Shoving a Rasengan up the bastard's ass had totally been worth mastering the jutsu. The man recoiled a little as he slowly gripped that there were unfamiliar people in the room. His eye floated to Mia, who nodded at his questioning gaze. Composing himself, hello. And who might you be? He said. It's not polite to ask for someone's name before giving your own. He recoiled once again at the calm yet sharp response. All right, sorry, my name is Kagari. Naruto nodded respectfully and gave a proper reply. A pleasure, Kagari-san. My name is Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. Kagari half smiled and looked at the other resident of the room. When he did, he was caught completely off guard. What was number 66 doing here? After the fight, he hadn't been able to find her and had just assumed she had escaped while he was chasing down the lightning twins. He hadn't even wanted to think about the alternative. But now here she sat, in perfect health and with what he assumed to be her ashikabi. That was relieving. Now there was one less bird to maintain vigilance for. Eugen's eyes narrowed suspiciously at the newcomer, trying to put the pieces together. She could swear this man was. You look a lot like Homura. Kagari and Mia both stiffened slightly, an action that did not go unnoticed by Naruto. It was only a twitch, so most would miss it entirely, but he was well versed in picking up such things. Something that he conveyed to the other male with his eyes. Kagari knew that the blonde knew something, and he knew that Kagari knew that he knew. He had to hope that the probable ashikabi wouldn't spill the beans about his secret identity. Otherwise, he might get burned when the situation got too hot to handle. Pun intended. Never mind. My name is Eugen. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Eugen-san. Mia came to the panicking Kagari's aid. Kagari, why don't you sit down with us? We were just in the middle of eating dinner. I'll make you a plate if you'd like. Kagari smiled gratefully at the landlady, thankful for her timely intervention. As much as it pains me to do so, I'll have to decline. I ate at the host club just before coming here. I'm a bit tired, so I think I'll retire for the night. I promise I'll eat with you tomorrow. Good night, he said as he ascended the staircase. 3 pairs of eyes trailed the man as he disappeared with a note of intrigue from the ashikabi Seker pair and concern from Mia. Well, that was interesting, Naruto supplied. Mia exhaled lightly. Kagari-san works at a host club, and is apparently the most popular host there, so he tends to come home late. This isn't an uncommon occurrence, but I do worry whether he's taking care of himself. Some nights he doesn't come home until 3 or 4 in the morning, and then leaves again at 8. That must be difficult. I used to work night shifts, and they were always rough. While shinobi tended to travel during the day, about half of their operations were done at night. They used to refer to it as working the shade within the leaf echelons. Stealth, assassination, espionage, infiltration, the works. Anything that required any subtlety was usually a night job. The other half were the flashy battles that most high-level ninjutsu users in particular got into. Seriously, someone could have made a TV show off of the shit he used to get into back in the day. Ironically, the most hazardous part of their job was probably camping overnight. He could name more than a few top-notch ninja who had been ambushed and killed during the night while they slept. That was why only Air S-rank nin were allowed to fly solo, with a couple B-rank exceptions. It was like an unspoken rule that anyone who was listed in the bingo book could run missions as they pleased while the rest had to stick by the book. Naruto had run a number of solo missions when he had returned from his training trip with Jiraiya. None of them had been pleasant. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto sat on the porch staring up into the sky aimlessly. After dinner, Eugen had left to take a bath, claiming that she needed it after their long day of moving. Naruto, who had done most of the heavy lifting, felt like he absolutely needed one. He had spent almost half of his time on the veranda debating whether he had the energy to clean himself tonight, or if he would wait until the morrow. Meh. Why not both? The sky had faded into blackness as he mulled his thoughts, making for a pretty sight before it had set. Though the view couldn't compare to that of his former balcony, it was nice in its own way. You could just make out the stars from this little piece of earth, and he doubted any of the houses surrounding could claim the same. It was such a surreal thought when he pondered the grand scope of things. Just how vast the world was and how many things filled it. The oceans, the deserts, the forests, the mountains. The people, the plants, the animals, the sky. It was truly a wonderful world, one that even in all his time he could not claim to know. Maybe he loved nature the way he did because it was the only thing that remained unchanging. Like a grizzled, faithful companion who could sit beside him and know as he did all of time past. An inside joke that only the two of them were aware of. Who knows? Maybe there was a third comrade or even a fourth or fifth who could laugh along with them about all that was lost to the sands of time. The soft thumping of feet drew Naruto back in. He had a visitor. Out of the corner of his eye he could make out light purple and white, telling him all he needed to know about the person's identity. Hello, Mia. Would you mind if I joined you? I made tea. At his motion of approval, the woman folded her hakama behind her and eased into a seiza position, placing a tray with 2 cups of tea down beside her. She lifted one of them up and handed it to him gently, which he accepted with a grateful nod. He closed his eyes and took a small sip, instantly melting. I don't think I could say anything about your tea that I haven't already. So how exactly do you fit in with the Seker plan? Faster than the human eye could comprehend, a blade rested against his throat, drawing a small trickle of blood as it bit into his flesh. Mia's eyes were cold as ice as they sharply bored into his head. You have about 2 seconds to explain yourself, Naruto. I don't want to have to hurt you. Said blonde lazily, put a hand up placatingly. Relax, Mia-san. No need to reach for the knife. It wasn't obvious until Kagari came back. Anyone with half a brain could figure out that was Homura. Combine that with you quite clearly being the Hania of the North that MBI has demanded distance from, and it was easy to put the dots together. The graceful landlady hesitated with a clear look of suspicion. This man was far too perceptive, almost scarily so. Nothing could stay buried with him around, which was something Mia dreaded. There were some things that needed to stay locked away. Reluctantly retracting her katana from his neck, she sheathed it with a quiet hiss. If you aren't careful, that nosiness of yours will get you into trouble. There are some things that are better left unsaid. I understand. I wasn't looking to pressure an answer out of you unwelcomingly. You've been incredibly kind to Eugen and that's something that I would be loath to throw back in your face. I'll keep my observations to myself from now on, but this is one thing I'll beg you answer. Naruto could see the gears turning in her pretty little head, fighting an internal war of decisions. She was at a loss as to what to do. On one hand, it really couldn't hurt to tell him, seeing as he already knew she was aware of the plan. With her cover blown, the actual details were trivial. She could still openly omit parts about it and he would accept it despite that. She had figured out that much about the man sitting beside her. Secrets weren't an issue to him, and he didn't push for disclosure. He respected her privacy and she respected his. That was the unspoken dynamic they had set after yesterday's events. On the other hand, with how situationally aware the blonde was, giving him any information could come back to bite her. Really, it came down to whether she felt she could trust her new tenant. Taking a deep breath, Mia began her story. My late husband was the head of research for the Seker plan. He personally created or was involved in all technological advances regarding their race. Without his work, the plan would not be possible, though it was not his wish for the Seker to fight. He did what he did in hopes that all the Seker would find their ashikabi and live happily. He wanted nothing more than for every little bird to get the chance to live a normal life. When he died, All of his research was seized and warped into creating a civil war among the Seker race. It was never meant to be this way. So that's why you hate Manaka so much and established an area of neutrality in the north, Naruto surmised. He assumed Mia had some sort of technology that made MBI acknowledge her wishes. Or maybe it was as a tribute to her deceased husband and his contribution to the corporation. Yet another question he would refrain from asking. That's correct, Mia affirmed. I was tasked with watching out for all of the little birds, but I am unable to personally cater to all of them. The best I could do was create a safe haven for those who did not want to fight or be a part of this battle. Another piece of the puzzle fell into place for Naruto, and so you requested Homura aid you as the guardian of unwinged Seker in exchange for staying here. Right again. That was quite an impressive deduction, Naruto-san. I myself am not a Seker and will not fight in any capacity, so that was the solution I came up with. Naruto absently bobbed his head while scratching his cheek, piecing together all the foggy factors. Thank you. I promise that is all I will ask. It's a relief knowing that I picked the one true place where Eugen and I can live peacefully. Neither one of us wants to have anything to do with this fight. I'd much rather live with good company and a smile on my face than fight another war. His voice was nary a whisper as he spoke the last line, but Mia's keen hearing picked up on it nonetheless. The sardonic look on his face talking about the horrors of war was one she could relate to. After Kamakura, she had realized that she despised combat. The kill or be killed nature of it, the ending of another life, everything. It was not a thing to be proud of, something that she and Karasuba had never seen eye to eye on. As I said before, you are always welcome here. You're a part of the Maison Izumo family, too, she said evenly. He gave her a bright, as much as his perpetually dull face allowed, smile that didn't quite reach his eyes at the notion. You know, before we got sidetracked, was there something you wanted to talk about? It was nothing like that. Much the same as him, she had come to gaze at the celestial wonders of the night. The veranda was the best place to watch from, and it just so happened he had also discovered that fact. I came for them, she pointed upwards. No matter where we are, everyone stands under the same sky. Anytime we turn our heads above, we gaze upon the same sun, the same moon, the same stars. It reminds me that we are all still so close, no matter the distance. Naruto leaned back and propped himself up with his arms locked behind him. While it wasn't what he liked about the great expanse, it was still valid. He thought he understood Mia's reference. Maybe if you stared at the heavens long enough, you might see those who had departed standing atop the clouds waving down. Would you mind if I join you here at night? As fellow stargazers, I'd enjoy the company. Mia pondered his suggestion. A little companionship would be pleasant, I'd like that. They sat there for an hour, occasionally breaking out into small talk about random topics. By the time they left the veranda and called it a night, Naruto was too exhausted to take a bath. As unhygienic as it may be, he could care less. Future Naruto could deal with it. Slipping into the dark room, Naruto stripped his clothes off and changed into a pair of lounge pants without a shirt and silently crawled into bed beside an asleep Eugen. Settling into the bed, he gently whispered a good night and joined her in slumber. XXXXXXXXXXX. The man picked up his distressed phone with an exasperated sigh. What do you want, Manaka? I thought you might want to know that we found Namikaze Naruto, came the slightly high-pitched, blithe voice of Hiroto Manaka. Really? After nearly 20 years we've finally found him? Indeed. He winged number 66 and recently moved to live with the Hania in the north. Excellent. Good work finding out that information. Of course. It was the least I could do for an old friend. Hey. If that's all, I have other things to attend to. A non-distinct grunt echoed through the phone, always so abrasive, Kakaro. After a score of years you should be used to it. True, but that never made it any more entertaining. The void stretched as far as he could see, a never-ending expanse of darkness that enveloped him. He couldn't breathe, no matter how hard his lungs struggled to pull in oxygen. He couldn't move his body, as if the nerves were no longer his to control. The softness enveloping his head restrained him, allowing movement no quarter. Wait, soft? Sluggishly he reached a hand up to inspect his pillow. Placing his palm on the mystery object, he traced it in circles, feeling the smooth curves of the object. Was this, giving an experimental squeeze, he felt it bounce slightly and give off a quiet moan as it shifted. Yep, it definitely was. Pulling his head down and out he successfully escaped his entrapment with a deep inhale of air. Sure enough, Eugen had clung to him in the middle of the night and had managed to wrap his head between her glorious mounds while sleeping. A questionable grin sprung to his face. His awakening positions were just getting better and better. Naruto watched her roll over towards him, still blissfully slumbering without a single sign of waking, proving just how deep a sleeper she was. He on the other hand was a very light sleeper, Every shinobi had to be, especially during the war. It was a habit he had never seen fit to remove. Until recent times, many of the same dangers as the shinobi era remained during the night hours. Without the chakra hiding in trees, of course. And really only outside of the cities, but that was beside the point. What he and Eugen did have in common was that they were both very much not morning people. Coffee good. Unexpectedly the dreaming woman readjusted her arms to wrap around his torso and tugged him closer, which just so happened to have the added side effect of pulling him right on top of her. And of course she wouldn't be a proper clingy sleeper if she hadn't also entangled her legs with his, unknowingly blocking off his only method of escape. Her legs were parted a little widely since she had her legs inside of his, and her chest, which he was mashed flush up against, pushed his torso away at just the angle that had the effect of pressing his crotch right against her. Luckily his waist was a little higher than hers because he was taller, or he would have been grinding right against her in some sensitive areas. He would have had a really hard time explaining that one. Oh shit, speaking of hard. Down, boy. Naruto, she mumbled sensually, still completely unconscious. Eugen tightened her hold around his legs, doing some interesting things to some even more interesting places. His eyes went wide as saucers as he felt a tingle of pleasure. Abort. Gotta get out of there before he did something he really shouldn't to a sleeping person. Performing what was becoming his patented escape technique, Naruto Kawarami'd out of the deadly, sexy hold. Shaking his head vigorously he hobbled out of the room and towards the stairs. Well, both heads were awake now. Making his way quietly down the hallway, Naruto peeked into the living room to see if anyone else was up. The room was gray with the early light of morn, as if the house itself was waking up with the coming day. Every room he passed by was empty, and he couldn't hear any signs of life. Looks like he was the only one up. Waltzing into the kitchen, Naruto realized why. It was only 6 a.m. Making for his usual routine, Naruto prepped a cup of coffee, his mind absently wandering. He was beginning to warm up to these days, filled with Eugen's constant presence and now Mia's inclusion. Kagari was a rare presence, so he didn't bother including him. He wondered if the man stayed out so much on purpose. Though it had only been a few days since they had moved in, his life living in that mute apartment felt like a lifetime away. It was strange. His perception of time may not have been the best, but even he knew that was out of the ordinary. The fact that he and Eugen were involved in a pseudo-civil war that was raging even as he spoke was rather apathetic. He was so far away from the front lines that it felt like someone else's problems. He huffed heartily. But of course, that was going to be broken any day now. Manaka hadn't called back yet, though it was only a matter of time until he was forced into conflict with Karasuba. Judging by the little of her personality he had gleaned and the fact that she had gone out of her way to request a duel, he knew there would be no talking his way out of this one peacefully. He didn't enjoy battle. Not anymore. He had seen what conflict, war, and everything in between could cause, and it wasn't pretty. Naruto had chosen to live as a true sage after the end of the shinobi, hoping to carry on Jiraiya's legacy and his will for peace. The world had broken that illusion. No matter where you went or during what time period, there was always bloodshed. Disagreements that led to abrasions of massive proportions, ultimately resulting in death and destruction of the masses. It was always over the most ridiculous things too. Our God has declared us the righteous, therefore we must slaughter all the infidels and take what is rightfully ours, also known as the Holy Crusades. The divines are with us and China is weak, so why should we not take their territory and decimate their people? Who would care? Also known as the rape of Nanking. The examples went on. It had taken nearly half a millennia before Naruto gave up on insisting peace and realized that he simply did not have the power to sway the hearts of men. In fact, several sects had proclaimed him their religious figure and committed atrocities in his name. He had personally wiped out every one of them. Naruto blinked confusedly. Where had he even started this train of thought? Oh, right. The Sekire plan. The plan he still was at an absolute loss about what to do with. They weren't going to be able to hide forever, regardless of Mia's deterrence. The game wouldn't end if they hid, and whatever powers remained would converge upon them. Hell, if they were smart, the strongest players would band together to remove any competition before fighting each other. No matter how the pendulum swung, their tranquility would not last. So what would he do? Would he personally raise arms again? Take the city by storm? If he did, the sagely path would be his only result afterwards, chased into exile. At least, until the perpetrators of the witch hunt died down. A loud growl interrupted his dilemma, alerting him to the small, or not so small depending on your view, fact that he was famished. It was also at that moment he realized the coffee had overflowed and scorched his hand. He stared incredulously at his pinkened appendage, taking a moment to see if he was seeing things right. Well shit. It was no worry, his hand would be healed without much delay. Cleaning the mess up, Naruto scowled at his own lack of awareness. It was beginning to become a problem. Maybe a little bit of meditation and discreet senjutsu would help. Meh. No harm done. I'm hungry. Scratching his stomach, he fumbled to the refrigerator. Pulling it open, Naruto squinted as the light hit his eyes and the cold air caressed his face. Scanning through the items within, he pulled out several ingredients to make his intended dish. A weak, mischievous smile twisted his lips. He already had a great idea on how to start the day. XXXXXXXXXX. Mia twitched in her sleep as an unfamiliar aroma hit her nose. It smelled like smoke. Snapping awake, Mia whipped around in her bed looking for any possible source of a fire. Then her eyes landed on it. She sighed. Naruto was up to shenanigans already. Sitting by the bedside was a tray. With a plate. That had a rice omelet. With, lovely Mia-chan. Written in a thickened soy sauce on its surface. There were an unnecessary amount of hearts. I don't know whether I should be annoyed that he did this or pleased because he cooked. Well, it smelled good at the very least. Mia had to wonder if Naruto knew how to cook. He struck her as a man of many talents, but cooking wasn't one of the ones that crossed her mind. Actually, scratch that. He had been married and in succession lived alone after their deaths, so that would explain it. One learned to cook when they were responsible for their own well-being. Wait. For the food to be in the room, that meant he had entered to put it there. Unannounced, and in a room with a sleeping woman, all alone. Groaning, Mia doggedly rose from bed and picked up the plate. She was going to need to have a talk with the blonde. XXXXXXXXXX. He could have laughed if he didn't know Mia might cut him for it. Maybe if he played his cards right, she would summon those masks again.
You still ate it, so I don't know what you're complaining about.
Mia looked at him incredulously, refusing to take the bait in his words. He was like the teasing version of a beast of prey. If you made any sign of an opening, he would take that as the opportunity to pounce. She wasn't about to fall for it. While she could very well flex her status as the owner of the house he resided in to make him stop, that was unnecessarily strong for such a thing. Secretly, she didn't mind per se, but only because she would likely be getting him back for this at some point. His little prank was harmless enough. Oh, and what might dear Eugen-san think about you doing such things? Naruto cast a glance towards the door. Wait about 4 seconds and you'll find out. He wordlessly retracted his fingers as he counted, and almost exactly on cue Eugen looped around the corner. She was mildly annoyed if her appearance was anything to go by. Thrusting the dish in her hands forward into view, she flatly said, "What is this?" Mia took a second to appraise the object, before pinching the brow of her nose. He had made an identical rice omelet for the forest-haired woman, the only difference being that it said, Naruto's favorite Seker, rather than, lovely Mia-chan. Exactly what it looks like. I made you breakfast. Eugen deadpanned at him. Well, no kidding. I meant what's with the writing, Sherlock. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He wasn't aware she knew that reference. She must have been watching a lot more TV than he thought. Well, it's true, isn't it? Rather than respond, Eugen sent him a semi-paranoid look, eyes darting to the beautiful Lavendred beside him. Proving that they were already coming to understand each other's quirks, Naruto interpreted the message and gave her a dismissive wave. Eugen's shoulders relaxed, not even aware she had been holding tension in them. Oh. So Mia already knew. Her natural curiosity reared its head trying to come up with how she knew before Eugen quashed it. How she was aware of the game was irrelevant. With everything in the green, Eugen proceeded on as if the mute exchange had never happened. You don't know any other Seker. Guess it still holds true then, doesn't it? Her head drooped as she exhaled breathily. This man could be so irritating sometimes. Naruto continued on with a grin. Don't be like that. You got a free meal out of it. I even cleaned up the dishes, so there's no strings attached. Isn't a woman supposed to be happy when a man cooks for them? HMPH. It was a little overcooked. That was a lie, but she couldn't afford to concede here. Naruto cried salty waterfalls as he looked at Mia imploringly. You liked it, right, Mia-chan? Mia cocked her head cutely to the side, seemingly confused. Liked what? Naruto clutched his chest in faux pain. You wound me. Here I spent the time to make breakfast out of the kindness of my heart, and all I get for it is insults. And you wonder why I don't do anything nice. As Naruto and Mia quipped back and forth, Eugen winced lightly and a small, cold pit settled in the bottom of her stomach. While he may have said that jokingly, it was no less true. So far their relationship had been rocky, to say the least. At the heart of it all, she was having as much of a hard time sorting herself out as he was, but her outlet was different. Whereas Naruto resorted to humor and withdrawal, which irked her somewhat, her mechanism was aggression. Not because of him, but because this new emotional paradigm alarmed her. It was brand new, caring about someone else. Naruto was an old hand at it, just out of practice. Eugen had literally no practice in having someone important to care for. Eugen chuckled sardonically. Now that she got down to it, she realized that she was no different than he was, and yet she patronized him for it. She was a hypocrite, telling Naruto to get his act together as an Ashikabi, but being just as scattered in her duty as his Sekirei. The only reason she had been so vulnerable before was because of the bond, not out of her own volition. That wasn't real. She had never wanted to find an Ashikabi, so she had never thought about what to do if she had one. It was a pointless idea. When she got right down to it, she was just as hesitant to love him as he was to her. XXXXXXXXXXX. The Ashikabi and Sekirei left the house shortly after the mini debacle. Today was a big day. The day Eugen had her interview with the modeling agency. That was a rather fascinating thought. Were there any other Sekirei who worked? They had practically no real-life skills, seeing as they weren't released to be a part of society. It was a possibility that Eugen may well be the only Sekirei attempting to join that aspect of the world. The actual interview wasn't until 3 p.m., so they had a long day ahead of them. Naruto thought it was funny that they would choose a Saturday, considering it wasn't part of the average work week. Shrugging dismissively, Naruto figured there was little reason to ponder it. Not like he could talk, what with his free flow schedule. Perks of being a self-made writer. He had left the house without much foresight, reckoning he would come up with a plan as he went. That was usually how he rolled. Ironically, that was what he had done the day he met Eugen. And here they were, not only living together, but living like a couple as he escorted her to a job application. Speaking of, she was going to be there for a while, meaning he was going to be left to his own devices, bored. Damn it. He perked up as a proverbial bulb lit up in his head. He had just the place to go. With how often it came up in conversation lately, he was actually surprised he hadn't thought of it sooner. He glanced back to Eugen, who was watching the buildings as they walked, completely unaware of his machinations. Coughing to get her attention, he filled her in on his plans. Hey, I have a place I'd like to drop by. You up for a side trip? I think you'll like it. The Sekirei cocked her head slightly, wondering where he could be talking about. Naruto didn't often have the motivation to go out of his way for things, so this could be interesting. Shrugging nonchalantly, she replied, sure. Where are we going? You'll see when we get there. Eugen's face soured momentarily before she schooled it back into its usual visage. He never could give a straight answer, could he? No matter, she'd find out when they got there. Picking up her pace slightly, she laced her hand with his, as she had the first day they had gone out. Naruto gave her a sideways glance to see what she was doing, but Eugen had already begun scanning over the nearby surroundings, seemingly unaware of his gaze. He made no effort to remove her grasp and focused once more on their destination. Turning left at the corner of the street, Eugen's eyes flickered to her Ashikabi before just as speedily returning to their wandering. Not a word was said throughout the exchange. On a side note, the passers-by reacted accurately to the first outing, too. The crosswalk light ahead flickered red, bringing them to a rest. Naruto idly leaned back on his hip, accidentally tugging Eugen along with his shifted weight. The motion brought them shoulder to shoulder, a harmless enough occurrence. Eugen let go of his hand and shuffled away just slightly. Once more, a harmless enough occurrence. Cerulean eyes trailed her like a reptile, taking in every detail. The fact that she had moved wasn't the reason for his watchful eye, it was that she had no reason to move. Is everything all right? Came the detached drawl of the blonde. Her amber orbs shot up to meet his, noting the azure inquiry. Yeah. Is there a reason I shouldn't be? He stared at her in a crocodilian manner for several seconds without reply. She fidgeted lightly under his gaze. It felt like his eyes were trying to penetrate to the depths of her soul. No, I suppose not, was his lethargic response. The light turned green and they carried on, now walking separately. They roamed the busy streets of Tokyo on the way to their secret rendezvous, occasionally turning a corner here or taking a crosswalk there, but otherwise remaining terse. Naruto seemed completely comfortable in the tension, as did Eugen, if you missed the odd sporadic twitch. The pair turned down a final alleyway and they were graced with a large, drab-looking gray building at the end of the way. It wasn't anything special by any means, and in fact, it was a little too plain. Then again, this was a back alley. Pinning a questioning gaze on the blonde's back, Eugen was about to question him until he suddenly lurched forward, headed directly for the building. Looking at this place, she got the feeling that she knew where they were. There weren't too many options when it came to Naruto, so she was probably spot on with her hypothesis. This was TH. Are you coming? Yeah. I'll be right there. Pacing the brusque blonde, they walked through the front door. On the inside the place was just as bleak as the outside. Dirty concrete walls scaled the place, and there were a collection of other doors and staircases within the large room they found themselves in. Without missing a beat, Naruto trudged toward a stairwell on the left side of the room. He took the flight downwards, once again not waiting to see if Eugen was keeping up, just assuming. They took a harrowing journey down several floors of winding steps and through several quarters. Eugen almost ran into Naruto's back when he stopped suddenly in the doorframe of another threshold, her nose rubbing fabric from the unexpected proximity. Hey, watch where you're. On the other side of the room was a large, open door, guarded by bouncers. Two bulky men with combed-back hair stood an intimidating sentinel, not even sparing a glance at the two visitors. Their black suits and sunglasses added to the image, though the glasses in the middle of an underground, unlit room was a bit ridiculous. Naruto flipped the men a coin each as he strode by unimpeded. They gave him a simple nod in recognition, that being the only indication they were still breathing. They made no move to stop Eugen as she walked through either. The door fed into a dark hallway with a down-sloping ramp. It was sort of ominous, like a gateway to the underworld. Are you ready? Eugen blinked in consternation, not sure what he meant. Ready for what? You'll see. She scowled at his retreating back, again with that response. They trudged through the tunnel for a minute until a literal light at the end of the tunnel made itself apparent. The light was emanating from a much, much larger space. She was actually hesitant to call it a room even, it was more like an underground bunker. The place was massive, though it was obvious where they were. This was the ring. The fighting society that Naruto took place as a member. The chamber was circular in shape with a near full circle of the expanse being sectioned off by an amphitheater of seats, ascending row by row in a pantheon of cheap tin. Below was a large plain of dirt marred by no other features. Clearly this was the actual field for combat. It was eerily quiet with only the dull raucous of white noise echoing off the empty walls. Also to note was the distinct lack of people on this side of the stadium. Maybe they weren't fighting today. The noise picked up sharply and then fell, prompting Eugen to listen once again. No, those were definitely voices. Turning towards the source of the cacophony, her sight was drawn to the other portion of the dilapidated arena. It was packed with a modest amount of people, somewhere around 80 to 90 she supposed. They were all crowded around a wooden bar that looked like it had been peeled away from a, well, bar. A bartender stood behind the counter serving drinks to the various people sitting at the tables or standing and chatting. A small, worn concrete barricade separated the arena from the bar, more likely as a boundary than for protection. The Ashikabi and Seker drew nearer and nearer to the group until suddenly someone pointed at the new arrivals and a new wave of muttering broke out amongst the group. Eyes widened and grins split faces. Eugen was able to make out some of the phrases being tossed around in the din. See, I told you he was still alive. You owe me 5,000 yen. Gods be damned, he's back. It's Mirai the Immortal, and other such things. A tall woman with close shorn hair on the right side of her head and long ginger locks tossed over the left, a crooked nose, and an equally crooked smirk stepped up to Naruto amidst the whispers. Well, well. The wily son of a bitch is back. Good to see you, Goldie. She extended a fist out in front of her, waiting for some sort of response. He returned the look with equal voracity and bumped his knuckles to hers. Good to see you too, Mickey. A loud grunt sounded from the bar as a giant of a man raised himself from the long table. He had a trimmed auburn-colored beard and matching tousled hair flipped back behind his head, exposing the beginnings of a receding hairline. He wasn't as tall as Zurov, or as big, but he was nothing to scoff at either. His figure loomed over Naruto as he approached, coming to rest right beside Mickey and peering down at the blonde. You wouldn't be forgetting about me now, would ya, Naruto? You know I wouldn't, Bard. Or any of you lot for that matter. He tossed to the rest of the seated inhabitants, raising a round of whoops and hollers from the amassed men. Chairs clattered to the floor loudly as a bunch of the men stood up, dark looks on their faces. Their eyes glowered as they looked at Naruto, something that didn't go unnoticed by anyone present. Disconcertingly, no one was bothered. In fact, they seemed amused. The men charged as one like bulls towards Naruto, and Eugen drew her steel just in case. They stopped in front of Naruto, blaring frightening auras. In unison they all crossed their arms, saluted with bowed heads, and shouted, "Welcome back, Boss Mirai, we missed you." Naruto only chuckled lightly, as if this was an everyday occurrence. It's nice being back. Been keeping the place running properly. Yes, boss. 10 voices rang. Taking a once-over of the room, Naruto searched the sea of faces, but ultimately not finding his quarry. Where's old man Cairo and Zurov? Bard scratched his beard and shrugged his shoulders, denoting he was just as clueless. No idea, lad. Haven't seen the pair of them since last week. That was rather odd, at least for Zurov. Old man Cairo just came whenever he pleased, so that was no worry. The elderly man was an anomaly even to Naruto. Kairo had been the strongest here before Naruto arrived, but they had never seen him truly fight all out, even at the determination match. Naruto himself wasn't sure exactly how powerful the old fighter was, but he was positive it was more than he let on. There were all kinds of crazy stories about the man, like him hanging from the ceiling using only his toes as he ate a bowl of rice, or him drinking the entire bar's stock of alcohol without being the slightest bit drunk. Likely all rumors, but no one could be sure with the strange elder. And as for Zerov, maybe he was staying on the down low to avoid Haruka's wrath. Neither our number 2 or our number 4 are here today, huh? That'll make for a change of pace. The Swedish man brushed his hair back behind his head as he nodded. Agreed. Wanna have a go? It's been ages since we last had a bout, he suggested. Sounds good to me, Naruto affirmed. Miki, the woman, grinned lopsidedly and nudged her head towards the green-haired Sekere. Before that, who's the girl? All heads in the vicinity wheeled around to the Sekere as if they had only just realized that she was present, scrutinizing and sizing up the newcomer. A wolf whistle came from someone in the back, prompting everyone to light the air with their responses. The boss finally got a girlfriend. Congratulations, boss. We're so happy for you. The men cried manly tears as they celebrated the blonde warrior finally getting a girl. Mickey's eyes rose to her hairline and Bard guffawed loudly. You got you a woman, Goldie? Well shit, never would have figured that one coming. Bard rested a hand on his chin as he sized her up, nodding to himself in some unspoken affirmation. Quite the catch too, lad. Where'd ya find a pretty woman like this one? Seeing a golden opportunity, Eugen draped herself across Naruto's back with a feline grin. Naruto-sama found me unconscious and brought me back to his house. He undressed me and patched me up, and has fed and housed me ever since. He even forced me to stay so he could take care of me when I tried to leave before recovering. I can't thank him enough for his kindness. She rubbed small circles over his chest for added effect. Naruto's eyes spelled death as she dug him further and further into a hole, but it was totally worth whatever retaliation he may come up with later. Bard's mouth hung wide open and Mickey froze stunned in recoil. Woo. No idea you had it in you, Goldie. Turns out the Stone Prince was really just a big softy at heart. A malicious aura surrounded Naruto as he glared soul-freezing ice at them. You want to find out the hard way, Mickey? Apparently someone had had enough. A nondescript young man no older than 20 with brown hair slammed his hands into one of the wooden tables, sending the dishes rattling as a loud bang cut through the air. He glared at the group venomously. Will you shut up already? I can't enjoy my food with all this racket. For being the supposed best fighters around you act like a bunch of morons. Every single person in the arena leveled a heated glare at the man, a few even cracking their knuckles in preparation. Mickey growled and bit out. Listen here, you little punk. You don't get to walk into our territory and act like you're the shit when you just got here. Either sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up or leave. The man smirked arrogantly, undeterred by her aggression. Why don't you make me then, bitch? He snarked. Mickey's grin turned outright murderous as she stalked towards him. You asked for it, you. A firm grip on her shoulder stopped her in her tracks. Goldie, what are you doing? He shook his head. I'll handle this one. You guys just sit back and watch. A buzz of excitement steadily filled the room as Naruto took Mickey's place. The man was glaring bullets through Naruto's skull, but the shinobi remained unperturbed by the intimidation. He squared with the younger man and eyed him up coolly. What might be the problem, my young friend? He drawled uninterestedly. The man snarled, don't act like you're tough shit. There isn't a single one of you here who could even scratch me, so you shouldn't be giving me all this lip. I was the number 1 in my province. I could care less if you were the number 1 in the country. We don't tolerate that sort of disrespect here. If you've got a problem, you settle it in the ring. Naruto jabbed a finger at the dirt field as he finished speaking. The man snorted derisively. No one speaks to Hoshi the Great like that. Once I'm finished wiping the floor with you, you'll regret ever taking such a tone. Naruto was no longer paying attention as he hopped the small concrete barrier. The now named Hoshi growled and mimicked the motion, following behind the blonde veteran. He ignored the whoops and shouts of, kick his ass, Mirai, and show him who's boss, boss. Or at least he tried, his teeth clenching tighter and tighter as every additional cheer incensed him further. The two stopped near center field several paces from each other and turned about face. Naruto rolled his neck and spoke simply, there are only 2 rules in this arena. No weapons unless specified and have a good fight. Any questions? The man ground out a short response of, none. Nodding his head, Naruto stood lazily with his hands by his side. Good. The fight starts now. Hoshi immediately spread his legs and raised his guard in a shallow, 3/4 angled saddle leg stance. He waited for his opponent to charge at him and start the raging conflict. A charge that never came. In fact, His opponent didn't even bother to shift from his unflappable posture. The confusion showed on Hoshi's face over the hostility. Aren't you going to take a stance? At least try to make this fun for me before I crush you. Naruto shrugged through half-lidded eyes, making no effort to change. No need. Give me your best shot to the face. Blinking rapidly in befuddlement, the arrogance soon returned to his visage as he cocked a fist and sprinted forward. You asked for it. Back at the bar, Eugen was uneasy as she watched the scene. She had this strange nervous feeling and she couldn't figure out why. Why isn't he dodging? She asked Mickey. Mickey's eyes didn't leave the fledgling fight as she replied open-endedly from beside her, just watch. The look on her face was the cat that ate the canary, and now that Eugen looked around, so too was everyone else's. She turned her gaze back to the fight as Mickey had said. Naruto still made absolutely no effort to dodge the oncoming Hoshi and his coiled fist. He looked like a Nara standing there with his arms limply by his side and the dull, bored look on his face. With a cry of, "You're mine!" Hoshi plunged his fist towards Naruto's nose at full tilt. It looked like it was going to land until the very last second when Naruto slammed his forehead into the man's knuckles. The two sat there in a stony deadlock, neither moving an inch after the collision. A second passed. Suddenly Hoshi let out a cry of pain and hopped back, shaking his quickly reddening fist rapidly. What the hell did you do to me, bastard? He spat at the immobile blonde. Me? That was all you, friend. You did it to yourself. Somewhat true, but that wasn't the whole of it. Naruto had applied a subtle layering of Doden chakra to his forehead, giving it an armor layer like solid rock. It was a surprisingly effective technique used by many of the better Iwagakure Jonin, and in fact the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, had been famous for it. A hearty round of snickers and uproarious laughter broke out from the gathered fighters at the sight. Har har har. Got him with the old Mirai surprise. Eugen was highly confused. What are they talking about? That's Goldie's signature introduction. He's gotten us all with that at one point in time. No idea how the bastard's head is so hard, but it hurts like a ton of bricks. Mickey slipped out between snickers. He does. Always hilarious watching a poor, unsuspecting soul get hit by that. It's become a sort of welcoming party for the new blood over time, came the thick brogue of Bard. He let out another boisterous laugh, wiping away a tear from one eye as he bust his gut. Eugen supposed she would have found this just as whimsical were she in the know. As it was, there was a small, cold knot resting in the pit of her stomach, and she still had no idea why. Naruto finally struck amidst Hoshi's pain, uppercutting the injured man savagely, forcing his teeth shut with a loud clack and knocking his head back almost 135 degrees. Wasting no time, Naruto slipped behind Hoshi and grabbed the man by a handful of his hair, ripping it clean out of the roots as he smashed the man to the ground by his head. Hoshi's legs flailed in the air as he slammed headlong into the floor, a thick cloud of dust and a sizable dent in the earth forming from the impact. Naruto latched onto the man's floating legs with both hands, and demonstrating his monstrous strength, he swung him overhead by the appendages. The battered newcomer was quickly reintroduced with the ground as he drove him into the dirt with the combined force of momentum and his muscles. Hoshi spit up a glob of saliva as he was brutalized, his body going airborne from the sheer force of the blow. Something Naruto capitalized on. As Hoshi's body recoiled from the trip through the air, Naruto drilled a solid fist right into the decimated man's face, spearing him into the ground and ending his agonizing journey. The man grimaced in agony when Naruto pinned a foot onto his chest and leaned on it, putting his head closer to the barely conscious man's own. If you want to be a regular here, you need to clean up your act. Everyone is an equal in this place, and we don't tolerate arrogance within our sanctity. Learn some respect before you try again. The poor fool's mind saved him the luxury of further suffering as it sent him into the depths of unconscious only seconds after Naruto's anecdote. The fight had lasted all of 15 seconds, if it could even be called that. That was more of a massacre, Eugen thought. The hall went silent for a brief interval before it echoed with roars of victory and triumphant cries of, "Mirai! Mirai! Mirai!" When the man casually rejoined them, he was greeted by a crowd of muscly men and pats on the back and shoulders from all sides. He snorted bemusedly at their enthusiasm. "You all act like this is something special." Bard spoke up from amongst the crowd. "True, but that doesn't make it any less roiling." The victorious fighter sniffed unimpressed. He may have been king of the milk drinkers where he came from, but a pitiful display like that is worth nothing. A round of hearty laughs rose at his words, and a few even said, "Cheers to that," before necking a beer or two. Naruto deftly caught a drink as it came sliding off the bar, eyes flicking to the source. "Quiet as always, Poco?" The lithe bartender nodded wordlessly with a small smile on his face as he cleaned a glass. The man may not look like much, but he had earned his place as the number 3 within the Colosseum. Sauntering over to Mickey and Eugen, drink in hand, Naruto stretched widely and nonchalantly muttered, "Entertained?" Eugen grinned playfully. It was like watching a star fall. She waved a hand through the air and wiggled her fingers for added measure. Naruto grimaced at the painful joke. That was shooting a bit far out there. Okay, now that one was rocky and you know it, Eugen quipped. Naruto shrugged. I suppose it had some space to grow. Some space? It wasn't even in orbit, came the oh-so-helpful reply of Mickey. Keep talking and I'll send you to the moon, Naruto snapped. All right. No need to get your panties in a twist, Goldie. The blonde didn't deign them with a response, instead choosing to mutter under his breath about troublesome women causing problems before tossing back his liquor. From within the rejoicing crowd of combatants came a recognizable Swedish accent. Oi, let's get our match started, Bard called as he pumped a fist in the air. Coming, Naruto sighed. The two women stood there quietly, unsure what to do. After several seconds of watching the crowd, Mickey broke the ice cheerfully. Feel like going around yourself? Grateful to get around the awkward atmosphere developing, Eugen was quick to reply. I'd usually say yes, but I've got a modeling gig later. Well, wouldn't want to ruin that pretty face before the camera, the rough and tumble woman responded. I was thinking more that the blood on my knuckles wouldn't look too good. I think I like you. Mickey's demeanor shifted on a dime. Take good care of him. He likes to play everything off, but you can tell something's always bleeding him. He'll never show it though, just the way he is. Goldie's a good one at heart. Eugen nodded at her words. Mickey continued slowly. You know, I asked him out once. He turned me down. Said it was no fault of mine, just that he wasn't romantic material. Did he say why? No, Goldie doesn't speak much about himself. Keeps that stuff closer to his heart than his guard arms. Naruto. What rank is he? Do you really need to ask? He's our number one. The immortal Mirai. Never once defeated since the day he walked into the ring. Moves so quickly people think he's seeing the future. Eugen was only somewhat surprised. This was Naruto they were talking about. She knew he could pack a punch after he whipped number 61, but she hadn't expected him to be the literal king of the ring, so to speak. He barely left his house and acted as if this was nothing more than flimsy pastime. Wait, that meant he was stronger than the bear man. How strong was Naruto? Eugen rubbed her temples in exhaustion. She could already feel a headache coming on. The mysteries of her dear vexing Ashikabi continued to grow with every passing day. With a sigh, Eugen decided she needed to switch subjects to something less convoluted. Is your name actually Mickey, or is that some alias you go by here? Nah, real name's Mickey. Never was the girly type, so I started going by Mickey when I got into a motorcycle gang back in middle school. Been going by it ever since. Mickey faltered for a moment as she realized something important. Ahem, this is sort of embarrassing, but I never actually asked for your name. Cared to share? Hey, this woman's almost as bad as Naruto at niceties. Well, that wasn't entirely right. Naruto was bad sometimes, but other times he was incredibly thoughtful and perceptive. He was just strange like that. Name's Eugen. Nice to meet you. Same here, Greenie. Greenie? Already giving me a nickname like Naruto? Well, the two of you are an item after all. Might as well call you the same. Eugen's mouth flattened into a thin line. And there the topic was. What was their relationship? The one thing she knew about their odd partnership was that both she and Naruto were clueless on what to do. So you know, Naruto and I live together, but that's about it. All that stuff earlier was just to mess with him. Mickey quirked an eyebrow in surprise. Really? Could have had me fooled. Naruto wouldn't let most anyone get away with what you have. Mickey didn't even catch that in her astonishment she had dropped his nickname. Eugen rubbed her temples once again in mild discomfort. There wasn't enough coffee in the world to figure this shit out. Eugen sure could pick them, couldn't she? XXXXXXXXXX Naruto and Bard arrived in the familiar center field rather quickly. It was easy to tell where the actual combat happened within the stage. There was a small circle within the larger field that was kicked up and discolored by comparison to the rest. Whether by blood, sweat, or tears, it was a noticeable tint all the same. 1 second. Bard raised a hand and shouted, Oi, one of you lot come pick up this floor stain, he's in the way. A couple of the drunks at one of the tables threw a quick game of Jan-Ken Pon to decide who was on cleanup duty. One of the drunkards cursed and stood as the rest laughed at him before making his way to pick up the fallen Hoshi like a sack of potatoes. Once the premise was cleared, Bard grinned and rolled his shoulders. So, are we doing our usual rules? Return to standard Nara posture, Naruto shrugged indifferently. Sure, mid-clean. Full K or first blood? Bard guffawed. Do you have to ask? Sighing, Naruto shook his head. No, I suppose I don't. I don't know why you're so eager to go under. Been a while since you had a good ticking? Aye. Most of the top's been gone for a wee few. Poco is always at that bar of his, so it's usually just the bear or you. Can't get a good fight if there's no one here, you know. Bard was the number 7 in the arena, but with Naruto and Cairo being out so often, Poco not fighting, and the rest of their top 10 only coming when work allowed, the Swede often didn't have a lot of competition. Was Naruto's characteristic reply. Alright, here I come Naruto. Bard cocked a fist back and charged like a raging bull, bounding across the land in great strides. In mere seconds he closed a dozen meters and threw his entire body weight into a single devastating punch. For most of the men there, that solitary strike at the speed he was moving would have been enough to flatten them. Mirai on the other hand. Rather than dodge, Naruto slid a hand up the man's muscular arm and redirected it outwards, leaving the man to look more akin to a cheerleader than a fighter. Naruto squared his chest with him and launched a solid reverse punch into the man's nose. A small crunch tore through the air and was garnished with several drops of blood flying. With his remaining hand Bard reaped the air with a desperate clothesline, taking full advantage of his inevitable inertia. Naruto deftly hopped out of the way as Bard's momentum continued carrying him forward. The man spun on a dime to re-engage. If not for the blood dribbling down his nose, no one would be the wiser that the man had been hit. Ah, that itches. Ya coulda hit somewhere less irritating. Naruto merely shrugged in response. Wasn't his fault he left his nose open. If you didn't want it to get hit, you guard it. Simple as that. The tank of a man recklessly dashed back in with a fist drawn back, telegraphing his moves widely. No matter how many times he got his ass handed to him for it, Bard always threw large motion techniques. Claimed it was just the way his ancestors did it. That was a tradition Naruto himself followed, so he couldn't give the man any flack for it. Of course, his people did their best to avoid getting hit instead of tanking every shot. Bard shifted at the last second, throwing a palm heel aimed at Naruto's stomach. The blonde threw his arms up in a cross block, the force of the strike pushing him back several feet in a cloud of dust. Bringing his guard down, Naruto could feel a pulsing tingle in his arms, a testament to Bard's strength. It may have been little more than a bothersome feeling for Naruto, but he could tell that would have decimated the average human. Hey, the Swede and Zerov were both beasts. That packed quite the punch. So you finally decided to add onto your style, how refreshing. The other man grinned, eyes full of mirth. I've got a couple of tricks up my sleeve. Couldn't let things get boring, yeah? Been saving them just for you. Naruto snorted humorously, alright, show me what else you've got. He beckoned the man on, interest piqued as to what else the ring's number 7 had in store. Much obliged. The man once more flew in like a rabid animal, throwing punches and elbows and haymakers like a madman. Naruto weaved between them all with little trouble. Bard may be fast for a normal person, but this was nothing for a trained shinobi, even for back in his day. No one could truly keep up with him, so he slowed himself to match. Had to keep things interesting after all. Unless he was fighting old man Cairo. Then he had to stay on his toes. Never knew what the old codger would do. Surprising the large man, Naruto caught a punch dead on and shoved it toward the ground, turning the man into a grounded tripod. Naruto lashed a kick right into the man's face, sending Bard's head whipping back like a rock star. In a show of his taijutsu prowess, Naruto hooked a leg through the air and just as it reached its apex dropped his heel straight down onto the man's skybound face in a picture-perfect axe kick. His friend and foe folded like a table. As the battered combatant crumbled to the floor, Naruto leapt back several feet and awaited his opponent's recovery. This wasn't all Bard had. Naruto knew better than that. If there was one thing about Bard that defined him more than anything else, it was that he wouldn't go down until the last, and when he did go down, he went down swinging. True to his Norse nature to the very end. Come on, Bard. I want to see those secret techniques. The downed giant lay still for a moment before swiftly kipping back to his feet. The man swayed lightly in place and cracked his neck to both sides in a series of audible pops. Bard's eyes swam lightly in their sockets and he shook his head to get rid of the fuzziness. Damn if Mirai didn't hit hard. The blonde was of equal strength to himself and Zerov, but only half their size. If that's what you want, then you can have it. Bard closed the distance and hurled a hefty straight punch, aiming to return the favor for his prior punishment. When Naruto tilted out of the way of his attack, Bard continued on unperturbed. He twisted on his heels and threw a powerful spinning backfist at Naruto's temple. Once again it was unable to connect with its target as Naruto blocked with a forearm to his bicep, shutting down all of Bard's forward motion. Reversing his momentum, Bard quartered, turned and jabbed a vertical elbow back at Naruto's abdomen. If that move had connected, it would have probably shattered ribs. Keyword being if. Naruto put his weight behind a brush block in a makeshift short-range evasion, punching Bard in the kidney on the way out for good measure. Grunting at the impact to his soft tissue, Bard swept an open backhand behind him, forcing Naruto to give up his position and allow the larger man some breathing space. Ignoring the pang in his kidney, the auburn-headed scrapper leapt forward and jutted out his knee, hoping to spear Naruto on the solid bone. Sadly, it was much too linear for a target like the nimble blonde. Naruto placed a hand on the man's knee and flipped his body upside down in a bold display of shinobi talent. He drove a rising side kick into the bottom of Bard's jaw, rattling his teeth together so violently it hurt all the way down to the roots. Using the fighter's muscular shoulder as a perch, Naruto twisted on his palm and completed a round off, landing expertly beside the bruised brute. It seemed the man still wasn't done when he recalibrated and squared up with Naruto, shaky but still very much lucid. Imagine Naruto's surprise when, rather than charge back in, Bard remained in place and brought up his guard. That was new for sure. Bard always charged in with reckless abandon, allowing his body to absorb any impact dished towards it. Yet here he was, actually fighting defensive. Naruto had to say he liked this new turn of events. "It's gonna take more than that to put me down." A cloud of dust blasted through the air as the newly offensive Naruto flew at the on-guard Bard. The muscles in Bard's arms coiled in preparation, every single one well aware of the incoming danger. Wanting to test the waters, Naruto switched to a more rugged brawler style to face the barbarian. The pair exchanged a series of blocks and strikes that ultimately made no direct contact. Naruto grinned lightly as he let a punch sail by his head. He really liked this change. It was actually, sort of, fun. The blonde threw a low kick that caught Bard in the thigh, interrupting his balance for a second. That second was all the time Naruto needed. When the large man swung at Naruto, the blonde brush trapped Bard's hand with his own left and, spending little loading time, buried a colossal punch into Bard's stomach, folding him around the fist. The large man choked on air as the wind gushed from his lungs and a sickening pain erupted in his stomach, yet still he remained upright. Naruto measuredly withdrew his fist and took a step back to assess his foe. Commendably, Bard remained on his feet immobile. Shakily the Swede rose and drew his hands into full guard. He sighed, the man just didn't know when to quit. Just as Naruto was about to re-engage, he froze. Bard's eyes had frosted over, he had passed out standing up. Naruto watched the man with an indiscernible look on his face. Then he smiled and patted Bard on the shoulder. "You fought well. Rest, and regain your strength." The Viking collapsed limply to the ground as if heeding the blonde's words. Naruto bent down and slung the large man over his shoulder like it was nothing, making his way back to the bar. He walked with a hint of reservation, a mix of thoughts leaking slightly through to his demeanor. Bard had fought well, and he could feel the man's soul flow out during that match. So committed to the fight was he that the man had diverged into learning a new type of combat simply to better himself and provide a better challenge. It was something Naruto respected in all capacity. In fact, if Bard became adept with this new style, he could very well move up a couple of positions, and even force him to take the fights a bit more serious. And yet at the same time he couldn't help but feel repressed. Matches like these were nothing new, he always won, simply because he had no equal. Bard had some new techniques to spice things up this time, but no matter what they did, he would always beat them. Not because of a lack of skill on their parts. No, they were top-notch. However, when compared to him, a nigh eternal shinobi who had fought people that could destroy armies on equal grounding, they were dwarfed by his shadow. It was just so empty. There was almost no point to fighting here, but he couldn't seem to let it go. He would get an itch that he had to scratch every so often, and so he would return. And every time he left feeling hollow after coming. The people were good and he respected each as a fighter, but he couldn't be bothered to come as much as he used to. Naruto hadn't had a good fight in so long, but that was just it. He didn't want to wage a battle or war, simply a good old fight. These Sekirei may be a bit more sturdy than a human, but he didn't want to have a deathmatch for it. Who knows, maybe this Karasuba woman would give him a decent brawl. One of the men laughed and took the stone-cold Bard from Naruto, placing him in a chair at his table. Har har har, why you really cleaned his clue, Clock M. Mirai. We'll, look after the princess here for ya. The man slurred. He was clearly drunk as a skunk. Thanks, he replied dismissively. Naruto flopped into a seat at an unoccupied table, a bit off-kilter after his victory. The clinking of glasses drew him to the taciturn bartender. "Wanna spar, Poco?" The brown-haired man looked up from his cleaning and stared at the blonde. He shook his head in the negative after a second and returned to his job. Naruto inhaled deeply. He had expected that response. It was a rare event when Poco stepped back from behind his bar. It was a shame too, the man was extremely quick on his feet. He could actually get into a bit of a speed match with Poco. I figured. Maybe I'll get lucky and the old man will walk in. Knowing my luck, just because I said that he won't come back for a month. Hey, Gramps is back. Naruto blinked. Sure enough, the man in question emerged from the corridor. Well shit. Here he was, the one man that could get Naruto's blood pumping in a fight. He waved a hand in the air limply, calling out in his half-drawl half-monotone but with a slight twinge of excitement. Hey, Oji-san. Get over here, I'm bored. Cairo lifted his head towards the beacon-headed blonde. Ah, so he's here. Yep, Goldie got here not too long ago. Put some upstart punk in the dirt and then knocked around the Viking for good measure, Mickey replied from his side. The elderly man nodded and muttered a quiet, "Excuse me," making his way over to Naruto's table. Naruto studied him as he walked over. Was it just him, or did the old man look older? For the most part he looked the same as always. His gray hair was slicked back in its usual style, presenting a sort of gentlemanly vibe, though his gi and hakama gave off a more traditional feel on his tall, thin figure. It made sense. He was the head monk of the local shrine. His demeanor was always polite and calm, a personality that certainly matched his wise elder appearance. The wrinkles were what made Naruto think he was starting to show his age. They were seeming deeper and deeper by the day. It was quite deceiving, actually. The man was a lot stronger and definitely much more spry than he looked. It would certainly be a shame if the old monk kicked the bucket. Light gray eyes that contrasted his near snow hair and warm face peered into Naruto's own cerulean. It is good to see you again, Naruto. Naruto smiled lopsidedly. Good to see you too, old man. I was a little worried you might have taken the boat when they told me you weren't here. As you can see, I am still in good health. Cairo chuckled lightly. Now what may I help you with? The corners of Naruto's mouth twinged upwards. Something about Cairo made everyone always feel at home. You couldn't help but be at least of a pleasant disposition in his presence. I was hoping you were feeling well enough to spar with me. Bard was fun with his new moves, but I can't pass up the chance to fight you. Cairo hummed and nodded at the shinobi's words. It certainly couldn't hurt to have a friendly spar. I have to keep from getting too rusty before these old bones can't handle it anymore. Ha! With how much you exercise, I doubt you'd give out until you're 150. The monk smiled warmly. Oh, the divines will come calling long before that. You need to stretch out at all, old man? I'm quite all right, thank you. Wouldn't want to make things too hard on you. The elder gave him that same warm smile, but there was a decidedly self-pleased air to it. The blonde deadpanned, HMPH, you know that's what I want. Is that so? Naruto stood up from the table and the pair went on their way. Give me a serious fight, Oji-san, as you wish. Cairo flashed forward at an alarming rate, catching even Naruto a bit off guard as he dodged through the spontaneous flurry of strikes driven his direction. Old bastard moved like a hyuga. Naruto was immediately on the defensive, doing his utmost to avoid being hit by Cairo. He definitely fought like a hyuga. Cairo's preferred style was to utilize pinpoint accuracy to shut down joints and muscles. It was deadly effective. Strength and muscles meant nothing if you couldn't move them. Even Naruto was hesitant to leave a limb floating for too long. Left, right, duck. Pivot, back step, left. There. Naruto struck like a coiled python, taking advantage of a split-second gap in the elder's guard. The old man blocked the fist reflexively fast, but it was all the time Naruto needed to switch roles and take the offensive. In an instant the ring's second strongest was the one blocking a furious strain of techniques. A punch here, a wheel kick there, the result was the same. Every attack was deflected with peerless sufficiency. Cairo winced as Naruto rather viciously slammed a forearm into his own and retracted his attack. You sure, NGH, you're gonna be able to keep up, Cairo? Don't worry, about me. Were the two of equal age, this dance may well have extended for ages, but alas, the elder was getting old, and so too his stamina waned. A lightning speed palm heel smashed through the elder's guard, sending him skidding several feet with a grunt of pain. Cairo hunched over and clutched his bruised ribs lightly. He was going to feel that one in the morning. I think that's enough for now, Naruto. My old bones just can't keep up like they used to. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto and Eugen stood in front of the entrance to the modeling agency. It was a rather large building. Much more so than they had been expecting. Fitted with large panels of glass and shining steel exteriors, the establishment looked rather classy. The lady had said that this agency was one of the best around, but it hadn't really struck until they actually saw it for themselves. Well, here we are, Eugen stated. Yeah. I'll come back to get you later. Good luck. Naruto turned and waved over his shoulder, walking to some apparent destination he had come up with. The green-haired Seker frowned imperceptibly and walked through the sliding doors of the agency, disappearing behind the frosted glass within a second. XXXXXXXXXX Naruto strolled through the gray streets of the city, casually inspecting the buildings as he wormed through the throngs of people adorning the sidewalks. His gait was measured, no real urge behind the movements. There was one simple reason: he had no idea what to do now. Eugen would not be done for a few hours, just enough time that he would need to occupy himself, but not enough time to go home. Or at least not without having to immediately return. He had been to most of his usual haunts, so the only places he could think of were the bar and the bookstore. The bar probably wasn't open, now that he thought about it. Well, bookstore it was then. He quickly turned the next corner, right down a back road. Naruto had been put in this dilemma many times, so he had familiarized himself with all of the roads in the downtown areas through his wandering. It certainly had its benefits. He never would have found this bookstore or the arena if he hadn't decided to wander down all the back streets. Sometimes the brightest gems were hole-in-the-wall places hidden beneath the municipal dirt. Stepping out of the alley and out onto a well-lit semi-main street, Naruto caught sight of the familiar shop on the right side of the street. It was a relatively unassuming building, built out of wood in a traditional sort of way. The structure was single-story and could have been mistaken for any other type of store were it not for the sign above the door that read, Daizoku Books and Literature. It was a family-owned and operated establishment that had been there for as long as Naruto had lived in the city, though he had not found the place until around a decade or so ago. The elderly woman who lived there had always treated him kindly, so he never saw a reason to go elsewhere for books. He was one of their most frequent customers. Books were a good way to scare off Boredom-chan. She hated books. Actually, he used to hate books too when he was younger. Maybe Boredom-chan just needed to grow up. Maybe if he threw books at her, she would leave him alone. Naruto reached the standard set of double doors, only to find a note on the front that read, "Closed for today due to family matters. We will be open again shortly. Our apologies for the inconvenience. Daizoku." He read over the sign and sighed exasperatedly. Running a hand through his hair, Naruto found himself quickly returned to his prior venture. What a nuisance. The blonde retraced his way through the corridors, re-entering the downtown after several minutes in the murky maze. Or at least, he would have. He wasn't alone in the alley. There, a dark cast in the milieu light of the day, was a woman. The sight alone wouldn't have been an oddity, were it not for her state of distress. The woman seemed like she was on her last legs. She was trembling with the simple strain of keeping herself upright and panting heavily through a lax jaw as she rested against the bricks, dark circles rimming the bottoms of her blue-gray eyes so deeply she reminded him of Gaara. Nostalgia. Her spiky, light brown hair was matted down with the grime and dirt of days, as were her clothes. The strip of white cloth tied around her forehead was eye-drawing, to say the least. What use was there in wearing such a thing? Unless you were a ninja. Nostalgia. Her clothes were nothing more than a simple set of plain white, though now they had taken on so much residue they seemed an offset shade instead. The clothing didn't even appear to be her own, judging by how tightly the clothes clung to her. Regardless of all else, it was easy to tell she wasn't healthy. He turned to leave. This wasn't his problem. There likely wasn't much he could do for her anyways, beyond taking her to a hospital. Someone else would find her, it was fine. Thump. He spun around slowly with dread, hoping he had misheard that noise, and at the same time knowing that he hadn't. She had slumped to the ground against the wall, her eyes glazed over. Impressively, she was still clinging to consciousness. Damn it. Thoughts and decisions railed through his head, all clattering against each other in a vie for the surface. The devil on his shoulder told him to just leave her. The devil whispered in his ear, he didn't care about other people. They didn't matter to him in the least, and this was no different. Why should she get special treatment? The noticeably smaller angel on his shoulder told him to help. That he had to help. That he already knew he would help, he just had to accept it. That despite everything he did and said, he could never shake his desire to do right by others and to support them in their time of need. Naruto sighed once again, already knowing what he was going to do. He got the feeling this was going to come back to bite him, hard. His footsteps rang against the dank, dirty walkway as he strolled to her downed form in no hurry. Shadows danced across the walls as people walked by, completely ignorant of what was going on only a few feet from them. An allegory if there ever was one. You're looking a little troubled there, miss. Would you like some help? Her hollow eyes slowly shifted to meet his face, seemingly unaware that he had been there. She whispered so quietly it could have been mistaken for her breath, "No, I am fine. MMHM. And I'm the Prime Minister. Are you absolutely sure? I won't ask again if your mind is made up. I will leave you here if that is what you wish." Her slowly fading eyes widened imperceptibly. "I don't want to be left behind." I see. All right, up you go. He hooked an arm underneath her legs and looped the other behind her back, hoisting her up bridal style. On apparent instinct, the woman sluggishly wrapped her arms around his neck to keep herself in place. Even as they exited the alley, not many people seemed to take notice. Those who did muttered in hushed whispers, but otherwise did not act. The woman watched the blonde man with dimming eyes, searching for something even as she fell unconscious. As her head lolled back limply, the headband slipped slightly, allowing the edges of a red tattoo to peek out. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he reached his left hand around to brush it aside. There, upon her forehead and laid open to the afternoon air, was a Seker crest. I should have known. Every damn time I stick my damn nose into something, it's a Seker matter. Damn it boredom and damn it heroes, he muttered harshly. Making a complete 180, he turned and headed the opposite direction. Looks like he would be making a trip back to Maison Izumo after all. XXXXXXXXXX viewpoint of Seker 07. Akitsu, several days prior. Akitsu trudged through the streets, no idea where her feet were taking her. The lab had gotten the orders from the CEO himself to grant Akitsu freedom to leave, without exam. It was unprecedented and shocked many of the researchers, but they all knew better than to question the CEO. When she had been told she would truly be allowed to leave, she had been shocked and even a twinge joyful, though none of it ever showed on her face. Dare she say it, she had even felt hopeful that she would get to find her Ashikabi. That was until reality came crashing back down on her. She was Akitsu the unwingable. The broken Seker. The one Seker who could not be winged, no matter what. The one who could not find her destined partner. When she remembered that, she became as despondent as she ever was. Even as they released her into the city, she felt nothing when she walked through the sliding doors to freedom. Well, beside the slight pain in her eyes from the light. So shattered was she that she didn't even think about this being her first time to ever see real sunlight. Several days passed, and she simply floated from place to place, never resting. Through the night she wandered the city, only stopping on occasion to rest before quickly venturing on once more. She didn't sleep, she didn't eat. Nor did she speak. Not one word. She collapsed against the wall of the alleyway, her body no longer able to support itself. Several days without any sustenance was too much, even for a Seker body. Her eyes were fuzzy and her lungs were on fire as they struggled to pull in oxygen through her aching throat. Her legs had gone numb. She wouldn't be walking anywhere. Her arms hung limply by her side, too weak to even fight gravity. Step, step, step. What was that noise? Step, step, step. It was coming closer. Step, step. The noise came to a halt suddenly, and she could vaguely make out a yellow blob far away. A low buzzing reached her ears. Was it a voice? She couldn't tell what it was saying. Step, 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 step. As the noise got louder, she could start to make out the blob a little better. It was a person, a man. You're looking a little troubled there, miss. Would you like some help? The voice was so distant, she could barely hear him. Why would he bother asking her if she needed help? No one had paid her any mind since the moment she left the lab. They all knew she was broken, unwanted. Why didn't he? No, I am fine. MMHM. And I'm the Prime Minister. Are you absolutely sure? I won't ask again if your mind is made up. I will leave you here if that is what you wish. Her eyes widened as one word rang in her head. Leave. It didn't matter who this man was. He was the only one who had even looked at her. Don't go. Please don't go. She would give anything to not be left alone. I don't want to be left behind. I see. All right, up you go. She could barely feel the sensation of his arms scooping her up, and vaguely make out the ground moving away as he picked her up. The light didn't even register to her foggy eyes as they reappeared under its domain. She could see him though. She could see the golden hair, the azure eyes, the whisker marks. She could see him. Her head flopped back as she fell into blissful slumber. XXXXXXXXXX. The freaked out looks Naruto received the entire way back to Maison Izumo didn't faze him in the least. He found them pretty humorous, actually. Watching their eyes pop out of their head or the slightly nervous looks some sent him, even the slight nosebleeds from a couple of the more enthusiastic individuals. He was pretty sure those ones were because of the woman's chest. Seriously, what was with him running into big-breasted women everywhere he turned? Can I help you all with something? He asked with an edge of steel. The entire train car suddenly decided they had more interesting things to do, like stare at the ceiling, talk to the unfamiliar passenger next to them, or fiddle with their phones. Naruto snorted and watched the woman in his arms sleep. She was making things difficult for him, that was for sure. Though it wasn't really her fault. He was the one who had offered to help her and inevitably ended up doing so. Funny, this woman reminded him a lot of someone, but the identity eluded him. XXXXXXXXXX. The Lavenderette landlady greeted Naruto at the door, but the sight that met her she certainly hadn't seen coming. Naruto had called and said he was bringing someone over, but this wasn't quite what she expected. What might you be doing with this unconscious woman, Naruto-san? Mia caught sight of the woman's face and recoiled. Wait, is that? Naruto nodded. She's a Sekire. I never thought I would see her leave the labs, let alone here in my house. Her name is Akitsu. Sekire 07. Also called the scrap number. Mia bitterly spat out the last part. Naruto frowned and quirked an eyebrow. The scrap number? Was that why her crest was on her forehead? Had she escaped the labs? That would explain her appearance. He doubted Manaka would allow such a thing, though. And why is she called that? Sekire 07 was prematurely winged during testing, ending any chance she had of being winged to an Ashikabi. The energy flow of her entire body is so muddled that there is simply no fixing her. Not even Takehito was able to do anything for her. That would explain why the crest was on her forehead instead of the nape of her neck. He certainly couldn't claim to know much about the Sekire plan, so he had assumed it was just another variety of mark or something. Naruto hummed passively. A problem with her energy, huh? His disinterested eyes leisurely floated to Mia. Hypothetically, if someone were able to do something about that, would you do them a favor? He threw it out like it was any old statement. He couldn't be serious. Mia covered her mouth with a sleeve. This isn't a good time to make such absurd statements, you know. Her eyes widened in understanding and she hid her face even further. Era. Naruto-san, might you be making a pass at my body? How bold of you, to try and claim me within the house of my deceased husband. One look into his eyes and she could tell he didn't find it funny. Was he really serious about what he said? Mia's face tightened and her eyes honed in on him. Hypothetically, if someone was able to help this little bird, yes, I would. NN. Please take care of her for a bit while I go to pick up Eugen. I'll see if I can hypothetically find someone to do something for her. He marched into the living room and dropped Akitsu on the couch unceremoniously. I'll see you later tonight, Mia. Take care, Naruto-san. XXXXXXXXXX. You're late. Naruto scratched the back of his head and did his best to look apologetic. It didn't look quite right on his face, but maybe that was because it came off more like a scowl. Ma, sorry I'm late. I was on my way here to get you, but then I found a collapsed woman in a back alley and had to help her all the way to the other side of the city and the traffic was awful so it took me ages to get there and back. Oh yeah, Kakashi would be proud. Eugen's eye twitched violently as she clenched her teeth lightly. Do you really think I'm going to buy such a lame-ass excuse? At least say you weren't paying attention to the time or something. The blonde looked taken aback. How cruel. I missed you so much I counted every second I waited for you to come back to me. Oh, how slow time passed as I held on to seeing you again, my dear. He threw a hand out for dramatic gesture. Really? What time did we get here? A while ago. That doesn't sound like counting the seconds to me. What can I say? They were very long seconds, so many went by I lost track, he shrugged unabashed. She rolled her eyes at his ludicrous statements, as usual. Whatever. Let's just go. I'm tired and I really want a bath. NN. How did it go? Some color brightened Eugen's face at the prompting, giving away the answer even before her mouth moved. You're looking at maybe one of the only working Sekire. Out of the 32 candidates they had for the opening, only myself and one other woman were hired. We start officially on Monday, she said with a smile. It was actually something she was incredibly stoked about. She had never thought of holding a job when she was in the labs, but now that she was out in the world and winged, it was actually a great opportunity. Eugen also got the distinct impression that it was in a way sticking it to MBI and their low-profile policy for Sekire. Congratulations. I'm happy you got the position. Thank you. I think it's going to be a nice experience. The managers and most of the people there were pleasant, so I believe it will be a good environment. What's even better is that I only have to work every other day, so I won't be gone all the time. A teasing grin split her face, and I know you'd waste so much time counting the seconds that you wouldn't know what to do with yourself. Naruto sniffed derisively. You keep telling yourself that. He lifted his head to look at the clouds as they floated by on the breeze. Though I suppose it will be a little quieter while you're gone. A small smile crept back to her face. That was pretty much Naruto equivalent to saying that he would miss her because he would be bored while she was gone. Not quite the "I'll miss you, my love" trope, but she would take it. For Naruto, even admitting this much was a lot. She honestly had expected him to make a crack about it being the best thing ever that she was away. One less busty woman to give me a hard time, he'd probably say. Or, now I can have Mia-chan all to myself, Possibly. Maybe they were both starting to change a little, for the better. I'll be home before you know it. You can pass the time by doing your own work. It's been a number of days since the last time you worked on your manuscript. Now that she mentioned it, it had been a while since he had last written. He had done very little else since meeting Eugen. There wasn't a point as far as he was concerned. He had all the entertainment he needed right at home. XXXXXXXXXX. The door creaked open as Naruto and Eugen walked in, successfully returned from their venture. Mia, we're back. They could tell from the sounds in the kitchen where she was before she replied, welcome home. Naruto folded his arms and leaned against the doorframe. How's our guest doing? The landlady momentarily abandoned her task in favor of facing the blonde. She's right where you left her. Did you happen to find a solution? Naruto nodded. I believe I did. Give it a few hours and she should be right as rain. Good. You take care of your task and I'll take care of mine. Mia turned back to the cutting board and continued chopping vegetables. Sounds good. He delved through the house to check on his charge. Eugen followed him, wanting to see exactly what the two were talking about. Apparently Naruto had brought someone to the house. Wait. Sure enough, Akitsu was still as the dead on the couch. She hadn't so much as twitched from the position he placed her in hours prior. Naruto glanced over his shoulder at Eugen. I wasn't lying in what I said. The Sekere's head swiveled mechanically as she processed the situation. I can see that. Why did you bring her here? Naruto swept a hand across Akitsu's forehead, knocking the headband loose. Her Sekere crest peeked out from underneath like a critter beneath a rock. That's why. This is Akitsu. Sekere 07. Eugen's eyes widened. She's a Sekere. It was a statement made in confirmation rather than recognition. Yes. She needs a little help, so I'll be tending to her for a bit. It will be a while until I'm done, so feel free to watch television or something in the meantime. Naruto scooped Akitsu up and retreated to the stairs. The viridescent woman stopped him. I'll come with you. I'm going to need peace and quiet to properly concentrate on this, Naruto disaffirmed. I'll try not to be long. His Sekere watched as he disappeared up the steps with a frown. She sighed and sat on the recently occupied couch, too distracted with her thoughts to be distracted by the pixelated screen. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto entered his room and placed Akitsu down on the couch sitting up. It would be harder to work if she was laying down, since gravity would throw things slightly off in the wrong direction. He placed his fingertips on her crest and honed his chakra, focusing first on mapping Akitsu's muddled flow. As he closed his eyes and concentrated on the thrum of her energy, he winced at just how convoluted the energy was. This is going to take a few hours. Tracing the trail of her coils, he was utterly befuddled. The Sekere energy, which was actually extremely similar to chakra, in her body was not following the natural path. In fact, somehow the chakra was leaking throughout her entire body and suffusing just enough into the coils at critical spots to keep her functional. He had never seen anything like this. The closest he could recall was Deidara and his explosions, which suffused his entire being and his creations. Unless she was trying to be a suicide bomber, this was hazardous to her health. Frankly, Naruto was surprised she had survived this long. It was something akin to a dam that had burst open, flooding the entirety of its surroundings. The source of the chakra should have been from the Sekere core at the nape of her neck, where the symbol originated. In Akitsu, that wasn't the case. It was likely that when she had been artificially winged, it had cracked open and oscillated outwards. The new focal point had become at the crest in her head, just in front of her brain. Damn, she was one lucky girl. It was common knowledge for shinobi that concentrating chakra in your head was a bad idea. Except for dojutsu users. Goddamn freaky-eyed bastards. Therein lied the problem. He couldn't untangle her flow and restore her body to order if he didn't have anywhere to put the extra energy. There was only so much he could divert to her coils, the rest had to be stored in her crest. But he couldn't store the energy in her head where her crest currently was located, or it would end up going all Gallagher on her gray matter. Short-term translation. He was going to have to quite literally rebuild a Sekere. Fuck. He'd take build a bear over build a Sekere any day. Sighing, he set about healing Akitsu. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto wiped his forehead and stood up shakily on stiff muscles. His entire body lurched and crackled as all of his bones settled back into place with loud pops and clicks. His back ached and he had a massive headache, but he was finished. He honestly hadn't expected to be able to do it, but he had managed to rebuild her Sekere crest. Tama, as he believed they had called it. Had he solely relied on his chakra, he would have been unable to do so. What he had actually done was gather Akitsu's chakra and marched it toward her Tama, depositing quantities at all of the tenketsu along the trail. Since different individual chakras mixed like oil and water, he had taken advantage of the repelling property to herd it as he pleased. Once he had gathered the excess chakra to the crest, he had used his own chakra to sort of puppet hers to do the rebuilding. Her chakra was the only energy that could do it. The key to the lock, you could say. All he knew was that it was damn tiring. Not once during the process had she stirred. She really must have been depleted when he found her. She had been asleep for nearly 6 hours already and showed absolutely no signs of having left REM 3 sleep. His stomach grumbled lowly, his body reminding him that he needed to replete himself too. He hadn't eaten since breakfast. Dinner sounded great right about now. XXXXXXXXXX Akitsu's eyes fluttered open, blinking through bleary eyes as her brain rebooted. She didn't know this ceiling. She could only remember collapsing in the alley, and then, the blonde man flashed through her mind. This must be his room. She propped herself up on her elbows trying to get up. Akitsu struggled for a moment before flopping back down. She couldn't get up. Strange, her body felt lighter for some reason. Why you're upset? Akitsu could barely make out a hushed voice outside the door. When I said, more wood, didn't mean, up random women. There was another voice. It sounded like a woman. Akitsu tossed herself to the side, managing to slide out of the bed. Stumbling to her feet, Akitsu sedately moved towards the voices. If I didn't do that, you wouldn't be standing here right now. She's no different than you were. Was that the blonde man? His voice didn't sound as warbled as before. It was a monotone drawl. She liked that voice. I know that, the voice trailed off, unsure of how to continue. The door suddenly slid open and Akitsu jumped lightly as the blonde man stared at her with his cerulean eyes. Ah, you're awake. I was just coming to check on you. Akitsu nodded slowly. I just woke up. I can see that. Come, I need to check you out one more time. And shut the door for me please. He padded past her, beckoning over his shoulder for her to follow. The recently revived woman watched the wavering green-haired Seker for a moment before closing the door and doing as he commanded. Copying his actions, Akitsu sat on the couch beside Naruto, awaiting his next instructions. Put your back towards me. I want you to close your eyes and focus all of your thoughts and power on your crest, and imagine it being perfect. When Akitsu looked somewhat doubtful, he pressed, just trust me. Slothfully complying, she did just that. Naruto smiled softly to himself. In all actuality her core was already healed. He was only performing a diagnostic to see if anything had changed since he had finished. He hoped by telling her to focus on her Tama that she wouldn't notice his actions, and that she would believe she had fixed it herself by pouring everything into the action. It was also true that she needed to test her chakra flow to see if there were any ruptures in the system, but the added side effect was that in tandem his chakra would go unnoticed. A somewhat half-assed deception, but he needed to take every precaution he could. He could have almost slapped himself for doing this to begin with. If he blew his cover over something so menial, he would never live it down. Using the barest amount of chakra possible, Naruto hovered a palm an inch above her core, a pale green aura surrounding the appendage as he did so. Yep, and yep. She was in the clear. Her chakra was flowing at the requisite speed without impediment and her core was retaining energy. There were no indications that its integrity was weakening, so she was well and true stabilized. All right, you can open your eyes, you should be all better now. Akitsu's eyes widened astronomically for her usually stoic disposition. There was no way. She couldn't be fixed, right? As if he could read her thoughts, Naruto added, if you don't believe me, try using your power. Nodding, Akitsu drew from her reserves and a cold, thin mist surrounded them, chilling the air significantly. Her eyes were close to saucers. It was so easy, she hadn't even struggled to use her energy. He had actually fixed her. Bobbing his head in satisfaction, Naruto stood. Good, everything seems in order. You did a good job of repairing your Tama. Now that you're better, you're free to leave and find your Ashikabi. I'm sure you don't want to waste any time. I'll show you out. Snapping out of her wonder at her newfound control, Akitsu was stunned. She could find her Ashikabi. She, the broken Seker, could find her very own destined one. The one dream she had always thought would remain just that was going to come to fruition. Then her heart missed a beat and she felt the dredges of anxiety rise within her chest. The blonde man was kicking her out. He didn't want her. Why did he help if he was going to make her leave? Her eyes became downcast and she abruptly stood up. Wait, please. Naruto spoke as he wheeled around. Yes? Can I HMPH? The unbroken Seker grabbed him by his shirt and jerked him forward, her lips smashing into his with enough force it hurt. Ethereal wings like oceanic glass lethargically emerged from her back, casting a near-electric blue tint in the wooden room. Her soft, slightly cold lips rubbed against his as she kissed him with a fervor opposite of her demeanor. In that moment, he could feel her joy, amazement, hope, gratitude, devotion, and many other things. The emotions flooded his mind as her chakra tangled with his, sending a dull vibration through their bodies. It was pleasant, for what it was worth. In that single moment, he could tell just how happy Akitsu was to be given this chance. After another long second they parted, Akitsu's cheeks lightly flushed as she panted slowly. By the glacial eternity of my pledge, we will never melt. I will serve you forever, Ashikabi-sama. She spoke with a voice so thick with unbridled gratitude it made him uncomfortable. What had happened to the taciturn woman who had been there mere moments ago? All right, Akitsu. My name is Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. It's a pleasure to have you here. Kami above, she had winged herself to him and she hadn't even known his name. I feel the same, Ashikabi-sama. She blinked for a moment in clarity before sticking a hand down her shirt and fishing for something. Naruto's sweat dropped and while slightly paranoid asked, Akitsu, what are you doing? He really hoped that she didn't start trying to strip under some misguided delusion. If he knew one thing about her type, it was that they were quick to misinterpret things, but have no understanding of the consequences. Finding what she was looking for, her hand emerged with a thick envelope. Naruto's sweat dropped once more. Secrets of the female pocket dimension, I tell you. She handed the letter to him and then latched onto his arm. Her face had returned to its neutrality, though there was still a noticeable glow about it. Adjuster gave me this letter. Said it was from CEO. Told me I would meet special person, and give this to that person. He ignored the pleasurable warmth wrapped around his arm and trapped against her chilled body in favor of the envelope. Opening it, there was a small card that read, I hope you like your housewarming gift. Manaka, that devious son of a, hey, this was one hell of a present. Things were going to become very different within Maison Izumo from here on out. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.